The return of the architects has blazed a trail of reworked planets across human space, and beyond. Even the hegemony has not proven immune to their attentions. Idris Telemmier's defection to the Parthenon inflamed hostilities between the shipboard warrior women and HUE, the Council for Human Interests governing humanity's colonies. Thanks to his assistance, the Parthenon has now been able to develop an early class of intermediaries of its own, simultaneously a weapon against the architects and a potential threat to HUE. A faction within HUE, led by the Ascaro family, launched an attack against the Parthenon, seeking to annihilate them in a costly war while safeguarding the fleet of Ark ships they had been building, and on which they planned to preserve their own pick of humanity. However, this conspiracy was exposed by Hevea Mundi, working for the disgraced spy master, Chief Larry. Larry is now spearheading the cartel, working with the Hiver Assembly in aggregate, the hegemonic criminal, Aklu, and the enigmatic alien, Ash the Harbinger, in a cross-species coalition. They have recently stepped in to take control of this Ark fleet and to strong-arm peace and cooperation between HUE and the Parthenon, unifying their attempts to defend against the common enemy of the architects, and, if possible, to strike back against them. Hopes of bringing the fight to the architects have been kindled by Idris's experiments with a functioning originator facility known as the Eye. A maverick research team, led by the Neramathi Ahab, have been using this installation to track down the origin of the architects within unspace. With the assistance of Idris, they have discovered what appears to be the architect nursery, and believe that an attack into unspace is possible to end the threat. Idris, however, is sure the architects are merely the slaves of some other unknown power within unspace, pawns forced to attack worlds against their will. Now the Eye has been brought under the protection of Larry and the others, Idris finds himself at odds with their mission. While trying to protect the very entities that humanity views as the greatest enemy in the universe, he is instead set on locating the true enemy within unspace. Part 1. Estoc. Chapter 1. Andeka. Idris Telemmier, intermediary in a 3-crew ship named the Skipjack, currently operating with only 2, because every resource was stretched right now, especially the humankind. At her back sat the world of Arsa, a unique ecosystem, agricultural, scientific and mineral prospects, a population of 70 million, mostly humans, but a fair number of Castigar and Hani as well. And every vessel that could get into orbit currently lifting away as many of them as possible. Just like in the old war historiotypes, because the old war was back. In front of her, at a distance of several 100 million kilometers, not even visible to the naked eye, the architect. It was eating up that distance at a steady pace, and Andeka's pilot, Staven, had plotted the elegant curve of its course. This would bring it in to intercept Arsa's orbit with pinpoint accuracy, slinging it around the world, and then unmake it, remake it, turn the living world into dead art. Estimates gleaned from Arsa's Kybernet were that around 67 million people would still be planetside when that happened. Best case scenario. Any word on our backup? Andeka's scars were itching, the ones that ranged like lightning over her scalp from the surgery. There had only ever been one intermediary born naturally, and that was St. Xavier, who'd been killed right next to Andeka, defending Berlenhof. Back then, they'd been in a hell of a bigger ship than the Skipjack, a full-on Partheni battlecruiser, and it hadn't helped a damn. Staven just grunted, and when she asked the question again, he snapped, "If we'd had it, then don't you think I'd have told you?" in that sarcastic tone he used when he was frightened almost to death. The help hadn't come. which was a problem when your whole plan of attack was based on there being someone to play off. "We'll improvise," Andeka said. "We're dead," Staven decided, though he wasn't turning the skipjack around. The Kybernet's cheery casualty estimate was based on someone actually buying time for the evacuation to happen, and that someone, apparently, meant Idris Telemmier. Back in the old war, it had been fleets of warships, drones, every damn thing that was more useful as a momentary distraction than a refugee transport. At least this had changed for the better. Now it meant intermediaries like Andeka. Because of all the universe, she could try and talk to the architect, contact that vast and alien mind, to shriek out, "We're here!" like in that old kids' media type story, to give it a moment's pause. Perhaps even more. Except with her one feeble voice, she didn't see that happening. Instead, it would get tired of her, and then turn her and Staven and the skipjack into an interesting filigree of molecules, before going on to do the same to the planet. "Wait! Something big came through!" Staven's voice was briefly on fire with hope, then dropped. "Not them. It's not them." Andeka fought over her instruments, even as Arsur receded behind them. Staven had put them on their intercept course, ready to go shout their infinitesimal complaints in the architect's crystal ear. Then who? The worst-case scenario was another architect, which had happened a couple of times. Apparently there were some planets the monsters wanted extra dead. Whatever chance Andeka had against one, she wouldn't even be a speed bump for two. "Transport! Sod me!" Staven sounded as if he was having a heart attack already, hyperventilating around the words. "Transport! Castigar!" She dragged the data over to her own screen. Not what she should be focusing on right now, but she had to know. "Damn, that's big," she admitted. Not architect-sized, certainly, but she hadn't realized the Castigar were just throwing mega-freighters like that around. She was still linked to the Arsur Kybernet and hopped into the conversation there, getting a full-on view of the tentacle-fringed mouth that was a Castigar head, each writhing tendril capped with a pearl-like eye and a claw. "They're saying," Andeka blinked, "they can take 2.5 million people. How can they fit?" Staven passed over the ship's specs. She really hadn't appreciated how big the freighter was. She'd lived in smaller cities. The human colonies relied a lot on small transports, a relic of the days when every cubic metre of hold space had been needed to shift a rapidly disintegrating civilization. The Castigar, however, believed in bulk shipping between their worlds, and here was one of their largest vessels, over a human world perhaps for the first time. And it was coming in at the sort of pace that made Andeka hope Castigar gravitic braking was superior to human tech, or else the architect might not get the chance to rework the planet after all. The Kybernet started hailing them, because the space to get an extra 2.5 million people off planet was no use, unless you had the time to embark them. "Tell them we'll do what we can, of course," Andeka said. "Where the hell is our backup?" She then took the helm of the ship, just because the illusion of control helped with her own mental prep. Arrowing in towards that distant pinprick of reflected light, she could now make out. A monster the size of a moon, and inside it, a mind. Her target. "Makes you wonder, though," Staven said, breaking into her careful concentration. "What, Staven? What makes me wonder?" "I saw the type footage from that hegemony place, where the architect got attacked. 2 more just jumped in, practically straight into orbit. I mean, they can do that, so why all this long lead-in?" "I don't know. Maybe they need some quiet time to think," Andeka hissed at him. But her mindset was well and truly shot now, because he was right. There was a weird politeness to the way architects approached their murderous business. They plainly could just emerge from unspace right in a planet's gravity well, even if it was difficult or costly. That was a capability they had. No reason for this slow advance, to give people all this time to get off-world. It was as if they were savouring the terror of their victims, the anticipation of the end, or as if they're giving us every chance to escape. It was safe to say people's opinions were divided over what the architects actually wanted. The majority said they were genocidal monsters, and a fair few of a more scientific bent just said they were unknowable and didn't care about people. Then there were the people who actually knew, because they'd touched the minds of the entities. People like Andeka. People like her semi-mentor, Idris Telemmier, the oldest living intermediary, the man who'd gone further than anyone, and right now was going further still. They were slaves, he'd said. Most people, even within the current joint intermediary effort at the Eye, didn't quite believe him. Andeka did, though. There wasn't much Andeka wouldn't believe if Idris Telemmier said it. It was a hero worship he was profoundly uncomfortable with, but she'd seen him at work, close up, in all his wretched glory. He was the human candle that somehow burned twice as brightly, but never burned out. And burning hurt. She knew that. She'd felt the heat of it, but she reckoned Idris was on fire all the time. It was at least partly through Idris that she'd been scrambled out here to Arsa, arriving before the other intermediary, in time to tell the Kybernet to begin its evacuation. That was something else they'd never had in the First War, an early warning system. Now, if we only had the hegemony's magic tech that lets them just teleport everyone off a planet. Apparently that was a thing, except the Essiel hegemony wouldn't even admit to its existence, let alone share it. Ahead, the architect was a bright spot the size of a thumbnail now. If she squinted, she could make out some detail on the jagged face it presented towards Arsa and the system's star. There's something at home in there, she told herself. I can reach it. Without going mad, without suffering fatal biological feedback, she could slip her intermediary consciousness into the vast labyrinth of the architect's inner world until she reached that focal point where a modified human and an inconceivable giant could sit and talk. Almost. She'd never done it unassisted before. First time for everything? You'll need to keep us steady. Speaking too fast and jittery. Keep us wide of whatever it throws. I know. Staven's voice cattier than ever in his terror. She focused in towards the reflected light of the architect, already feeling her mind unpacking, extending into the nameless direction that would bring her into contact with the utterly alien. Feeling the fear reach up from her guts to claw at her mind, and not knowing in that moment whether to fight or embrace it. Neither seemed much use. They were human-level responses, and she was going after a profoundly inhuman thing. And then, contact, from Staven, as though he were the intermediary, not her. His next words came out in a confused babble, and she had to separate them out in retrospect. It's them! Thank God! Thank fuck! It's them! Her own instruments were already dominated by sensor bounce-back from the architect, but she registered another ship in system, erupting from unspace, between Arsa and the architect. Not another gift from the Castigar. A warship, and a big one. How come? Stephen complained. "We get this tin can, and they get that." "Skipjack, this is the Grand Brigitte," came a voice over comms, speaking in clipped Colville with a Partheni accent. "Situation report." "You had better have a goddamn int with you," Andeka snapped at them. Protocols and rank be damned. A strained pause, which served to emphasize just how many skipjacks would fit inside the Grand Brigitte's shadow, and then, "Skipjack, cognoscenti intermediary grave speaking. Is that Andeka I hear?" "God and his prophet save and protect us. Yes, it is," Andeka said. Way back, before volunteering, she'd been brought up by religious types, and some of that tended to come back when she was under stress, as well as a stab of envy, to be sure. Not only because Grave got a personal war cruiser to gad about in, but also because Andeka's Partheni counterpart didn't have the same lattice of scars and internal trauma to go with her intermediary abilities. They cheat, was the uncharitable assessment of most colonial ints, but right now, Andeka reckoned help from a cheater was better than no help at all. She had worked combined operations like this 3 times before. She knew the drill. In the end, it didn't actually matter how big a ship or how many weapons the Parthenon had brought. The war wasn't being fought with guns, after all. It was Andeka's mind, and cognoscenti Grave's mind, and the architect's mind. Stephen flung the skipjack into a looping course, buying time without losing speed as the Grand Brigitte caught up with them, then matched their pace and trajectory with the larger ship. The architect had grown from a thumbnail to a hand to what it was, a moon-sized monster that screamed out at all Andeka's intermediary senses, displacing far more mass than its vast proportions could account for, casting a huge shadow in unspace. Death, destroyer of worlds. Except it wasn't even something as comprehensible as that. Remaker, artist, artisan. The planets they left behind moulded into exacting sculpture. Not all the intermediary contact in the universe could account for it. If the architects did what they did because their masters compelled them to, nobody knew why the masters directed it. Why they would want every inhabited planet in the entire universe to become their gallery of twisted exhibits, one by one. "How much closer?" Stephen breathed. The jagged crystal mountain range that was the forward face of the architect now filled their screens. Andeka passed the decision tree she'd prepared over to Grave. Within moments, the Partheni had modified it, then thrown it back to her again. In the seconds of their approach, this plan went back and forth between them 6 times. It was a procedure hammered out between ints in the first few combined ops encounters. Because most of the time, it took more than one mind to triumph over an architect, unless you were lucky, or you were Idris Telemmier. The last tree Grave sent over was close enough to something Andeka could work with. "Agreed," she sent back. Every intermediary was different, and every one had a play they could make and one they couldn't. It was all about fitting the circles together and seeing where the overlap came up. There'd been lots of talk back at base about training dedicated pairs of ints who knew how to work together, and probably that had happened sooner or later. But right now, there was too much universe and too few ints. So the Colonial Liaison Board had come up with the trees, a mutable plan of attack that each thrown-together pair could customize to fit their strengths. And then the architect was there. Not physically, because that had been a fact for a while. There in her head, almost reaching forwards to meet her, as though it was just as much a part of the game as they were. Andeka made a sound and felt the pain distantly as she slammed back in her seat, neck whiplashed, joints twisted, tongue bitten. the faintest echo of Staven's cry of concern came through. And then the vast, convoluted city of the architect's mind enveloped her. Its maze of spaces and narrows, merely what her int mind showed her, in place of the true alien complexity of it. She remembered her first time, when she'd stood with Telemmier and tried this. He'd almost died, and the others with them really had. She was going somewhere the human mind was not fit for, just as she could never have endured the vacuum of space. And the mind took it out on the body. Her heart, her brain, each part of her, twisting and rupturing to try and escape where she was leading them. All the while, she continued to hunt that spark, the soul within the cenotaph, which was where she and the architect could touch. And she wasn't alone. The tree was intact. She could feel Grave out there too, making choice after choice, following the plan, as though they were a left and right hand which just about knew what each other was doing, complementing each other, even though their tickets to this mind-destroying show had come by very different means. They'd carved up Andeka's brain, shot her full of chemicals, implanted cybernetics, and killed 100 of her fellow subjects, just to make her what she was. Grave was one of the new class, emerging from the Parthenon without the scars, just a genetic predisposition and a vast hanging garden of tech. For a moment, the sheer envy Andeka felt almost tore the bond between them apart. But she mastered herself again. Be bitter on your own time. They were closing. Nobody could understand an architect mind, not truly, but repeated contact and Hiver data analysis had shown common patterns and pathways, techniques and mental gymnastics that brought the fragile human mind closer and closer to unravelling it, and which informed the nodes and branches of the decision tree they were following, as though they were fencers or game players moving through one particular standard set of openings and responses. The trees worked so well, they actually had made a game of it, something the ints could practice when there weren't architects around. Andeka had even heard civilians were playing it now, pretending they understood what it was like. Try playing it during brain surgery in a hurricane, she thought uncharitably. The architect was becoming aware of her, trying to shut her out. She wanted Grave to know, and in that instant, Grave adjusted her own approach, coming closer to support. Andeka's mind's eye showed her vast white stone slabs crashing down on all sides, entombing her. The temptation was to grow, to match strength for strength, hold the doors open, beat them down. But you could never win doing that. Whatever strength you had as an int, be you Idris Telemmier or Saint Xavienne herself, you'd never be stronger than an architect. So, be swifter, be smaller, play off your human advantages and make yourself insignificant. A dust mote, a bad dream. She slipped under, between and through the atoms of the architect's gates, Grave drawn with her. Hunting. Hunting. She'd done this before. 4 times she'd succeeded at reaching the seat of an architect's cognition, and twice before she'd failed, and a world had died because of it. That was a better hit rate than most. She had a clearer sense of Grave now, the Partheni woman off in her fancy big ship with all her gleaming new tech. Except the woman herself wasn't shiny, or even complete. Wounded, hurting. She had scars too. They were just on the inside. And as they homed in on the architect, they grew closer, more inside each other, converging as a single blade, prizing at the hairline cracks and joins of the architect's inner mind until it had them. They had it. Fingertip touching fingertip. Save that their side of this exchange was all they ever were, and the architect's was just the least iota of its being. But it was enough. Why? They asked, and "Please," they said, then summoned forth the millions on planet. The people, the biosphere, the life. The sheer irreplaceable variety of forms and species unique to Arsa. The individual dreams of its people, the vast majority of whom could never be evacuated in time. All that would be lost. The architect, vast, inhuman, twisted, shook them and assaulted their minds with its very being, not even trying to obliterate them, because if it so much as had an idle thought in that direction, they would be dust, atoms, mindless husks in their respective ships. But it wasn't trying. Not yet. It might. Sometimes they did. But the architects were a lot like ancient conceptions of God. Too vast for comprehension, and yet they could note the fall of a sparrow. They were powerful enough to appreciate the universe at every level, all the way down to the atomic, and that included, somewhere along the chain, the human. Andeka and Grave were not warriors in that moment. They were petitioners. All they had was begging. Their only weapon was empathy. While extreme military resistance had, on 2 known occasions, resulted in an architect's physical destruction, empathy had saved more worlds by far. Its response tore through Andeka, and she had a ghost sense of her body jerking and flailing in its restraints as Staven administered medical support to keep her heart regular and her blood flowing. "Don't make me," the architect was saying. The sense came through, no matter how alien the originating intelligence. She didn't know if it, in turn, was begging them, or begging its masters. Grave set in motion a new assault, regurgitating the information the Arsa Kybernet had been feeding them. The children's pictures and the demographic information, the plans for new homes and families, the half-created media types, the ecological studies, the weaponized zeitgeist of a world. It pushed back. Desperation bled through, and she didn't know if it was hers, or Grave's, or the architect's, until it grew, and she knew no mere human mind could contain such grief and loss. "It's going to do it anyway," she thought, sensing Grave's kindred conclusion. They had laid out all they had at its feet, and it was very, very sorry for their loss. Thoughts and prayers from the godlike destroyer for the worlds it crushed beneath its crystal feet. Then, a moment of brutal disconnection. She was screaming, but that was something her body was doing. For a lost second, her mind was caught between unspace and the real, trapped on the boundary, in imminent danger of ceasing to exist. Grave had her, though. Grave was her beacon, her lifeline, her anchor. She climbed, hand over hand, up Grave's focus on her, until she was Idris Telemmier once more, and fully in existence, praying thanks to a god she didn't really believe in. And the architect was gone. Submerged back into the unspace which had birthed it, leaving only a bitter understanding. Pain, loss, price, the nameless things its masters would extract from it somehow. However that worked. Nobody knew. She came back into her body amidst a symphony of medical alarms, and it felt like returning home. The awareness she had of cognoscenti Grave faded, dwindling until the woman was no more than a voice on the comms, who had, a moment before, been somewhere between a sister and a self. The Arsa Kybernet, and quite a lot of the rest of the planet, was trying to talk to them. They probably wanted to say thank you, but Andeka was recovering from a serial cardiac arrest right then, with only the ship's medical suite keeping her going, and she wasn't really in the mood for well-wishers. "What now?" she asked Staven. There would have been a packet ship stop at Arsa recently, dropping off the next batch of finger-in-the-air predictions from Foresight at the Eye, the early warning system they'd never had in the First War, and that had saved so many worlds in this one, but still failed to save so many others. There was sure to be another assignment for her, and precious little time to get there. Andeka knew she wasn't dead enough to be taken out of active rotation yet. "Good work," she sent to the Grand Brigitte. "For a patho." The jab was practically de rigueur. "Likewise, refugenic," came Graves' instant response. And then, before the Brigitte's commander could clamp down on comms, "But really, sister, a pleasure." 3 unclaimed, Staven reported, meaning worlds that were under imminent death sentence, and no other int had flagged as covering them yet. Maybe there would already be someone by the time they arrived, and they'd be able to move on. Or maybe they'd be truly alone for the next encounter, and most likely doomed. They never knew, what with the intermittent nature of communications between stars. "Are you ready for unspace? How much time do you need?" Unspace. Where the architects came from. The unreal void beneath the real. Staven could go into suspension for the trip, but Andeka would have to stay awake to pilot them. Awake, but not alone. The other joy of being an int, above and beyond shredding your mind against the jagged face of the architects. "Pick one," she told him. "Let's go." Chapter 2. Chris. Keristina Sulin Almier, lawyer. It might be the end of planet-side human civilization, but people still needed lawyers. And yes, she'd thrown her lot in with a radical melange of factions who were just about holding the colonies and the Parthenon hostage, but that just meant the lawyering intensified. It was the great truth of law that the more savage things got, the more you needed a lawyer to dig you out. Right now, with everything crashing down and being rebuilt around her, she was actually doing work far closer to her original skill set than in the previous 10 years. Travelling as Idris Telemmier's guardian angel had been civil rights work, and she was rated for that, but she'd trained first with contracts. And contracts were the connective tissue that held the universe together, as far as a lawyer was concerned. It wasn't as if the Eye actually had a superfluity of legally trained personnel either. Or if it did, most of them were part of the Hiver Assembly in aggregate. The human colonial parts of the joint venture needed every legal mind they could get right now, and so she had as much work as she wanted. She and the rest of the legal team had just been on Berlenhof, wrangling with Hugh and a couple of Hanilambra factors about resources, shipping and supply. Because the Eye was an intensive venture, greedy for power, material and personnel. Nobody liked it, but everyone knew they needed it. For now. Or Chris certainly hoped they did. Right now, though, having woken from unspace, and with news of their success already being sent ahead of them, she was looking forward to time with friends, and not having to wrangle legal arguments in her head for at least a couple of days. She was owed that, she reckoned. "What the hell am I looking at?" asked one of the others, a fellow Scintilla graduate named Maxine Dreidel. He was new to the venture, taken on for his understanding of Berlenhof jurisprudence. This was his first time off-planet, as far as she could tell, which meant that Estoc was a particularly unfair place to bring him. It was an isolated system, with only one unspace throughway discovered going to it. Its original masters, still very present, somewhat resentful but playing along for now, had chosen it for that reason and one other. There was a sullen clenched fist of the star, shuddering with internal collapse and emitting staggered gravitational waves that racked its one dead ember of a planet. It was in geostationary orbit around this world that the arc yards had been built, with a vast array of harvesters ready to catch all that free gravitational energy and store it for later use. That was enough to open any ground-bound eye, but as their ship neared, it was a robust old passenger shuttle, more than adequate for lawyer transport, the arc yards themselves demanded everyone's attention. Chris still remembered the first time she'd come here. She'd seen shipyards before, of course, having made that transition from settled to spacer life. Nothing could surprise her anymore. And then the vulture god had just kept getting closer, and the yards and their ships had kept getting bigger and bigger, even when they'd still been very far away. It had been a grand and secret project, an incredible venture, both in logistics and in clandestine planning. A handful of powerful factions within the colonies had been engaging in covert talks ever since the First War, as far as Chris could work out, talking about if the architects came back, how it simply wasn't practical to protect the colonies, all those worlds, and the intermediaries such a fragile, unreliable shield. And so had begun a slow build-up of expertise and material aimed towards reconfiguring humanity, or a select percentage of it that could be saved, into a permanently ship-bound, nomadic existence, for which they would need ships. The yards at Estoc were on a grander scale than anything possessed by any species known to humanity. The great warship foundries of the Parthenon had nothing on them. The vast haulers of the Castigar only got so big because the worm-like aliens constructed them segment by segment and then assembled them in empty space. Perhaps only the Neramathi had owned something similar once, when they'd begun their own arc-bound existence. If so, it was long lost, along with their worlds, no evidence remaining. To give them credit, the secretive Arc Cabal had thought big, doing their best to provide living space for as many humans as possible, even if that would still be only a fraction of all the people out there. And it might still come to that, Chris was well aware. Work on the Ark fleet hadn't halted, though it had slowed as resources were diverted to the Eye itself and the vessel that housed it. The jewel in Estoc's crown, which the Eye cartel had appropriated by force from its original salvagers. The arcs themselves were vast, but human comprehensible. They were built the same way humans built spaceships, just on a grander scale. As their great curved hulls slid past one after another, Max Drydel goggled at them. A score of great bloated ships, 500 kilometres long, some complete and others just skeletons still under construction. But none of this was what would really blow his mind. Chris knew salvage, or she thought she did from her years on the Vulture God. It was a grimy, uncertain trade, dangerous too. Salvagers had their own stories and culture, working on the liminal edges of human space, out where things had failed and died. And one tale you heard a lot was the Big Score, a particular find that would make or destroy a salvage crew. An alien vessel, meaning not Hani or Castigar or even Hegemony, but something unheard of, tumbling through the deep void out there. Unknown tech, unfamiliar aesthetic, the work of a culture and a mindset not encountered before. The Vulture God had never made such a fabled score, and Chris had never met any salvager who had. But someone had. It had been found by the Cartography Corps, she'd been told, just floating in space, in a planetless system where the throughways petered out. And the Corps was still exploring that system now, because this thing had to have come from somewhere. There'd be more throughways to be found there, people were sure. Perhaps a whole new, thriving civilization on the other end of them, or just a field of dead ruins. Either way, it would be the discovery of the century. Nobody had quite understood the magnitude of the find at first. It had just been pieces, all technically complex, but whatever had come into that distant dying system had died in turn, broken apart on emerging from unspace, leaving not even a wreck, just a cloud of components held together by their own minuscule gravity and a faint magnetic field. Until, decades later, a diligent science team had uncovered its secret. They called it the host, as in heavenly. Of course, everyone assumed it had once been a ship, but nobody had realized that it still was, present tense. A ship built by a species which had a spectacularly cavalier approach to things like hull integrity, atmosphere, and gravitic forces. The eye itself was a great ragged-edged chunk of stone, the only semi-intact originator facility ever discovered, wrested from the soil of a toxic world and hauled out here to Estok. It was the center of the cartel's efforts to turn the war against the architects, and if not for the host, it might only have been a static facility, out here in this isolated system, sponging off the vast shipyards for resources and personnel. A base of operations and research facility, nothing more. Maxin swore, face ashen, as they rounded the bulk of a half-complete arc, and he saw the eye rolling in its socket. The host's pieces had been its hull. When the science team had activated them, those hundreds of individual components had generated a gravitic field between them, enclosing a space that could be shaped and expanded just by moving the pieces. And together they formed a ship, which existed only for as long as the power lasted. The moment the switch was flipped again, it would become no more than a cloud of floating fragments once more. But while reality consented to its presence, the host could enclose a space as big as one of the arcs, or, once the cartel had got hold of it, as big as the eye. They could use it to turn the broken stump of the originator facility into a mobile fortress, able to flee should the architects ever appear at Estok, able, as the more hawkish members of the cartel insisted, to carry the fight to the enemy. Except the enemy dwelt in unspace, as far as anyone could decipher. How could you strike back in a place where you weren't real? Apparently even that wasn't a hard limit for the cartel's ambitions. They were, Idris assured Chris, working on it. The host was like a coat of scales, shimmering red gold in the blazing light of the Estok rift. Curiously shaped, each scale was without symmetry, yet together they formed an eye-twisting whole. Something about the way the separate components organized themselves was like a paper cut to the human soul. Whichever unknown species had designed it had thought very differently to humans. Even now, the reverse engineering of the ship had turned up no data on the host builders. Trine, the hiver supervising the current phase of investigations, had theorized it might have been an ancient species, somehow reaching an advanced spacefaring stage without developing any form of written notation. "Comms for you, Chris," their pilot said, and Chris linked to her own board. "Idris?" "You'll be lucky," came a familiar voice, still with her faintly antique Partheni accent. "He's under, barely comes up for air." "Solace," Chris identified. "I need you to talk to him. He's pushing himself too hard." Solace never had been one for small talk. "Okay, I'll come over to Wellhead after debrief." Chris had one eye on the news, all the word that had reached Estok while they were in transit. As she and the others had just come from the colonial hub, most of it was old to her, but a few developments stood out. "I see we managed to keep Arsa intact," she noted. "That was good work." "Yes, but Dos Tiemos has gone," Solace said flatly. Chris couldn't even place the name. Some world she'd never been to, and now never would. As well as 2 other worlds in Castigar space, small mining colonies. There's some gravitic maze theory they're using to tweak predicting the architect's movements somehow. We're negotiating over the maths, all past my competencies. Chris pictured Solace shrugging. Looking forward to seeing you. Come give Idris and Doc Shin some grief, will you? Chris hadn't had a chance to see the Eye when it was still planet-bound, for which, to be honest, she was quite thankful. The planet it had been set into had been so hostile, even the actual originators, whoever they'd been, hadn't been able to go back to dismantle it. Hindered because they were trying to work from the other side, from unspace, according to Idris. But then, of course, Idris had got hold of it, and used its machine's vast gravitic engines to rip the whole thing out of the planet and cast it through unspace into orbit, where it had ended up an airless piece of maze-wormed rock because, needless to say, its original builders had not designed it for space. Then, the cartel, that unruly pack of temporary allies, had hauled it to Estoc and installed it within the shifting scales of the host, giving it atmosphere, gravity, and as much stability as that shifting dream of a shell could ever impart. Chris always felt queasy for at least an hour after going aboard it. The Eye itself was an assembly of spaces and orientations, tunnels and drops and sudden expanses which no human would ever have designed. And when you got to one of its ragged, torn-off edges, there were the shimmering plates of the host, with nothing between them but the void. She preferred ships where flicking the wrong switch wouldn't turn the hull off. The combination of the Eye and the host had other advantages, though. Nobody knew who the originators had been, or who the host's builders were, but merged together, their technology presented a unique opportunity. The various locations on the Eye had been named by a deranged committee, as far as Chris was concerned. There was Foresight, where a rotating team of ints used the Eye's machinery to listen out for the movement of the architects and try to forewarn whichever worlds might be their next targets. There was Dissipation, where a team of highly theoretical physicists and philosophers were supposedly working on anti-architect weapons. And there was Schema, Central Command, where everyone who had a say argued about what to do with the technological riches they'd gathered here. There were also various parts of the alien edifice that had been co-opted for mundane needs like sleep and eating and rec. Finally, there was the wellhead, which had become the project's focus, where everyone's understanding of universal physics was put through the ringer. She had to get someone to lead her there. A taciturn Hiver Instance eventually volunteered, because she'd given her report at Schema and was just cluttering up the place. The four-legged, can-shaped entity could scuttle through the vertically challenging reaches of the Eye far faster than she could follow, and communicated their impatience with her human limitations quite eloquently, despite the lack of any kind of face. It wasn't as if she'd never been here before, but Chris was part of a large minority who was simply unable to learn the layout, or even follow the tacked-on signs that had been put up to at least 3 conflicting plans. Something about the place offended her internal sense of space and direction, which was usually so reliable. They came out at the wellhead unexpectedly through its ceiling, and she had to clamber down a rickety metal ladder to get down. The whole of the Eye was like this, various lesser hands adding their conveniences to the originator stone, doors, ramps, stairs, ducts and cables and relays. All of it just bolted on, with no thought for aesthetics, some of it human scale, and some designed for something larger. The wellhead itself was practically all bolt-on, a domed bubble nailed to what Chris tentatively thought of as the underside of the Eye. Much of it was raw scaffolding. They kept saying they'd enclose it, but every time she came back she could still look straight out at the great sliding pieces of the host and all that empty vacuum between them. And that was only the second most eye-offending thing about the place. There were a dozen human and Hiver technicians working there, mostly adding more stuff, wires, boxes and ducts, and other things Chris couldn't guess the purpose of. There were now 5 big column-shaped installations around the circular space, just riveted in without any sense of symmetry. In the centre, of course, was the well itself, but she was trying not to look at that right now, because it was open, and it hurt her mind to perceive it. Solace hailed her. The Partheni was armoured up, Chris noticed, everything but the helmet and, thankfully, the accelerator gun. She crossed quickly, keeping her back to the well, and gave the woman a quick hug. Trouble with the neighbours? Solace shook her head. Not yet. Soon, I think. But for now they're behaving themselves. The majority of the staff at the Estoc shipyard were still in the employ of the place's original owners from before the cartel's intrusion. They weren't friends, particularly the notorious Magdan noble family of Uscaro, but they'd reluctantly knuckled under to the cartel's vision and threats. Chris, who'd been their prisoner guest previously, was amazed things hadn't kicked off already. 6 months of this tentative alliance. I wouldn't have put money on it. It was mostly down to Solace's people, she knew. As long as the Parthenon remained committed to supporting the Eye, and the blow it could conceivably strike against the architects, then everyone else would likely stay in line. Where's... Chris started, and Solace nodded in the direction she didn't want to look. Doc Shin! She shouted. How long? Chris spotted the dark, angular man across the space by one of the columns, where he'd possibly been trying to hide from Solace's scrutiny. Dr. Hallion Shinandri scuttled over, seeming to move shiftily sideways, even when he wasn't. 19 hours now, yes, he said quickly, as though trying to rush the words through a border inspection without being stopped. It's not a problem. Doesn't have to be a problem. Oh my, not at all. Solace looked as though she wanted to slap him until it became a problem, but she sent Chris a mute look of entreaty. Do I have to go talk to the cartel? Chris demanded, or are you going to haul him out? He doesn't want to come out, Shinandri muttered. Such dedication to the cause, yes indeed. How can I ask him? You don't ask, Idris, you just tell him, Chris said, from long experience. This is why he spent half his life hiding from responsibility, because once it gets hold of him, he doesn't know how to stop. Pull him out, please, Doctor. Idris. Idris was completely stationary, and yet he was falling. In the back of his mind, he willed himself to fall faster, just in case he could escape the voices that way. An uncertain amount of time ago, they'd strapped him into the machine at the heart of the wellhead, lying on a slab as though he'd arrived early at the morgue, connected to more medical monitors than he knew what to do with. And he wasn't alone. Prepped, briefed, coddled, reassured, asked to share his feelings. A Partheni medical cognoscenti reeled off numbers in flat parsef. Dr. Shinandri rubbed his hands together and speculated about progress. And Idris tried to block them out, because suddenly his solitary vocation had become very crowded. And there were others. 5 more intermediaries. 3 long-time liaison board veterans, meaning they'd been at it a third as long as he had. 1 novice going under for her first time, and already panicking fit to give herself an embolism. 1 of the latest Partheni class, her slab bulked out by the extra tech she needed to follow where Idris led. They were a team now, and entering unspace together. The thing you couldn't do. Ever. He had lived his life by this one maxim. When you're in unspace, you're by yourself. Nobody else survives the entry. Everyone was on their own on the far side of the real, unreal border. Didn't matter if there were others on your ship, at your side, holding your hand even. You plunged into unspace alone, until the presence registered your intrusion, and began to hunt you down. Yet here he was, leading a team there. It was the engineering of the Eye. Not that this had been its original purpose, as far as Dr. Shinandri guessed, but a lot of very clever people had gone crawling over that engineering, and they'd used it as the foundation of the wellhead. Doc Shin himself, Ahab the Neramathi, Harbinger Ash, Delegate Trine, plus any number of genius colonial, Hiver and Partheni scientists working themselves half to death until they had something that broke all the forbiddances of unspace. Then they'd put Idris and the other ints into it and ask them to go hunting. All very well to have foresight calling out the next target of an architect attack, with around a 70% reliability. All very well to have roving ints doing their best to fend off the monsters when they arrived. But Idris knew full well that the Eye project was full of hawkish types who weren't happy with just a piecemeal defence. It was hardly a long-term solution to the genocide the architects were enacting. He was lying on his slab right now. Around him, the cavernous space of the wellhead echoed to strange sounds. Strained metal, bulkheads under pressure, the deep groans of stress and structural failure, distant as whale song. Sounds of decay, and nobody knew entirely why, but he would put largesse on it not being anything good. And the others. He could half see them, like movement in the corner of his eye, moving about the curved space of the wellhead, staring out into the bruised grey void of unspace. When he squinted, really hurt his eyes with it, he could bring them into focus. There was the Partheni in her grey uniform, fists clenched and eyes closed as she reached out with her mind. There was the novice from the board, hugging her knees and rocking. He could go to her, he knew, comfort her. He hoped someone would. But it wasn't in him. The thought of human contact within unspace was anathema. This was his alone space, and he'd lived his adult life on that understanding. Hearing their voices was bad enough. Hearing the distorted tones of Dr. Shinandri from up the well, feeding him data, harvesting what Idris had discovered, freaked him out. It was as though he couldn't be master of his own mind anymore. Plus, there was the issue of having to lie about what he was doing. Hoping nobody would work out, he was vastly off mission, burrowing down through the non-existent layers of unspace, hunting for something very different to his stated objective. The others were doing the job well enough, and he'd probably only get in the way if he tried to help. They were attempting to map unspace, that region which didn't obey normal spatial laws, and didn't actually exist in the same way that regular matter and space did. Blazing a trail through the impossible, they would supposedly bring the fight to the architects with whatever weapons anyone could come up with. So let someone else have the glory of finding that last elusive waypoint through nothingness that would take them to where the architects were. Idris, despite it being his job, wanted none of it. Voices came to him from the real again. Shinandri, Ahab, their engineer, Tokamak Jain. And now it was Trine, the old hiver. Trine, who knew more about the originators and their work than anyone else alive, who'd come to awareness of themselves as a mechanical secretary and someone's property during the war. They then lived through their artificial species' fight for rights and independence, and were now the universe's greatest expert in the subject their original masters had been studying.
Idris, my dear old fellow researcher, you're off course again.
Trine's wry, light voice that could get scalpel sharp with sarcasm at a moment's notice.
One might almost think your mind was not on the task at hand.
Nothing could be further from the truth, save that his task and their task were at variance. What do you need?
I am taking a further reading from the Eye, my human sonar machine, and I need your data. Pulse for me, Idris. Pulse and show me what echoes back to you from the furthest reaches of nowhere. I rather think I am close to a breakthrough, or possibly breakdown, if you continue to meander.
So Idris had to drag himself back in line, play well with others for a little while, while Trine experimented. The hiver had been holed up with Ahab, Ash and Shinandri, Idris knew, and some grand and baffling plan had been hatched between them, a way of utilising the eye against the architects. When they'd first strapped him into the machines within the eye and given him this infinite view into unspace, Idris had been looking for something quite different. And when they'd located that cluster of organisation and structure, buried within a non-space where nothing should be, he'd thought he'd found it. But it hadn't been the architects he'd been hunting. Ever since that encounter over Berlinhof, he'd been after the hand that held the whip, the unimaginable entities that had turned the architects into their personal hammer and chisel with which to resculpt the universe. Instead, they'd found the architects themselves, their origin, a knot of information within unspace that was their breeding ground, and which the Eye Project was determined to uncreate. That was the target which Trine was working out how to destroy. Idris was still after bigger game, though, no matter what he told his handlers. And now, meaning after some measureless additional lapse of time since Trine had spoken to him, those handlers were in his ear again, whispering like demons.
Idris!
Shinandri's hitching voice, always on the verge of veering into a hysterical giggle.
It's time, Idris. You've been under long enough. Come back and we'll see what you have.
But Idris's mind was far away, outside the notional borders of the wellhead. He was down the well, deep into unspace, feeling the sluggish shifting of the presence as it tried to find him. He had no visual reference for it, just a visceral sense of something vast at the heart of all things, uncoiling and expanding out through all the unreal volumes, extending its blind reach as it quested for him. The thing most feared, the entity that could not be engaged with without destroying yourself. Except Idris had been dodging it for half a lifetime, and he had just a little more dodge left in him. Whatever he sought, whatever it truly was that gave the architects their orders, it was down there too. Not the presence itself, but some other denizen of those same depths.
Idris!
From Shinandri again, but Idris was used to ignoring the man. After all, the others were still out there too. Let Doc Shin pick on them. And then, Idris! A new voice. Chris, back already apparently. Idris, we need you to disengage. But he was getting somewhere, he knew. He fell further, their voices fainter and fainter. He was a diver with a weighted belt, plunging himself into the black abyss. He was the drifting astronaut, whose momentum could only carry him away from his ship. It shifted beneath him, homing in on him. He could feel the space about him becoming complex as the presence curdled into existence all around. Chris was still speaking in his ear, but he made her very far away. He was staring into the void, willing it to stare back into him. I am coming for you. Idris, I will damn well start pulling these pipes out myself, Chris said, quite clearly, as though she was right beside him.
Go bug the others,
he hissed back, knowing that somehow his voice would be heard by other ears than hers, that he was accelerating his own doom just by speaking.
They've been in as long?
3 shifts have been and gone, Idris, Chris said reasonably. 6 hours, safe limit. You're in the 4th now. You have to come back to us.
Impossible.
But he opened his eyes, the unreal eyes that looked into the unreal wellhead, and realised the shifting shadows of his co-workers were not the people he thought they were. A completely different set now. New faces, new Gestalt identities pressing in on the edges of his mind. And the presence was with him, there in the wellhead. A 7th, where there should only be 6. A figure at his back, stalking around the curved space. Of course it never spoke, everyone knew. But it had spoken to him once before, and now he heard it draw breath. "I was so close." But that was a lie, he knew. Unspace had no markers, and he couldn't ever know if he was getting anywhere. "Idris!" said Chris again, and there was a whisper of another voice that got lost in her naming of him. A breath on his neck, cold lips at his ear. "All right, fine." He made it sound petulant and bitter, but when he resurfaced into the real, his augmented heart was stuttering, and he practically fell into Chris and Solace's arms as he lurched off the slab. Chapter 3. Havea.
"A fresh intrusion,"
came Kolvari's crisp, artificial voice in Havea's ear. At last. They'd been waiting for this for too long. Their little rat had been very careful. The last 2 incidents of data leakage had been on Havea's watch, but covered up carefully enough that he'd only discovered them in retrospect. If there hadn't been such a shortage of trained personnel on the team, his boss would likely have fired him. Honestly, Havea would have fired himself. The only mitigating circumstance was that this particular rat was very much at home in the system it was infiltrating. It was one of the covert agent's standard nightmares, taking up residence in somewhere the enemy had previously made itself comfortable. You could never be sure you knew all the back doors and booby traps, no matter how hard you searched. And here was another little hidden access way finally betraying itself. Someone was in the I system, siphoning off the most recent data. Nominally, that data would eventually get shared with the class, Havea knew. This condition was buried somewhere in the complex web of agreements the Hiver Assembly in aggregate had drawn up regarding the I and its use. However, none of the other partners in this weird-ass relationship trusted the cartel not to redact it, and Havea reckoned they were entirely right not to do so. There was more than just the unspace scrying data, as people had begun to call it, as though the I and its bolted-on machinery were the universe's most expensive crystal ball. There was a steady leak about the Ark Fleet admin, system security, all manner of useful little tips, should anyone decide to mount either a mutiny from within or an invasion from without. Neither of which were impossible, given the abilities and predilections of the junior partners. Havea's team consisted of 3 other human agents, a single dissident Hanalambra, and an unknown bank of Hivers headed up by his old associate Kolvari. Right now, the Hivers were doing the hard sums, dismantling the leak's rerouting and masking protocols to work out where the actual intrusion had come from. Somewhere in the Ark Fleet, a physical person was giving the commands to make this happen, pairing some top-of-the-range hardware with living skill and intuition to keep one step ahead of the hunters. It's the builders, Havea decided. Almost a relief. The last time they'd tried this, the leak had turned out to be on the Partheni end of things, and that had promised to get a little too shooty for his liking. In the end, the spy had given herself up peaceably enough, because the Parthenon was playing a civilized game for now, but next time it could just as easily be a shipload of myrmidons with accelerator cannons, and the whole piece would be in ruins. Right now, though, whoever was leading them such a merry dance through the virtual architecture of the Ark Fleet was definitely on their home ground, meaning it was an agent of the colonial magnates who'd first set up the Ark project. Hugh and the colonies as a whole were taking something of a back seat right now. Havea had the impression that the speed of events had outstripped their ability to react. There were still a score of committees in session debating how to respond to the disaster before the current problem. However, that group of worthies, who'd been preparing to abandon planetary life for a ship-bound future, ideally without competition, once the colonial and Partheni fleets had fought each other to mutual destruction, were quite on top of events. They were also profoundly furious that their shipyards at Estoc had been commandeered and their arcs sidelined in favour of the Eye project. They were particularly stung about their beautiful alien tech host being repurposed as the housing for the Eye itself. It had, after all, been intended as their personal giant space yacht in the nomadic future of humanity they had envisaged. And as this latest intrusion evidenced, they could smile and glad hand in public all they liked, but privately, they weren't taking it lying down.
And traced.
Kolvari's voice in his ear again, along with coordinates. Well, this is needlessly embarrassing, Havea decided, seeing where they were. Everyone out to the ship. They were packed into an armed shuttle docked on a scale of the host, having assumed that the spy would be in their own, probably armed shuttle elsewhere in the fleet. Instead, the builders were clearly brazen enough to have someone actually within the Eye itself, right there, and tapping the network at source. The Hivers were leaving the physical side of security to their human counterparts, which Havea reckoned was a poor precedent to set, given how human-Hiver relations had shifted recently. Since winning its independence after the war, the Hiver Assembly had never flexed its political muscles, no matter all the nightmare scenarios colonial humanity had envisaged. The fact that each Hiver instance was basically a colony of cyborg bugs in some kind of walking frame hadn't helped, even though that was how people had built them. Then decades had gone by, and the Hivers had hired out their instances, large and small, to humanity, and the whole thing had become an accepted business. Hivers worked and didn't complain, and people forgot that at the heart of their network was a great hive mind that wasn't controlled by humans anymore. Until just now, when they'd suddenly declared to both colonies and Parthenon, this is how it's going to be. Havea had somehow ended up on the Hiver side of that equation, due to his chief being a founder member of the cartel, but he wasn't entirely happy about it. Put bluntly, he could see how the Ark builders and a large slice of the rest of humanity were more than twitchy about the whole deal. Sure, he decided. Let's stick it to the architects. Hard to argue with that as an aim. Except what if, when that's done, the cartel decides there's some other grand project everyone needs to cooperate on under pain of death? He had picked a side, though, and so long as it was the architects under the notional hammer, he could live with that. There was a point in the theoretical future, though, always assuming events permitted him one, when he would have to take a long, hard look in the mirror. By the time he'd bundled into the isolated computing node within the scale, the spy was already gone, but Havea had spread out his team to cover all the regular crawl spaces leading from where they'd been. Each individual scale of the host was a peculiar construction. A curved shield 500 meters across, its outer surface was warty with sockets and field generators, while its smooth inner surface was built up with a mess of later additions that let human hands interface with the alien tech and control its field generation. There was a pilot's seat in each, intended for an intermediary, and there was a cramped network of access ways for maintenance. Each scale was a ship unto itself, or could be the bridge of the wider host. All very modular, and not remotely how humans would normally go about things, but this had been the place the builders were going to run their Ark empire from. It was intentionally flexible and ready to survive anything. Their rat had been in the tunnels. They'd tried to get to the pilot's seat next, and Havea reckoned they probably had override codes that could have torn this entire scale free from the hole, hoping to nip away, while everyone else was busy repairing the vessel's field integrity. In most ships, that would have just meant restoring gravity, but with the host, the field between the scales was also the hull, and so it was a bit more of a priority. However, Havea had made sure one of his people was in the pilot's seat already, his Hani, who could skitter at twice the rate of a human down narrow ductways. The rest of his team were closing in, but it seemed the rat wasn't done. They knew the specs better than Havea, better in fact than the actual specs as set down in the builder's data, which was why they emerged fully suited up onto the exterior of the host, already extending graphitic handles from their shoulders, ready to ride the host's field all the way to some theoretical safe point. And there they met Havea. He hadn't known exactly how they might try this trick, but he'd sure as hell guessed there was a way. He had a corkscrew mind, did Havea, and right now every twist of it was being used, because Chief Larry just didn't have that many faithful agents to call on. The range to his target was past 200 meters, and the exterior of the host's scale was slightly curved, but he still had a good angle on them, and someone had been fool enough to trust him with an accelerator. Plus, this was hard vacuum, where projectile weapons didn't really have a maximum range other than any theoretical limits to the universe at large. "Lift off, and we'll just take over the graphitic fields," he informed the distant figure. He had a magnified view in one corner of his helmet display, and he saw them freeze. They had some sort of small arm holstered at their belt, and if they sprayed some shot in his direction, that could be a problem. Accuracy be damned. "Don't," he said, but they went for the gun anyway, and he cursed, lining up his own accelerator, clumsy in his suit. "Look!" He even sent them the image from his targeting, their body right in his reticule. They paused, and for a second he hoped reason might prevail. Then they turned the pistol to point at their own helmet. "Oh, for—" Havea thought in a mad instant of shooting the weapon from their hand, but to be honest, the reticule image had been mostly scare tactics. He just wasn't a great shot at this range, not even with all the assisted targeting in the world. Then his target was flailing out of his sight. He'd been zoomed in so far he lost them entirely, and had to come back out to locate them with his eyes the old-fashioned way. His suit telltales informed him of weapons fire, but nothing seemed to be coming his way. A moment later, he located his target, not flying as he'd thought, but pinned to the scale's hull. There was a great cloud of particles exploding away in all directions, and he guessed this was frozen droplets of blood. Kolvari was there. The hiver's current frame was just a block, with a variety of multi-purpose limbs, perfect for scrambling around on or within complex alien machinery. They'd emerged the same way as the spy and jumped them, removing the pistol by the simple expedient of scissoring the relevant handoff at the wrist. Too late, though. Some of those particles were helmet matter, and some of the blood was cranial. They carried the spy inside as quickly as possible, and did their best with the medical facilities on hand. Havea was left looking down at one spy who wouldn't be giving up any secrets, though. Save the one patently obvious just from looking at her. Scarring, which he recognized sure enough. Someone had carved up the woman's skull long before the bullet had finished the job. Possibly the thought of blowing her own brains out had held few terrors. Liaison board Ince had a miserable life, he knew. If she'd got to the pilot's chair, she could have taken the whole scale into unspace and we'd never have caught her. Which meant this was probably a counter-espionage success. But looking down at the corpse, Havea didn't feel particularly triumphant. Then, of course, he had to go report to Chief Larry. Never a pleasure at the best of times, and he was damn sure she wasn't going to count this as much of a win either. Chief Larry had been a department head at the Hugh Intervention Board, an attenuated veteran with the physique of a withered stick, grown brittle and spindly from too long on the zero-gravity listening posts. She'd also been a holy terror to her subordinates, enough so that Havea couldn't quite work out why, when she'd gone rogue, he'd ended up on her side of the divide. Supporting her against mainstream Mordant House, as the colony's security service was informally known. Because at that time, the powerful clique who'd been building these arc ships had already secured control over the house's upper echelons. "Perhaps it's just that nobody asked me which side I wanted to be on," he thought dourly. Larry had been ousted, dispatched for a long-deserved retirement that she hadn't arrived at. Instead, she'd continued to run Havea and a handful of other loyalists as her private spy ring and made new friends. And now she was on top of the world, or at least balancing precariously on a teetering stack of uncertain allies and unwilling underlings. He still wasn't sure how she'd done it, but then she'd been in the game a lot longer than he had. She was the human face of the cartel, even if that face looked like it had been sucking lemons through a straw. Somehow, she'd been on top of the game all the way through. Not the little keyhole view Havea had been granted of it, but the whole big picture. She'd reached out to alien powers and mad scientists and even criminals, and she'd built, not an empire, but a capstone that kept the great empires of human space just about under her thumb. She had the Hivers, and that was most of her leverage. The Hiver Assembly in aggregate had a perspective untarnished by factional thinking, and wanted to be able to get on with its composite existence. The architects threatened that, and so the Hivers backed the cartel and its plans to deal with them once and for all. The rest of her muscle was the Broken Harvest, which was some kind of hegemonic crime syndicate, except neither of those words had its regular meaning in the hegemony. Her know-how came from the Eye, and from Harbinger Ash, and Havea was happy to admit that his own know-how stopped at around that point. Ash had been a mystery since the creature first turned up on Earth, warning of the architects. Now, a century on, it was no less opaque. It had only stuck around after Earth's destruction, Havea reckoned, because the development of intermediaries could offer a way to strike back. And now the team at the Eye might just find that way. The mad Neramathi Ahab, the equally mad human Shinandri, and the cyborg tech Tokamak Jane, who actually seemed quite pleasant and sane, even if someone had replaced her torso with machinery at some point in the past. Again, the science was way over his pay grade, but between them and the equally deranged int Idris Telemmier, there was, apparently, a prospect of winning the war. That was the cartel. Its muscle and promises had given Larry just enough leverage to stomp over to Estoc and take over the Ark fleet's yards and resources, as well as their flagship. It had also given her enough sway to cool the actual full-on shooting war that had just started between colonies and Parthenon, turning it down to a dull simmer. Nobody was happy, and both sides were pushing and prying wherever they felt they could get away with it. On that basis, Havea was not short of work. But right now, the entire human sphere was pointed in the same direction. If, he thought with a pedantic wrinkle, a sphere could be said to point. When he next saw Larry with his own eyes, it was as a consequence of the operation he'd just so bloodily rolled up. She had him in to loom and provide first-hand evidence as she confronted the dead Int's spymaster. This was Morzarin Ravin Okosh Oscaro, the Oscaro family being a big part of the old builder clique that the cartel had displaced. The most mutinous part, too, given how much they'd had taken off them in the name of defeating the architects. Not just the host and the Ark fleet's resources, but the majority of their ints as well. Because of all things, the strike against the architects needed ints. The Eye practically ate and drank them. They were working all over it in shifts, plumbing the depths of the well, manning foresight, training in the mental disciplines that would supposedly let them fight the unthinkable. It wasn't just Oscaro's Liaisonborg conscripts, of course. The Parthenon had its new class, who were probably also conscripts, even though nobody was saying it, and they'd been borrowed for the cause too. The fact that the last time Havea had been here, it had been Monitor Superior Tact whom Larry was confronting, suggested they weren't exactly delighted with the state of affairs either. Oscaro was an elegantly dressed old man, hair and moustache silver. He stood with that faux military straightness the Magdan nobility used when they weren't slouching. The front of his emerald shirt was bright with strips of medals. The effect was slightly buffoonish, and Hevea reckoned that was intentional, because Ravin Oscaro was no man's fool. What he was right now, though, was on the back foot.
"Thank you for sparing me the time before your return to Magda, Mozarin," Larry said blandly. "This won't take long."
"I understand your people have murdered one of my intermediaries."
A game try at going on the offensive, Hevea had to give him that.
"Well, I'm glad we're on the same page."
Larry leant forwards in her chair, or at least her chair leant forwards for her, in a series of slightly jerky motions. Hevea had been on the wrong end of that chair far too many times. The obvious pain she was in only fed Larry, but what also fed her was the discomfort of underlings. The Mozarin was nobody's underling, however. He bore the sight stoically.
"I'm used to your attempts to pry information from our project here," Larry told him summarily. "I consider the time spent in fielding them a reasonable rent paid to you for the use of your spacious facilities."
A nice jab under the man's guard, given what she'd taken from him.
"But now you have brought the Ints into this. You took one of a very limited pool of our living weapons and turned her into your spy. Then, when she was apprehended, you gave her orders to kill herself, thus robbing the human race of an irreplaceable asset. You know exactly how few intermediaries we have, even with the liaison board's leashes, even with the Parthenon. To waste one for your petty espionage is criminal."
Oscaro set his chin, not backing down.
"You think that the colonies will be your creature forever in this venture? You think that the whole of your former species will sit by meekly for this treason? You've seen what's being said back at Hugh. You hold your current place on sufferance. You have stolen from us, and now you keep your secrets from us. The ships and facilities here are not yours. They are ours. The Ints are ours."
The Ints are their own, Hevea thought. It was a legal and moral grey area, though. The original liaison board Ints were all turned out under leashed contracts that practically made them property. After all, they'd largely been convicts to start with. The new class of them were mostly volunteers, what with the war back on and free, and the cartel had ostensibly freed the leashed Ints too, when they took over at Estoc. Those same Ints would have ended up back as property the moment they left the system, though, meaning they didn't really have a great deal of say about whether they wanted to be part of Larry's grand project or not.
"I know exactly what's being said by your allies in Hugh, Mozarin," Larry said flatly, "and we both know they can talk all they like. Hugh is, at best, divided on the subject. Any time that might change, I'm more than happy to send a Hiver delegate over to present to everyone just how you were planning to run this little Ark venture of yours, how you yourself were going to select who got a seat on the boat and who didn't, abandoning most of their worlds to the architects, and how you sparked off the fight with the Parthenon just to be rid of some rivals. I'm sure you'd respond that you were making hard choices for the good of humanity, but I don't think they'd see it the same way."
"Perhaps you don't have your finger on the pulse at Hugh as much as you think,"
Oscaro growled softly, and he sounded sure enough that Hevea couldn't keep back a shiver. Larry was unmoved, though.
"Well then, it comes back to the same old stick, doesn't it? Even if you somehow get the bulk of Hugh dancing about to your tune, I know plenty of others who'll have something to say if the colonial navy turns up here trying to take it all back by main force. We women do talk, don't you know?"
"You overstep yourself,"
Oscaro told her in a tight whisper.
"You are a bureaucrat with delusions of significance. I look forward to your fall."
Larry gave him a long, level stare, and then flicked emaciated fingers to dismiss him. Hevea watched the man go, all the tatters of his noblesse oblige drawn about him like a cloak, and was worried. Ravin. It would be possible for Ravin Uskaro to spin things for his allies back home, just about. The other builders, the rest of the Uskaro clan on Magda, the nativist lobby back in Hue. Everyone was incensed enough about the cartels muscling in and taking over. Nobody was happy. He'd stared down that withered old hag Larry and wouldn't give her the satisfaction. He'd assured his nephew, Peter, that everything was going according to plan, that losses were inevitable. There was always a grander plan behind anything the enemy had uncovered or torn down. Were they not magnates of Magda, most powerful of the colonies? Only back aboard his ship, proof against any prying eyes as it prepared to leave Estok, could he stare at his own reflection and admit that he was stymied. Everything the hateful Larry had said was true. He and the builders had been outmanoeuvred, their secrets stolen, their work uncovered, and now co-opted for this ludicrous eye business. They were going to strike against the architects, were they? Expend every int and every chance humanity had on some lunatic scheme. Larry could sneer all she wanted about the arcs, and just how skewed that project might have become from its original humanitarian aims. At least we would preserve something of humanity. The architects made planets their sport, but they hadn't gone chasing after the space-bound Neramathi or attacked Partheni garden ships. Regular humanity needed to save itself. And yes, that small slice of humanity left would be governed by men like Ravin Uskaro. But then that was his role. He was born into a governing class, blessed by a superior heredity. It was just the way things were. Ironically, he felt that the most honest amongst his opposite numbers in the Partheni would agree with him on this one point. They were, after all, a eugenics project run out of control. Their founder had picked over and chosen which elements of humanity to include in their genetic makeup to make her perfect race. Yet people like Larry couldn't see the danger in that. As long as the Parthenon remained intact and a threat, though, Larry would use them as a stick to beat him with, just as she probably used the colonial navy as a stick to threaten them in turn. Such a small woman, such an insignificant pen-pusher, and yet she'd somehow installed herself at the balance point of the political universe, her finger on the scales. Ravin could swear revenge as much as he liked. Right now, he had no way to bring it, except to deploy whatever agents he could and hope that the dribble of information he'd sneaked out from the Eye Project would yield something useful. That was another sobering thing. It was all very well to put on that iron front for Larry, but he hadn't given the order for his agent to terminate herself. She'd done that entirely of her own mind. A dead int helped nobody, and he knew the liaison board ints were problematic. The process that turned them into intermediaries was mostly fatal, while the survivors emerged damaged. But the Ark fleet was profoundly reliant on having that stock of intermediaries to draw on, without which it was a slave to the throughways, vulnerable and limited. He would like to think that his agent's final desperate act was born out of the ingrained loyalty and conditioning they'd tried to instill in the leashed ints. Larry had stripped enough layers from his composure that he could see escape there, though. "I'm not a monster," he told his reflection. "It is necessary we do these things. It is necessary that humanity have more intermediaries through whatever means. The survival of the species." When the chime came, he expected it to be his crew, telling him they were ready for him to go into suspension for the trip. Instead, it was an external communication. He froze. He'd put himself into isolation so he could work through these dark thoughts and then face the rest of the universe with proper composure. Hence, whoever was contacting him now was making a particular point. We can circumvent your security. Larry, he guessed. The woman couldn't resist rubbing his nose in it. You can't get your spies past us, but we can get to you. He wouldn't give her the satisfaction. But then the chime went again, a delicate musical note, played by a real metal hammer delicately striking a physical bell, because the Oscaro knew how to appreciate the finer things. He flattened his features to his customary polite disdain, and his headwear signalled the comms system to open a channel. He couldn't quite retain control of his features. He knew his eyes widened, and his eyebrows twitched. It wasn't Larry. Instead, he stared into an all-too-familiar and yet entirely unexpected face. Chapter 4. Ollie. "That," said Ollie, "was just about the most fucked-up thing I ever saw." Kittering, at her back on the swaying howdah they were travelling on, made a brief ticking sound that was probably agreement. His translator was currently trying to wrestle with a new software patch that let him speak to certain local species in their own language about 2 times out of 3. His ability to chat in Colville had degraded commensurately.
"I mean, is this a regular occurrence in this gig?"
Ollie went on. She was strapped into her walking frame, which was clinging to the howdah's soft organic floor with most of its legs, but she spared one to prod the woman beside her. As always, jabbing a Tothiat felt more like poking a wall than a person. Heremon didn't say anything, and neither did the segmented lobster thing that ran down her spine and was apparently also Heremon. The whole Tothiat entity gave Ollie the creeps, but right now she was on a very alien world, within a very alien polity, and at least Heremon looked human and could do normal speech and expressions and so on. She'd half expected to be offered the Tothiat treatment herself when they'd come here to the world of Desecrat. She was currently amongst the favourites of an SEL crime lord and/or fallen angel, depending on exactly how you translated the hegemonic concepts to a human level. And being a Tothiat was apparently a living hell of constant and formative pain that also made you the next best thing to immortal, which was what Aklu the Unspeakable, the Razor and the Hook looked for in its lieutenants. Ollie had met 3 of them so far, 2 of whom had not, she considered smugly, survived the experience. Admittedly, in one case she'd had nothing whatsoever to do with it, but right now she was in a strange and hostile place, and she'd take her confidence boosters where she could. But nobody had offered to graft an alien lobster wasp onto her to make her immortal, and she wasn't sure whether to be relieved or insulted by that. Given she'd been born without most of the standard human complement of limbs, she also wasn't sure what the symbiont would have made of her. Probably, the thing would have considered the business a bit of a raw deal, she thought sourly. Plus, its intrusion would doubtless have robbed her of her knack of getting inside drones and other remotes, which was what actually made her useful to anyone. So overall, she should come down heavily on the relieved side of the equation. But it was still a bit galling not to be asked. Except Aklu wasn't a creature that took no for an answer when offers were on the table. Aklu was a founding member of the I Cartel, currently dictating galactic policy, and it had decided Ollie was someone it wanted as a travelling companion, or possibly a pet. It was hands down the scariest and most powerful single entity Ollie had come across, short of an actual architect, which made what she'd just seen all the more shocking. They were coming up to what passed for a spaceport on Desecrat, basically a great big metal plate, and some sort of ungodly powerful gravitic engine sunk into the earth beneath it. This would then just lift them, and a bubble of convenient atmosphere, all the way up to orbit, where Aklu's ship would be waiting for them, which meant Ollie would have to sort out the logistics of getting down from the thing they were currently riding. It looked something like a jellyfish would if it had grown to the size of an elephant and evolved to walk about on land. The entire creature was rubbery and unpleasant, and the crown-shaped howdah seemed constantly on the point of slipping off it. Here she was in the heart of the hegemony, the most technologically advanced polity humans had ever met, and apparently they'd developed past the need for efficiency. In fact, taking your own sweet time about everything was absolutely the hegemony's thing, as far as she could work out, and sometimes that time seemed to be never. On all sides of them was a landscape that probably counted as jungle. It looked more like feathers 40 feet high, in darkly iridescent blues and purples. If she reached a metal leg out to prod them, the individual fronds retreated from her like tube worms. And there was no actual path. The forest really was on all sides, except some vibration or signal meant this forest was constantly shrinking away from their mount in its direction of travel, and then bursting back into place behind them. "They have engines buried everywhere," Heremon had told her on arrival. "You need a thing, they conjure it up, carry it in, make it happen. Nothing you can see the workings of, though." It was apparently how a lot of the hegemony worked, sufficiently advanced tech actively trying to look like magic. The cleared disk of their ride up into orbit was ahead. Ollie wondered if their viscous mount would deign to crouch down, or whether she'd have to scale the side of the damn thing, or, worst of all, have to ask for assistance. She'd wanted to come in her Scorpion, the Castigar-built engineering frame that was good for everything up to and including full-on war. But apparently that wasn't appropriate. Goddamn Essiel propriety. "So, the chief," she asked Heremon, "it'll be along?" The Tothiat had said nothing since the ceremony they'd just witnessed. Fair enough. Ollie hadn't exactly felt chatty right after. It had been a sight. Still, the woman was taking avoidance of the subject a bit far, and Ollie prodded her again, harder this time, enough to make the whole howdah wobble. Heremon looked at her, and Ollie would have welcomed a snarl or a scowl or a harsh word. She knew where she was with that. Instead, there were tears in her eyes. Actual human misery. Ollie opened her mouth to make some kind of mean capital out of it, then found that she didn't actually hate Heremon that much anymore. "I'm getting soft." The spectacle had taken place in an amphitheatre deep in the jungle, a hollowed-out hemisphere 1/2 kilometre across, walled with stone and hidden engines. 7 Essiel had been waiting there, each on its own hovering couch, and attended to by a retinue of red-clad human cultists, as well as skittering little Timeree and a handful of other species Ollie didn't even know the names of. The red, vaguely frog-like ones were the Desecrat locals, she understood. Aklu had arrived with its own entourage, consisting solely of Ollie, Kit, Heremon, and the golden hiver frame that acted as its major domo and translator. It rode in its own couch, which hid the tentacled prosthetic limbs it used to get around when things got nasty. Seeing Aklu get personally nasty was a terrifying thing, given how swift and strong that prosthetic frame was, but for Ollie, connoisseur of the walking frame, it was also a thrilling sight. The thing was, Aklu was a scary son of a bitch, except here it was leaving the 3 of them behind to glide forwards alone to the very centre of this vast stone bowl. It appeared as a long shell standing on its end, like the other Essiel. At the top was its fan of thin arms and eye stalks, at the bottom its serpentine holdfast, which it now uncoiled, relinquishing its grip on the couch so that gravitic fields could lift it into the air. Ollie felt a deep squirm of wrongness in her gut at the sight. There was something primal and awe-inspiring, seeing the alien lifted up, its tail describing naked arabesques, and its array of limbs unfolded like a fan. The complex tracery of silver across its 3-metre-long shell flowed like mercury. "So what's—" Ollie had started, and then columns of liquid had thrust up, surrounding Aklu, forming into hard translucent engines, that reminded her too much of the crystal puppets architects deployed on the ground when the monsters needed to get their hands dirty. For a moment, everything was still, and even she recognized a point in time when her voice and input were not required. She wasn't sure where the light came from when it did, whether the pillars were harvesting the sunlight or generating it themselves or what. The air around them shivered and lensed, and then there were beams between them, leaping across the space that they enclosed, meaning they intersected with Aklu. Where they did, they drew on the alien's shell, scoring black lines from which the char evaporated like dust, leaving new channels. It happened seemingly at random, by accident, as though nobody had checked to see if an enormous alien shellfish was in the way before turning the lasers on. And then Ollie could almost see a pattern in it. Each little handspan of line burned in a particular order, joining up erratically, an entire picture written in tiny sections. Or else it was writing the latest chapter of a long record to be added to all the meandering script already carved into Aklu's shell. She'd thought it was just the shell at first, but then she'd brought up an image magnifier from her walker and seen that each line burned clear through, smoking into the shuddering grey flesh beneath. It hurt. She could see how much it hurt. Aklu's long holdfast writhed and spasmed, and its arms jerked and shuddered, going into little fits of semaphore. She'd seen an Essiel die before, at Aklu's pleasure, in fact, so she knew how graceful and delicate their pain could appear to human eyes. "They're torturing the boss," she'd said eventually. "That's the deal, huh?" The boss was her best human approximation of where she stood with Aklu now, and nobody had tried to correct her.
"The brief and abstract record of the Hook," intoned the Hiver in their musical voice, "its crimes and failures inscribed up to date, the chronicle of all its deviations." She'd assumed all that silver lacework already webbing Aklu's shell was just surface decoration. But no, the mercury sat in channels cut clear through to the inside, so that she wasn't sure how her boss even stayed together, save by constant application of a personal graphitic field. Why did Aklu, the rebel angel, placidly return and submit to whatever the hell this even was? It was a criminal, wasn't it? A rogue element, and yet also somehow the whipping boy for its whole culture. With the Essiel, even rebellion was enacted according to specific rules and rituals. "I am involved in something crazy. I need to get out." But weirdly, the whole hours-long process seemed to bind her more closely to the monstrous creature. She was in a circle now. To see this atrocity was, apparently, a great honour. And Aklu was her monster. She wanted to storm over and shout at the other Essiel, break their stuff and make a nuisance of herself. But she wasn't important enough to be a nuisance, and their stuff was some liquid tech you couldn't break. She still felt indignant rage at what they were doing to her boss, though. In that instant, she understood that boss wasn't just lip service. Something about the razor and the hook's life in defiance of the hegemony spoke to the rebel inside her that had never agreed to live within her inbuilt limitations. Then it was time to leave, go back to that part of the universe she at least halfway understood. Aklu and the Major Domo would be back on the almighty scythe of morning shortly, she was told, after they'd filled in all that new carving with quicksilver. Another instalment of crimes written there for every other Essiel to see. The jellyfish, octopus, elephant thing she was on now compressed itself down to about a half-metre in height, meaning she could step daintily down to the lifter plate without any difficulty at all. Even the monsters were all modcons in hegemonic space. "Considerable gladness in leaving," Kittering announced as they touched down on the metal. Ollie could only agree. The plate began its smooth ascent,
just a big disk of metal flying off to orbit without any visible assistance whatsoever. Ollie came from a culture where it was practically a point of pride to have all your wiring and pipes exposed to view, so you could more easily fix the problems you just knew were going to spring up. The hegemony gave her the creeps, frankly, and that wasn't even the maddest thing about this business. For her money, the absolute intergalactic lunacy prize went to the fact that, as they ascended, there was literally nothing else but that jungle, with its unseen frog-like denizens. Apart from the faint suggestion of the amphitheatre off in the distance, half hidden in feathery trees like a ruined temple, there was nothing more on the entire planet. Desecrat had a single purpose within the Essiel hegemony. It was where they brought their wayward sons to punish them. Other than that, the frogs were left to get on with whatever the fuck they actually spent their time on. An entire world, just to wrap the notional knuckles of Aklu and its fellow fallen. Or maybe the prize went to Aklu, because it kept coming back to have those non-existent knuckles wrapped. But it sure as hell wasn't Ollie's place to say anything. She'd just sit here in her walking frame, borne skyward by tech she, the technician, couldn't even understand, and think about how she'd somehow ended up a part of all this crazy. Back on Aklu's ship, she went first to the lower dock levels to make sure her vulture god hadn't been disassembled by one of its goons. Aklu had good technicians, but they were also criminals, and she didn't want to find out at an inconvenient moment that her personal getaway had been stripped and sold for parts. The ship bays of the almighty Scythe of Morning didn't have the same raucous, echoing workplace air she was used to. They were part temple, part zoo. When she'd finished running diagnostic checks on the Vulture and got back into her Scorpion, she went to take a look at the latter end of the scale. Because she liked that. It was calming. She got on with the monsters better than the people around here, although some of the monsters were people too. They had one regular Ogdru to manage the others, who served as the Scythe's battery of navigators. The hegemony didn't have human intermediaries yet, although with the franchise being expanded to the bloody Parthenon, it was probably only a matter of time. Instead, when the divine Essiel wanted to travel through unspace away from the throughways, they used these beasties. Regular Ogdru, as far as Ollie understood, were a peaceable, aquatic species, about twice human size, and kind of scary-looking, but philosophical, and very slow to anger. Back in the evolutionary day, however, they'd been the top predator in their ancient oceans, and every so often an Ogdru pup was born who channeled their inner monster a bit too well. The hunting instincts and general lack of manners were paired with a suite of spatial senses that opened the doors of unspace to them, without all the angst and hand-wringing that Ollie's friend Idris was so prone to. On the other hand, Idris was at least theoretically more biddable than a mature hunting Ogdru. Aklu kept 3 on hand, 2 huge adults that were a good 15 metres long, and scared the crap out of Ollie whenever she went near their tanks. And Junior. Junior was already bigger than her, almost the size of a regular Ogdru, save that the feral kind grew way larger. When she approached its tank, which was to say a great orb of water held together by a gravitic field, it eeled its way over and brushed against the side, so she could extend one of the scorpion's limbs and scratch its rock-hard scales. The front end of an Ogdru was basically a 4-way jaw fringed with a band of sensory tendrils. The back end of them was muscular, coiling tentacles. One of the adults could have got a good hold on the vulture god and crushed its hull, she reckoned, should such an unfortunate encounter ever occur. But Junior was frisky and playful, like the universe's most murderous squid puppy. She liked Junior, and Junior had taken a shine to her, probably because she could scratch the monster with an arm that didn't register as edible. She was glad to be back aboard and within arm's reach of her own ship. The hegemony freaked her out. Aklu freaked her out, and as soon as the suitably chastised crime boss was back aboard, they'd be measuring the throughways back to the fringes of colonial space and Estoc. This should theoretically have made her feel better, except Ollie found, sitting there and feeding Junior torso-sized chunks of unidentifiable meat, that the prospect made her uneasy. Things had spiraled way out of her control, or even understanding back there. Her old pals were all involved in something that seemed just as mad as the ritual she'd recently watched on Desecrat. Everyone was suddenly friends with people who were not, Ollie was damn sure, her friends. Being here, surrounded by thugs and cultists, was almost normal in comparison. And sure, she'd seemed the logical pick to be human liaison to this aberrant branch of the cartel, but right now she wasn't sure who she was supposed to report on or to whom. She brought up the Scorpion's internal slate to see what reports she'd received. That was a thing now. Paperwork, albeit sans paper, and it was a burden of her own making for sure. Someone had been fool enough to make her the favourite of a crime lord, and that meant that when the Scorpion went and loomed over one of Aklu's people and Ollie asked nicely, things happened. It wasn't exactly power. She wasn't someone like Herimon, whose mere word could have people tortured or killed just because she was having a bad day. And, Ollie was forced to admit, she herself had a sufficient number of bad days that it was probably just as well. But if she asked for a little info, an eye on the multifarious dealings of the Broken Harvest, then she got it, no questions asked. Along with the killers, thieves and smugglers, Aklu employed a lot of clerks and accountants and the like, which meant a whole lot of information went through its organisation, and Ollie had been spooning it out for her own personal use. It was probably going to get her into trouble when someone joined the dots, or else this was just one other thing that would have been problematic anywhere else, but they did things differently in the hegemony, and so nobody cared. Ollie had been collecting news, however, of ships where they weren't supposed to be. Most of the Harvest's business involved ships where they weren't supposed to be anyway, and she reckoned she was seeing a pattern in what else they saw out there too. Not architects, that was above her pay grade. Not an alien menace like the Neramathi either. Nothing so grand. Ollie was more worried about what their ostensible allies were doing. She was still pondering this as she put herself into suspension, ready for their journey, and dropping out of the real. Her unease only grew when they woke her up at Estoc. They doglegged it across unspace from system to system, using the Ogdru to pull them out at each throughway terminus well away from any planet. They were criminals, after all. Neither the hegemony nor the colonies were exactly pleased to see them. Even though Aklu was a part of this cartel at the Eye who were calling the shots, stopping to answer questions and demand, "Don't you know who I am?" every time they emerged, was just an exercise in time-wasting. So she'd been in suspension a good while, and woke up to find the whole Parthenon Navy cruising around the shipyards at Estoc as if they owned the place. Well, okay, 3 ships, but they were big ones, and supposedly their presence was all about shift changes for the Partheni Ints, who were helping out at the Eye. The Partheni liked to keep their new human weapons well protected, after all. Which was fooling nobody, honestly. It wasn't as though having a big ship could save you from an architect, but it would let you go toe-to-toe with other humans. They were doing it because they'd be going for the colonies the moment Cartel HQ gave the universe the all-clear. Some of Ollie's best friends were pathos, or maybe not quite that. One person she got on with all right was Partheni, though Ollie liked to think that Solace had been out of the nest long enough that she'd started to pick up a few colonial ways and pull that stick at least halfway out of her ass. But the rest of them, it truly freaked Ollie out the way everyone was treating the Parthenon as their best mate, just because it was playing nicely with the anti-architect offensive. The woman who'd designed its culture and genomes from the ground up had possessed a particular vision for the future of the human race, and Ollie was damn sure that a fuck-up like her wasn't a part of it. Solace could talk forever about how that wasn't the path they'd chosen to take, but Ollie was confident someone in Patho High Command had a 7-point genocide plan tacked up on their wall. And, just as with those bastard Arkmen, once you've made the plan and you've got the wealth or power to make it happen, nature takes its course, doesn't it? Once she'd boarded the Eye, they gathered the whole gang together for once. Chris reconfigured the refectory there to put a chain of tables together, and they actually ended up eating a proper colonial-style found family meal, meaning the horrible prefab food from the printers they'd bolted onto the alien stone walls, but that was home cooking to Ollie. She and Kit were there, and Chris. Ollie wanted to talk to Chris, like the old times, just bitch and complain and exasperate her, except Chris was sitting next to Solace, and the pair of them were chattering away like they were new best friends forever. Sure, they'd been left with only their own company since Idris had been down the well, and Ollie had been off on her cultural exchange trip in the Hegemony, but still, it was galling that Chris wasn't just putting that down now Ollie was back and making herself available to be bitched at. They had Trine there too, the Hiver unit with the holographic face, who'd been a big-shot originator scholar since the war, supposedly. Trine sat on Ollie's other side and talked, but at least they were engaging enough, even though they only really talked about themselves. Their phantom face twinkled and smiled, and the battery of arms set into their cylindrical body tore apart every morsel placed in front of them and fed it to the colony of cyborg roaches that lived inside them. Ollie was fine with that, because Hivers were good people as far as she was concerned. So she listened to Trine distantly, while Chris and Solace got in each other's way over some anecdote. She wondered if the pair of them were sleeping together yet, because everyone knew how the Partheni were in that department, and Chris wasn't exactly shy. Ollie scowled down at her food. At the other end of the table, past Trine, there was the creepy science guy, Shinandri, picking at his food and occasionally uttering a shrill titter at the Hiver's wit. Across from him was Tokamak Jane, the Eye's chief technician, who was a proper colonial tech in Ollie's exacting book. The way she'd rigged the facility up for human occupation, by just nailing every damn thing they might need to the wall, no frills, no fuss, was the sort of practical thinking Ollie admired. So she and Kit talked tech with Jane across the table, and that at least felt normal and reasonable. More than normal, if Ollie was honest with herself. What with how weird everyone else had got, sometimes it felt like Jane was the only human being around here that Ollie could actually understand. Past Kit, after a pointed gap, there was Idris, slumped on the far side of the table, like he'd turned up early for his own funeral. They'd finally coaxed his mind out of the well, and his body out of the machinery that Jane and Shinandri had developed. He looked miserable, but that was just Idris' standard as far as Ollie was concerned. Eventually, he met her gaze and mustered a wan smile, and she wanted to take him by the skinny arm, the single natural arm he still had, rather than the mechanical replacement for the one he'd lost, and get him alone to talk. Not like the old days, because Idris had never been a talker, but about the old days, and how things weren't the same. They'd been crew on a tramp salvager. A good one, true, because they'd had Idris, and could do the deep void work nobody else was able to, but still just crew. A little tin can family, just like most spacers ended up in. The two of them, plus Chris and Kit, Captain Rollo, dead. Barney, dead. The Hiver Medvig, also dead. Spacers died and life went on, but it felt to Ollie that life had taken a sharp turn, and she hadn't been consulted. I've just spent way too much time as an Essiel's pet, because it felt more like home than being with my actual friends. The conversation lulled, and there was her chance to say, "This isn't what I signed up for. I'm not happy with it. Can we just not?" Except they were doing important things here. They were saving the universe from the architects. Where exactly did the personal preferences of one Ollie Antimo figure in all that? Besides, Ollie Antimo bitched and complained, but she didn't get upset. She was tough and ornery, and didn't feel abandoned by her friends or get depressed because life had moved on. That was for people like Idris. Ollie was the person who was always there to clean up the mess, not the one breaking into bits. So the moment passed, and she insulted Trine instead, which the Hiver was more than able to riposte to. Then she and Kit broke out a little landstep board, and she lost some money to him, and they both went on to rook the crap out of Shinandri and Jane in a 2 versus 2, which was fine. But Solace and Chris's laughter grated away at the back of her mind, and she looked forwards at how things might go once they'd actually accomplished what they were trying to do here. She didn't see everyone coming back to the Vulture God and resuming a life of itinerant salvaging. They'd be big shots with big prospects, unlike her. Or else there'd be a war on, and they'd be choosing sides. Ollie knew which damn side she was on, and she wasn't sure it'd be the same as Chris's. It certainly wouldn't be the same as Solace's. Fucking Parthenon. She made some brusque Ollie-esque excuse, and then had her walking frame tap off out of the refectory. She was going to play with Junior again, and plot the downfall of her enemies. Chapter 5. Ollie. Your face, Ollie said derisively, almost like the universe doesn't revolve round you after all, which it does, in case you didn't notice, or this bit of it here anyway. Idris wouldn't even look at her. It was the day after the big meal. Nobody was letting him play with the cool machines, owing to how much he'd overdone it. Instead, someone had sat him down with a bowl of tofu soya in front of him, although he wasn't actually eating it. Ollie cast a look around in case Solace or one of her sisters was in earshot, and then flicked the facing chair out of the way so she could take its place with her walker frame. Idris, she prompted, and then used one of the frame's rubber leg tips to jab his shin.
Hi, Ollie. Yes, Idris. It's me,
he mumbled. One hand found the spoon and separated out a scoop of food, then didn't seem to know what to do with it. Fuck me! They said you'd been frying your brain, but I didn't realise you'd turned the heat up so high. Ollie shook her head disgustedly. You need to go for a good lie down and stare at the ceiling for 12 hours or something. One of the many screwed up things about Idris was that he hadn't slept for longer than Ollie had been alive. Or aged, apparently. They'd done a real number on him when they made him an int. At last, Idris looked directly at her, and Ollie had to brace herself against the withering distances buried in his gaze.
They won't let me back down the well until I rest, he said, voice shivering.
His organic hand was jumping and fidgeting on the table. The mechanical prosthesis that was his left hand held the spoon completely still.
But I can't rest. I need to go back down the well.
There's a whole list of things you need, and help is at the top of it, Ollie grumbled. Listen.
I'm so close.
He was very quiet, but somehow he cut her off anyway. To the architects? Their nest or whatever the fuck?
To them.
For a moment, she'd forgotten what he meant. But then it came back to her. The supposed masters he'd been going on about since Berlinhof. As far as Ollie was concerned, just kicking the architects themselves was absolutely fine. But she'd heard Idris going on about it enough that she knew better than to argue the point. Look, she tried, you've been pushing yourself, right? You need a break. But like you say, you can't just put your head down. You need a change of scenery, is what? Idris looked at her bleakly.
Ollie?
Hear me out. You need a break. I need a navigator. To go do a bit of scouting around the local area. Security check, see right? We all need a hobby. She was talking too fast, and he was in way too deep with Solace and the Parthenon for her actually to tell him why. She'd need hard evidence for that, and to get hard evidence she needed him. His senses, and his ability to take the vulture god anywhere.
How's about it? Come on a little skip around on the god. Be like old times. Get your mind settled. Into unspace the old-fashioned way. None of this strapping you into a fucking torture lab like I've seen over at the wellhead.
Ollie, you don't understand. I've got to get back.
Look, a change of perspective could help, right? You see unspace from outside again, maybe it'll shake something loose.
It's not the same as being inside, as diving deep.
His voice hit a vein of something haunting, mournful, enough to make her shudder. Whatever Idris was on, it was eating him alive.
The well goes all the way down, Ollie, he told her. If I can just keep climbing, if I can do it without being found. We never knew how it worked until the eye, how unspace is structured. It may not be real, but it still has structure. Just like an idea can have a shape. Simply an idea. But the whole universe we know is stretched over it, like a skin. And it's small, Ollie. So small compared to the real. But at the heart of everything, everywhere, all the time, all at the same time. And at the heart of it...
A broken bit of laughter escaped him, alarmingly similar to one of Doc Shinandri's giggles.
Those old stories about the underworld. There's a monster. You ever read that? A monster to get past before you can cross over fully. There's a monster in unspace, Ollie. And I think there's something behind it.
Or just there, Ollie countered. I mean, why does it have to be things behind things behind things? Why not just the monster at the centre of everything? Given how fucked the universe is, that would actually make sense, you know.
But Idris was shaking his head violently.
No, I can feel them there. I just need to get past it and talk to them. Explain, like it was with the architects. Tell them we're here. Tell them they're killing us, and then it goes away. Then I can stop.
So what I'm getting here is that you're not coming with me on the god,
Ollie summarised, because if he could be a monomaniac, so could she. Idris just blinked at her, as though she'd started squeaking and stridulating like a Hanny, and she gave up.
Nothing doing, she sent to Kit. He's making no goddamn sense again.
Little clarity attaches to your own purposes either, Kittering returned shortly. She'd told him she wanted to take the god out on her own recognizance, but no more than that. And now she was faced with being limited to the throughways, because it wasn't as if anyone else was going to lend her an int, one of the galaxy's most in-demand resources right now. Unless...
Kit, I'm shuttling back to the scythe. I'll see you there. It's like this,
Ollie said, and then had to think about just how it was, or how it would come across best to Kit, anyway. She was in her scorpion now, because she preferred that, and on the almighty scythe of morning, it didn't raise many eyebrows. She'd collected Kittering from the vulture god, and they were in the hegemonic ship's aquarium, as she thought of it, with the Ogdru tanks floating like worlds on either side of them. Tell me what it is like, Kittering prompted. His immobile eyes were fixed on her, his body very still, and his shield arms planted on the ground, with the vague air of a human leaning on their elbows. His mouth parts fidgeted and twined about each other, and she'd known him long enough to read suspicion there.
All right then, she said. So, what you don't know is I've been doing a bit of digging while we've been off on harvest biz. Been playing spies, keeping track of the opposition.
The Parthenon, Kittering supplied helpfully. This is known.
No, listen, I'm trying to tell you what you don't know. Because I've been...
Wait. Ollie leant forwards in the scorpion's capsule.
What do you know?
Information has been accumulating on Partheni ship sightings, as reported by various agents associated with the Broken Harvest and those they deal with, Kit explained. Your source, Hexapos, is myself, drawing upon trading contacts to broaden your pool of data.
The fuck?
Ollie demanded, finding her thunder so thoroughly stolen.
Why didn't you say anything?
The presumption of clandestine activity precluded it, Kit said, and then clarified, I thought you were being secret.
I was being secret,
Ollie burst out, loud enough that her voice made ripples in the suspended bodies of water.
But listen, I thought you liked Solace.
Also you, Kit noted.
I don't not like Solace. I mean, for a patho she's okay, but she's all chain of command. If that monitor tack told her to jump, she wouldn't sit about arguing, right? And I don't reckon she asks questions because she knows she wouldn't like the answers. It's just, I don't trust the Parthenon. I mean, I don't trust Hugh either, but it's... Oh, fuck. I didn't realise you knew. I feel really fucking stupid now.
Pleasure can still be experienced in your wishing to tell me, even if the knowledge was already present, Kittering told her brightly. Are we done here?
Yes. No. Oh, look, have you got a slate handy?
He produced one from behind his shield arms and held it attentively, and she pitched over her carefully curated data. A complex tangle of connections like a conspiracy theorist's pinboard, showing all manner of sightings of Partheni vessels, or possible sightings, or rumours of where they'd been.
It looks like they're planning something, she explained, as Kit studied the data. I think they've been shifting ships into position to go after Hugh, or the cartel, or just something. I can listen to Solace all day about how they aren't like that, or they aren't like that anymore, or just... Then every time we're at the Eye, there's another 3 warships, and it's all, oh, we're just loading and offloading ints, honest. But one day it'll be, I mean, the Eye, the Arks, all of that just sitting there with fuck all protection. So maybe they want revenge for that garden ship of theirs that got trashed, or to take out the Ark fleet so those Hugh elites can't get away, or to capture the Eye for themselves, or something.
Kit stared at her, mouthparts still fidgeting, as her words trailed off. Ollie grimaced with frustration, snapping the claws of the scorpion and lashing its tail.
You don't believe me, do you? She finished. It all sounds crazy talk.
Belief is only partially the issue, Kittering said. You are not credible to me. I am not infallible to me. You are distressed by the possibility. What proposal is being made?
Are you humouring me? Ollie growled. Is that it? Letting me chase shadows for a bit, get it out of my system?
The rapid flicking of his mandibles eloquently conveyed exasperation, as his translator said, You will get no better than this. You would prefer I not humour you. I am being a friend. No charge. It was absolutely in her nature to kick against that and go on the attack, make it all about him and her, but she bit down on it, because he was offering quite the olive branch right now. He was agreeing to go along with her paranoia for old time's sake. It was, as he said, all she was going to get.
Well then, fine, she said. In that case, help me shift this big glob of water and get it hooked up to the god's nav console.
Clarification needed. The exclamation and question were right there in his translator's delivery.
Idris won't play ball, Ollie told him, but we'll get nowhere if we just piss about on the throughways like regular traffic. Parthenon has ints now. They're not going to be sitting around the regular spacer haunts with all their ships and soldiers. We need to go wide. And so, we're going to borrow Junior.
In retrospect, Ollie wondered if part of her had anticipated the plan would crash to a halt at the first hurdle. After all, she was only taking a priceless asset out of the hands of a godlike and criminally insane alien by walking into the centre of its power, surrounded by the murderous cultists who obeyed its every whim. Not something to be done lightly, she'd have thought, except she'd never pushed the boundaries of her nebulous influence with Aklu the Unspeakable before, and now she found they were considerably further out than she'd imagined. Presumably, the aforementioned criminal insanity of their chief meant that when one of Aklu's favourites turned up and started taking important stuff, nobody dared raise objections for fear of being summarily eviscerated or something. It would probably have been different if she'd run into Herimon or the Hiver Major Domo or some other leading light. As it was, she just found the controls for the gravitic generators that maintained Junior's spherical tank, worked out how to unlock them from the scythe structure, and then basically led the juvenile sea monster back to the vulture god as though she had it on a string. There was a 3-metre disc below the tank and a counterpart above, and between them they produced the sort of ironclad gravity field that would make a colonial engineer weep. It occurred to Ollie even then that her betrayal of the broken harvest was going to be twofold, because aside from stealing a priceless navigator, these generators alone were the liquid hegemonic tech that no other species could replicate. If she decided to make a run for it and sell her ill-gotten gains to Hugh or the Hanny or something, then she would probably become very rich and then very dead, in that order. Life goals. Junior and its tank filled a big chunk of the Vulture's drone bay, the only space big enough to fit it. She'd even had to take out her own control pod, which ordinarily was where she spent most of her time on board. Except, of course, the old god was running on a skeleton crew these days, what with Idris, Chris, and, she grudgingly included, Solace having so many better things to do. So she'd be up in command with Kit and give over her old stamping grounds to Junior. It was just as well she'd made relationship inroads with the immature specimen, she decided. If she tried to kidnap one of the big ones, then she'd have had to put the ship in the tank, rather than the tank in the ship. "Right then," she announced, when she'd got herself settled there in her walking frame, because the Scorpion didn't fit well. "I've got a plan. A search plan." Space was, as the saying went, very big. But even intermediaries didn't just turn up in the void between stars much, especially if they were, say, part of a fleet that was going to muster together. You needed landmarks to navigate by, meaning known systems. But if you were an int, those systems didn't need throughways. And distance was still a thing, as Ollie understood it. Parts of the universe which were further away meant more time to travel. So she'd been studying star maps, not the throughway network plans that looked like a cross between a planetary transport system and a bowl of ramen, but honest, old-fashioned 3D volumes of space, showing the arrangement of stars therein, starting with Estok in the centre and then working outwards. Because maybe, somewhere out there, she'd find traces of ships where there shouldn't be any. Drive signatures, waste products, debris. Suggestions that someone with ready access to ints, the Parthenon, let's just say, hypothetically, was shifting a big old fleet of warships around in preparation for taking control of the Eye. Ollie may not have understood much of what was going on at Estok, but she did understand that the Eye was 100% the biggest prize in the galaxy right now. And all those snippets and sightings, that insidious trickle of reports she'd scavenged from the Harvest's sources of information, contributed to her suspicions that the perfect genetic exemplars of the Parthenon were not going to be happy to share that prize for much longer. Clandestinely, silently, the warrior angels were on the move. "Junior, you linked in?" When she'd ensconced the Ogdru in the drone bay, its generators had seemed to be making connections to the god's systems, a little too readily for comfort, to be honest. She knew Junior couldn't understand her or reply, though, because the feral Ogdru weren't actually sentient like that. Smart animals, basically. Smart and vicious, but that was how Ollie liked them. She fed her wild goose chase coordinates into the god's system and waited to see what sort of response she got. The possibility that some essential software incompatibility would scotch the entire mission seemed fairly high. "Junior?" Her voice would come through in the drone bay, and she knew the liquid surface of the tank conducted sounds inwards. Ogdru certainly used sound and hearing as part of their mundane sensory suite. "You ready to go hunting? Just give the word, flap a flipper or something." She had an eye on the bay, seeing the tentacled shape circle round and round in its little globe of sea. "No system activity is detected," Kittering noted mournfully. "Yeah," Ollie agreed. "Hey, Junior, let's go here," flagging up her first search point in the god's navigational systems, a location off the throughway grid where she could never get the ship to by herself. "I am going to have to kidnap Idris, aren't I?" For a moment, her mind became entirely occupied with the image of a trail of cake crumbs or something, leading Idris unwittingly into the vulture god, where she could shut the door on him and remind him who his actual friends were. She almost missed it when Kit said, "Drive activity registering." They bullied their way into unspace, as though ramming the boundary. It wasn't anything like the way Idris did it, not even when he'd been stutter-jumping them through the battlefield off Berlinhof that one time. Junior just took control of the god's gravitic drives and made the ship an extension of its body. And because Junior was at heart a brutal ambush predator, given to sudden open-moored rushes, they tore brutally into the interstice between the real and unreal, and Ollie was abruptly reeling, alone in the god's command bay, as alone as any human had ever been, the only real thing in the whole universe. So alone that she was in danger of going out the other side and meeting something she really didn't want to. She fought the walker out to where the suspension beds were, knowing that, in his own universe, Kit would be skittering down to the Hanny-adapted couch in his own quarters. Getting her truncated body out of the walker and into the bed was a further challenge, and all the while, the hairs on the back of her neck were telling her that something was paying attention. It had noticed poor Ollie Antimo struggling with her biological limitations, and that was like blood in the water. Then she collapsed into the suspension bed, that part of it she even filled, and used her implants to set it to wake her the moment they came out of unspace. She mentally flicked the final switch to put herself under. By that time, her eyes were closed, because she didn't want to look through the bed's clear cover and see the something looking back at her. And then the bed was waking her again, and she was instantly up and flailing, aware that if her hunch paid off this first time, she was by no means ready to exploit it. She linked into the ship's sensors and systems, demanding reports. Nothing. They had come back to the real far closer to the star than a regular navigator would have liked, but presumably the Ogdru didn't care about that so much, just as they didn't seem to care about the whole horrors of unspace thing that so oppressed the human mind. The advantages of being a dumb brute. There were 3 planets in system, 1 rock, and 2 big balls of gas way out. Ollie ran all the scans she'd prepared to uncover the footprints of the encroaching Partheni fleet. But nothing. This was just the first step, though, and she had a whole board of possibilities. Even narrowed down to the volumes within striking distance of Estoc, space was very big. She liaised briefly with Kit, and then flagged up the next pin in her board. Didn't even get out of bed this time, and made sure she was headed into suspension even as Junior took hold of their drives again. By the 9th exit into the real, she had a system going. She'd always known it would be a long haul after all. She woke, checked the readings, then had the god potter about a bit. She'd seen big red stars and blue-white stars, yellow friendly stars, and one sullen, ancient ember that barely qualified for the name. There had been planets that were rocks, and some that were balls of ice, and one that had been hosting a thriving biosphere of eye-offending green. Maybe there were even creatures down there who might look up at the sky and speculate about life elsewhere. But since this whole system was cut off from the throughways, and Ollie didn't have the time to go say hi, nobody would ever know. She had a lot of other destinations on the itinerary, after all. Idris and the other ints might always complain about the toll of spending too much time awake in unspace, but by the 28th wake-up call, Ollie was starting to think they had it easy compared to bouncing in and out of suspension like a rubber ball. Junior was apparently more than happy to romp around like a half-trained puppy, while they'd still discovered precisely nothing. Oh, a barrel full of data she could probably sell to the cartography corps, but not what she'd been so sure they'd find. No fingerprints of a stealthy Partheni noose drawing tight about Estoc in the silent void where regular traffic didn't go. She was frustratingly aware this didn't mean they weren't out there, with so much of the universe to hide in, even within an easy step. But having spent so long working out the optimal way ships could sneak up on the Eye Project, she'd just been so certain she'd catch them red-handed. It had all been a pipe dream, born of her own suspicion, though, and a need to feel as though she was doing something. "Kit, I've made a mistake," she admitted. She was out of the bed now, her search paused, back in the walker and tottering over to command.
"This was the expected revelation,"
Kittering said over ship's comms. More mobile than she was, he was already at his board when she got there. "Didn't believe me from the start, right?"
"That is correct."
"Going to say I told you so?"
"On the basis that no such words were said, it would be inaccurate. Consider yourself indulged. Do you feel better?"
Ollie shot the Hanny a narrow look. "Humouring me still?"
"As a friend."
Who knew what friend really meant to Kit? But Hanny and humans saw eye to eye well enough, so she reckoned it was a concept the species had in common. She preferred to believe that anyway. "I've been a dumbass," she admitted.
"No arguments here."
"Fuck it," she decided. "Let's go home and see how much trouble we're in with Aklu." And then Junior took control of the ship. She hadn't designed the interface that way, but apparently the hegemonic tech could effortlessly get past the locks and bars she'd placed on it. She'd been exercising Junior well enough up until this moment, so the Ogdru hadn't had any objections, but now they'd stopped chasing around, her rambunctious pet was bored. "No, wait!" Ollie managed, before the vulture god plunged back into unspace. She'd only got her walker halfway back to the suspension beds when they were out again, and she managed a half-sentence of profanity and garbled injunctions to Junior before the Ogdru thrust them back out of the reel once more. Alone again, Ollie had a moment's panic, feeling that invisible presence still with them from last time, rather than resetting back to square one like it should have done. She almost fell out of her frame, then had its metal legs pelting for the beds again. They were out into the reel even as she got there, shouting at Junior and hearing Kit shouting at her. Then, under again, fighting with her implants and the ship's systems, trying to override Junior's access, and yet terrified that if she did so, when they were in unspace, they might never come out. Springing into the reel, getting ship sensor readouts, and knowing they were someplace completely off her search grid, she realised Junior wasn't even continuing her hunt, just dashing about the universe at random, completely off the leash, because it was a half-grown alien sea monster with an intermediary's grasp of unspace, and she'd been treating it like a pet. When they plunged back into unspace the next time, she didn't want to go into suspension, because by then she could absolutely sense it aboard the ship. That mythical it Idris used to talk about. It was there, right outside in the central corridor, and if she went under, it would still be there, and would come to stand over her pod and stare down at her helpless form and... out into the reel, a jarring, tumbling exit. She was pleading with Junior now, just bawling into the comms. "No more! Not again, please!" And then Kit was saying, "Hailing is occurring." "What?" she demanded. "Correcting. Orders to prepare for boarding. We are targeted." Ollie scrabbled for the sensors, then saw what was out there. They were in a system known only by a number in the colonial database. The cartography corps had never even gone there. An angry orange star was surrounded by a ring of dust and rocks, wide-spaced, that had either never become planets or had ceased being planets a long time ago. And they had come out right up close to the Partheni fleet. It was here. Junior hadn't just been rushing about like a dog with attention span problems. It had grasped what she was after and had been hunting for her, only doing it properly, casting through the void for a scent. Because hunting was what the feral Ogdru understood. One of them had tracked the god through unspace before, which wasn't supposed to be possible by colonial understanding. The Ogdru experienced the unreal at a deeper level even than human ints, if only they could communicate their experiences. Now Junior had found their quarry. A whole fleet, 4 big warships, and their swarm of attendant vessels, just lurking out here beyond the throughways, exactly as Ollie had imagined. Except she'd also imagined spotting them from a hell of a longer way out than this, and they were already pinning the god down with their targeting, demanding to know who she was, demanding her surrender so they could get a squad of myrmidons aboard. Ollie had no illusions how that would go. "Get us home!" she shouted, trying to put together instructions in a way that Junior would understand. Right then, the Partheni lost patience with them and started shooting. Kit had already thrown up the best of their gravitational shielding, and perhaps the Partheni hadn't expected a shoddy little tug to be packing quite that much punch, because the first scatter of accelerator shot diffracted away from them in a rainbow of frustrated targeting. "Go!" Ollie was shouting at Junior, sending every conceivable signal to the Ogdru tank. Cameras from the drone bay just showed their impromptu navigator turning somersaults in its tank, seemingly very pleased with itself. "I got you here," Junior seemed to be saying. "Aren't I clever?" "Go! Home! Back to Aklu! God damn it! Home!" Ollie shouted pointlessly. If Junior wasn't receiving her electronic signals, then it certainly wasn't hearing her meagre human voice. By the next chain of shot, the Partheni gunners had compensated, and it carved into them. They seemed to be aiming to cripple, so they could unshell the god of its contents and find out just who knew what. It was slipshod spacer engineering that saved the day, as no part of the old salvage's innards was entirely where it was supposed to be. Everything inside it had been rerouted a dozen times since its original construction. Ollie saw a scatter of damage notifications, but the vital systems the pathos had been aiming for survived. Still, the board lit up red, and the ship gave a convincing impression of being about to give up the ghost. Junior got the meaning of that, ramming them back into unspace so hard that Ollie bit her tongue. They travelled for longer this time, with the presence already on board. Prowling between her and the suspension beds now, the cunning bastard. She couldn't let herself go under anyway, because she didn't know what might be waiting when they emerged into the real. So Ollie closed her eyes and cut off her own access to the ship's systems. And she fought herself over her own attempts to re-establish it, because her one backhanded advantage right now was that her ability to kill herself would be limited if she couldn't use the ship as a suicide method. After far too long, they were back in the real, and every muscle her body possessed ached from being clenched and strained, and she swore never to rag on Idris again. "Kit?" she asked, because first things first. But Kit had made it to his pod, and apparently slept out the whole thing. He was only just waking up out of a doubtless delightful sleep. She put out feelers to ship sensors. They were, well, nowhere really. Literally. Not even a star. They'd needed to escape, and so Junior had taken them off into the deepest nowhere there was. For a moment, Ollie felt an almost existential dread, knowing herself in the void between stars, in a way she had never truly been before. Then she remembered exactly what they'd been fleeing from, because the next order of business was to get the word out. Let everyone know the Partheni were the treacherous bitches she'd always known they were. Oh, sure, probably there were plenty of good reasons they'd have a whole secret fleet out in the trackless spaces near Estoc. She looked forward to hearing Solace trying to justify that one. Actually, she wouldn't. She realised she really didn't want to face up to Solace, because she was absolutely sure that, whatever the Partheni were about, they wouldn't have told their oh-so-trusting daughter about it. In truth, telling Solace was going to hurt. Ollie was surprised by how much she didn't want to have to do it. But what she did have to do was tell someone. Tell Aklu, she decided. Get us back to Estoc and Aklu will sort it out. Well, she hoped the Essil would. Although it was hard to know what the razor and the hook would actually do about any given thing. It didn't react to events like a human would. Tell that spindly bitch, Larry? Ollie next considered, finally coaxing the god into revealing to her where they were. Nowhere near Estoc, apparently, because Junior really had taken them into the weeds. But not just out and away from everything. Back towards Ollie's regular haunts, in fact. Hiding from the Parthenon by tucking up into the skirts of the colonies. By her reckoning, she could get to a number of human worlds in a short hop from here, and a short hop was all she'd trust the ship with right now. If she'd properly digested these damage reports, then she might just have died of fright during that extended fall through unspace. The god was limping, and a whole bank of the red on her board pertained to unspace travel. Larry, she echoed. She didn't know Larry. Havea knew Larry, but then she didn't trust Havea. Larry had been quick enough to skip out on Hugh and start shaking hands with all sorts of other critters, some of whom didn't even have hands. Who knew what sly agreements she might come to with the Parthenon? Telling Larry sounded like a recipe for old Ollie, Kit and the vulture god to get disappeared, without anyone ever finding out what had happened to them. Sure enough, Larry had buried some bodies in her time. And Aklu had one ship. It was a good ship, sure. It was hegemonic. Could he take on an entire Parthenon fleet with it, though? How much did she want to bet on it? And what if Aklu just didn't care? Parthenon, colonies, they were all just humans, right? Not even good red robe-wearing hegemonic cultist humans. What if she went to Aklu and the razor declined to get its hooks into the situation? There was a Parthenon fleet, and it was probably going to make Estoc a 100% Partheni concern, which could be used against the colonies the moment the architects were whipped back, or even sooner than that. Or maybe they'd skip Estoc and appear over Berlenhof, armed with their bright, spanking new class of intermediaries reclaimed from anti-architect duty at the Eye. Because Idris, the dumb sap, had thought they could be trusted and had given them the universe. No, she said. Kit cocked his eyes at her. I like it even less than you, but I think we have to go legit, Kit, she almost spat. All her life she'd been a spacer, proudly independent of any kind of external control, and speaking of the colonies and their government in tones of utter disrespect and distaste. An impediment to be avoided, rather than any kind of benefit or shield against the universe. But right now, if she wanted to throw a big enough stumbling block under the inexorable wheels of the Parthenon advance, there was only one place she could go. They'd do only short hops through unspace on the way back to Estok. It was all that she'd trust the god to pull off right now. She could practically draw a dotted line, leaning on the throughways wherever possible. And if she squinted a bit, she could twist that line of hops so it'd pass through a whole sequence of systems with a colonial navy presence. She was going to rat out the Parthenon's angels to the government. And what a sour taste that left in the mouth. Chapter 6. Ravin.
The identification is certain,
Ravin Ascaro prompted.
It's the vulture god.
On his screen, the ornate framed mirror in his quarters, his nephew Peter nodded. The boy was grinning, which could be a good sign or a bad one. Ravin's nephew, and heir apparent, was, despite his best efforts to educate the boy, still a loose cannon. That sharp grin could indicate a triumph for the family or some self-destructive piece of spite that Ravin would have to spend money and time smoothing over.
They've been sighted 3 times now, Peter reported, coming out of unspace close to naval installations, broadcasting this incoherent rant and then dropping away again.
Ravin studied the data, already overlaid with a throughway map. It didn't take much to see that the god was making its way back to Estok. Exactly why they'd strayed so far from their usual haunts was anybody's guess.
And damaged, you say?
He queried.
That's the consensus, Peter confirmed. Someone shot them up a treat.
Ravin had seen far too much of the Vulture God crew 6 months ago. Their lawyer, Almier, had almost killed Peter, and that murderous cripple of an engineer had fought her way onto his ship. They were not, fair to say, his favourite itinerant vagabonds in the galaxy. He played through the messages that the god had been sending, which were expletive-laden enough to suggest that it was the murderous cripple at the helm right now.
A warning, he considered, about the Parthenon.
And right now the Navy wasn't taking it seriously, because the Vulture God was not a credible source. But Peter had been out liaising with Ravin's partisans within the service, and they, good little soldiers, had decided the family needed to know. A few simple algorithms let him predict the god's course. If they were trying to draw a line from where they were to Estok, especially through systems where the colonial navy had a presence, it was easy enough to second-guess them.
Peter, he said, inform our friends that we have passed the message on to the relevant parties, and they shouldn't worry themselves about it. Doubtless, it's just those reprobates on the god pulling everyone's noses the way they do. But just in case, we'll look into it. Remind them of our family's turbulent history with the Parthenon. Who better to see if there's any substance to this after all?
He took some time to think after that. He was on the very brink of a lot of things right then. A throw of the dice that would risk all to gain all. Could he afford to ignore the Vulture God charging around with this bizarre and alarming warning? He wouldn't be the man he was if he had left things to chance. He sent the projection for the ship's next real space coordinates to Peter, as well as to the naval vessels he'd cut out of the regular chain of command, those led by captains whose nativist sympathies were strong enough, or who were Magdans first and Colonials second, or, in one case, where the captain was also a niece of his. A specially picked detachment, separated out from all the forces he'd been able to pull together for his upcoming, desperate bid to regain leverage in the universe. And all of it lent heavily on that single meeting he'd had just days before. That unexpected face who'd appeared on his comms screen, breaking through his isolation security to make a very interesting proposal. After Larry had chewed him out and sent him off to Magda with a dead int on his conscience. Ollie. When they lurched out of unspace this time, the Navy was waiting for them. For a moment, Ollie just stared, as though the colonial military had taken up witchcraft or something. A moment later, common sense pointed out that she and Kit hadn't exactly been subtle about the line they'd stitched between unspace and the real.
Well, I guess someone was listening after all,
she admitted, eyeing the little naval blockade. It hadn't been clear before that anybody had actually taken any notice of them. Now they had. She wasn't sure how she felt about it. However she felt, it was put into serious context when the hail came through.
Vulture God, this is the Colonial Navy vessel Retarius. We understand you've got something to tell us.
Ollie stared, not at the board or at Kit, but at something inside her own head. Bad memories, fighting memories, because she knew the voice. Kit was plucking at the rim of her walker frame, obviously wanting to get the hell out of there. She could see his point. It wasn't hard to recognize the smug, self-satisfied tones of the Boyarin Peter Oscaro.
What the fuck, she asked, do you want?
If he took offence at her lack of respect for feudal privilege, it didn't come over in his voice.
What's this about the Parthenon?
Have they hit Estoc yet?
Ollie burst out, before she could stop herself. Kit was actively pinching at her now, and she shook him off irritably.
Hit Estoc?
Peter was probably aiming at baffled, although the closest he could come was derisive.
Whatever do you mean?
A sigh.
Look, Timo, isn't it? If you have some warning about the Partheni, then let's talk. They're no friends of ours after all.
Ollie blinked. The drone bay cameras showed Junior circling in his tank uncertainly.
We're not getting any closer, she told Peter. You get on a shuttle and come over, then we'll talk.
Unsatisfactory feelings are present, Kit said primly. Ollie grimaced at him.
It's not ideal, I get that, she said, but look, we go tell Aklu, we don't know what the clam bastard'll do. And the scythe's a nice toy, but will it stand against all those Partheni ships?
Kit made a little screechy sound with his mouth parts that didn't translate.
Look,
Ollie said again, aware that her need to keep talking about it spoke volumes about her own deep reservations.
I know we've fucked with these boys before now. They're shits. They'd grab Idris if we had him. But if we can play one set of shits off against another for the greater good, shouldn't we do that? And they're colonies, right? They're humans.
Humanity is one attribute they have. Kittering wasn't looking at her, his shell tilted over his own board. Also possessed by solace. A shuttle had indeed departed the Retarius, heading out for them. Ollie carefully jockeyed the god so that the shuttle's trajectory would complicate any offensive moves from the warship.
What are you saying? She demanded of Kit. We go and hug it out with her, and she'll somehow find the balls to make her side stand down. I like Solace, Kit, but she's not her people. Can't trust them. Too many of them look at us and think we're obsolete, yesterday's media types. And the Oscaros are greedy bastards, sure, but they're not going to go all genocide anytime soon. Maybe he and the Pathos can blow each other the fuck up and make the universe a better place.
A lack of conviction emerges, Kittering told her.
You've got something to say it.
For a moment, it was just her glowering at him, and his little crown of eyes turned resolutely away from her. But then he shifted on his stool, a little dance of jointed legs, so that he was facing her square on, shield arms raised. It was a punchy stance for a Hanny, someone in a fight or an argument. He was angry, she realised, or whatever Hanny got instead of angry.
This is too far, Kit told her. These are unreliable business partners.
Or that was how his translator spat it out, but she reckoned it was serious bad words in the original Hanny.
Past dealings grant no confidence. All past social contracts with Solace have been fulfilled beyond expectations. These arrangements would not be approved by Chris or Idris. Or Rollo.
Ollie opened her mouth to say something she'd regret, about Rollo being dead and all. Except the mad venture which had killed him had been one Solace signed up for when she needn't have, and Ollie was absolutely aware she could twist that into, without her he'd still be alive. But she wasn't that dishonest with herself. "You don't get it," she muttered surly. It's humans and pathos, or regular humans and Parthenon humans if you want. But it's like if there were other Hanny out there who might come in any moment, edge you out of all the good deals, take all the stuff for their hatchlings and leave you with nothing. You get me?
Your half-hearted attempts to understand my life cycle aside, Kit said acidly, this is not appropriate behaviour, of which you are aware.
You don't get to say what I'm aware of.
She watched the shuttle draw closer.
You receive the benefit of the doubt regarding my estimation of your ethical character.
Ollie drew breath for another angry answer. Something that would escalate matters, turn everything back on Kit, and pick some other fight, just so she didn't have to deal with this one. Perhaps call him a crab bastard, and sling a few Hanny profiteer stereotypes his way to avoid the real issues. But she stopped, ripped off the conversational scab, so that only the raw truth was left. The thing that scared her most.
"We can't just let the Parthenon walk in," she said. "We need these fuckers to deal with their fuckers. It's just zero-sum fuckery, or something. You wouldn't understand, Kit. It's war. Hanny don't do war."
Wars were done by Hanny, Kit told her. They are not known to you. We got better. Why do you think we like games so much? Ollie digested this, wondering if she was actually any the wiser, and accepted that what Kit was saying just echoed the little voice inside her which had been trying to get her attention for a while now.
"Right," she agreed. "Okay, then."
The shuttle was close, hailing, telling them to maintain their position. Instead, she started letting the god drift further out, breaking from the rendezvous point the shuttle was aiming for. A battery of cautions instantly came their way, from the shuttle and Rotarius both, telling them to power down, hold their place, to prepare to be boarded. That last command was the final straw for Ollie. Abruptly, the shuttle wasn't just a safe delegation. It was packed out with Navy troops, or Magdan Voyeni House Guard.
"Junior, go! Now! Go now! Get us the fuck out of here!"
The first volley of accelerator shot was already on its way, picked up by their instruments only moments before impact. A hail of projectiles shredded the volume of space they were in, and enough of it tore into the god that Ollie's entire board lit up red, again, and then just died. There were alarms, and then half of these stopped, for the bad reasons rather than everything miraculously fixing itself. They were losing atmosphere, and she couldn't adjust the gravitic envelope to hold it all in, because Kit was using everything they had to fend off the next salvo.
"What? The Oscaro hate me this much?"
And yes, of course they did. She had trashed their nice yacht last time, and they were never to be trusted. She shouldn't be surprised, but she'd also taken them for bigger picture boys, especially in light of the information she'd just passed on to them. Kit's efforts with the shield saved them from the next burst. The god was tumbling wildly, some of its reaction drives firing, even though she didn't want to, while others were unresponsive. The Bricata drives that should have been yanking them left and right against the gravitational microstructure of space were doing something, but whatever it was, neither she nor Kit had any input. The god was a loose cannon, and right now that meant, between the shielding and their wild gyre of a course, the second volley hadn't torn them any new holes. But that was a strictly temporary state of affairs.
"Gravitic ring full power. What are you doing?"
Kit demanded. Abruptly, they had no shields, and all the ship's available energy was being funneled into the main drives.
"It's not me,"
Ollie said, And obviously it wasn't Kit either, which only meant bad things. Most likely that a catastrophic failure of the drives was imminent. The engines themselves didn't actually have that much bang to them, but the potential energy in the space-unspace boundary had bang to spare. And if the drives tore that up and then lost control of it, they'd make a very pretty firework for Ravin Oscaro to enjoy, leaving behind less than would fill one of the man's fancy wine glasses. Her screen filled with characters. They were Colvol characters, because the god ran a colonial computer system, but whatever thoughts they might be expressing came out as untranslated garbage. She had a weird feeling from it, though, like it was something panicking, screaming, trying to get away. She had no eyes on the drone bay, not with all the damage they'd taken, but that area obviously retained its connections to the rest of the ship, because Junior had just taken the helm. Junior might be a predator, but every predator knew when it was outmatched. Their pet monster was trying to run, and Ollie had no idea if the god was intact enough to survive the transit. But it wasn't as though they'd last long staying here either. She craned over to look at Kit, about to give him whatever warning she could, and then the vulture god tore out of the reel and away, shedding pieces of itself and gouting atmosphere. Ravin. The Morzarin Ravin Oscaro watched the ragged hulk of the vulture god tear into unspace. The captain of the Retarius reported promptly that the salvage vessel had a 70% chance of not surviving re-entry from the reel, based on damage estimates. Ravin's bleak personal prediction was that he hadn't seen the last of the pestilential ship. Olian Timo was harder to get rid of than a venereal disease working for the Hugh tax office. But she wouldn't be charging about blurting her idiot warnings anyway. Not for a while. Which left the board clear for Ravin to make his move, along with his new allies. That surprise contact, after his dressing down by Larry, the unexpected face seen in his personal view screen, the last face in the universe he'd have expected to see in any of its incarnations, his enemy, and yet... A physical meeting had seemed absurd under the circumstances. If it hadn't been for the nature of their mutual opposition, doubtless they could have dealt with everything remotely, over properly coded transmissions. Except their enemies included a colonial spy master, the Parthenon, and worst of all, the Hivers. Nobody really knew how far the Hivers had dug into human affairs. They'd been everyone's best friends and most convenient tools for decades. The fact that Ravin was up against both his own people and the Parthenon made any meeting through subordinates problematic too. So it was that he'd gone out to the secret rendezvous in the newly refitted Raptorid, purged of anything even resembling Hiver tech. He and his nephew Peter, his catspaw and co-conspirator since the boy had reached majority, plus a handful of his personal staff, men whose families had been vines clinging to the Oscaro name for generations, and his Voyeni houseguard, who would die for him without hesitating or asking questions. It might well have been a trap, but since the cursed cartel had taken over, Ravin had felt himself in a trap anyway. All the Ark Builder's planning was exposed and ruined by Larry's damned people. No chance of gently, covertly shepherding the appropriate parts of humanity into a new mobile dawn. A galaxy-striding civilization, living with all the comforts and luxuries of home. And, had their plans come to fruition, they'd not even have had the threat of the Parthenon coming after them. But it was all in ruins now. All those resources stolen and committed to the will-o'-the-wisp idea of going to fight the architects in unspace. A doomed venture, but apparently Larry was more than willing to spend the future of her species on it. "You drove me to this," he'd decided gloomily, as the Raptorid emerged from unspace, closing in on their meeting point. His leashed INT navigator was the only individual on board not sworn to him by blood or generations of service, but there was more in her head than just the liaison board's surgery. She knew full well she was his property. He'd broken her and made her his creature, and that would have to suffice.
"Are they there?"
he asked Peter. The young boyarin leant over the bridge displays, frowning. Out there was a single blue-white star, the bright point his INT had steered towards. One ice ball of a planet orbited it, at the very edge of the star's gravitic reach. A dead system, of no use or interest to anyone, and without any unspace throughway their instruments could detect. As anonymous a place as any for a clandestine meeting. Or an ambush.
"One ship, Uncle," Peter reported. "A warship, though. One of their big ones. Beacon identifies it as the Scathy. They're hailing us."
He swallowed.
"We can still leave."
There was a tremor in Peter's voice, and Ravin felt just the same quaver within him. But he snapped,
"Cowardice? Is that what the Oscaran name has come to? Respond appropriately. We are here as equals. Behave like it."
Peter cast him a wild look, and a moment later he said in a small voice,
"They invite us to dock."
"The die is cast," Ravin decided. Larry had taken too much from him to be born. He had lost face with the family, with his Ark Builder peers, and with humanity at large. The nativist faction was bucking under his hand right now. They said he'd knuckled under, that he wasn't the champion of the human race they'd thought. Another few months, and he'd have lost them entirely to some opportunistic demagogue. And when you lost a hold on that particular serpent, you could expect to feel its fangs soon enough. They were always after someone to blame for their misfortunes. Before this unexpected contact, he'd been a blind man in a maze. Now he'd been promised a way out, and he would lunge for it, come what may. The Scathy was everything he would have imagined. A great segmented, tapering length, its form muscular and brutish, bulked out by a gravitic drive and its main weapon batteries. A Partheni warship, top of the line. Even if he'd turned up in the most powerful cruiser he could borrow from the colonial navy, he wouldn't have rated his chances toe-to-toe. And so here he was, in an armed yacht, just clipping along into the warship's shadow. Showing no fear. He'd be damned if he'd give them the satisfaction. There were myrmidons in full armour waiting for him when he and Peter disembarked. He brought 6 armed Voyeni with him, and nobody objected. The lack of protest was a pointed insult that he could only let slide. After a short walk past far too many staring women with the same face, he ended up in a small stateroom. Possibly this was just economy of space aboard a ship. Or else this sort of room normally saw the kind of discussions where one person asked the questions and the other got beaten into answering them. A single woman was waiting for him. Compact and lean, like all the Partheni, a touch of silver in her hair, and a few lines on her otherwise standard-issue face. Her uniform marked her as an exemplar, captain of this ship and its associated support vessels. Not quite a grand magnate of the Parthenon, but then these were unprecedented times. You never knew who might seize the day and rise to preeminence.
Mortsarin Ravin Okosh Oscaro,
she named him, speaking Colville with a twist of accent.
Exemplar mercy,
he responded, with a nod of precisely calibrated respect. Partheni naming conventions had always seemed like a joke to him. He had no idea why their founder, Dr. Parsifal, had decided to use descriptors, nor why they always went by the translated meaning when dealing with outsiders, rather than keeping the original Parsef word and making it sound like an actual name. All those virtues they garlanded themselves with and then waved in your face. And he had a feeling that, of all the Partheni, Exemplar Mercy was amongst the worst named. She had a smile on her face, and he didn't like it. Perhaps neither of them had come out of the cartel's rise with unhurt feelings, but she surely hadn't lost, like Ravin had. That smile said she knew it, and was enjoying seeing him laid low, even while she graciously reached a hand down. So,
let's assume we have exchanged the appropriate pleasantries, Ravin told her. We have inquired after one another's family, made all necessary small talk about our homes and gardens, and the spotless uniforms of one another's servants. However, you saw fit to contact me, so perhaps you might explain what subjects of substance we have to speak about.
A minute nod from the exemplar. I contacted you because you do not appear to be satisfied with current arrangements at Estoc and within the colonies.
I cannot imagine why you think such a thing,
Ravin said blandly.
Surely the salvation of the universe from the threat of the architects is in everybody's interests.
You do not believe this will be accomplished. And before you give me any more stock denials, neither do I. I have had access to limited data from the project, as have you, no doubt. There are too many unknowns to be gambling so much on it. It's a pipe dream, born of those who would burn all of humanity for even a chance at harming the architects. Ash, this Neramathi, Telemmier, the intermediary. None of them a rational mind. She sat at last, and he did likewise, Peter still at his shoulder. Lowering herself into the chair had been a stop-and-start movement for Mercy. Old wounds, he guessed, and wondered whether they came from service against architects or against humans.
You've said nothing so far that I'd disagree with, he allowed, and you're aware of what I've lost. I'm sure you revel in it, if you think of it at all. But I had a future for humanity, and they've taken it from me. And most likely signed the eventual death warrant for my species.
I am very aware that the future you had for humanity did not include us, Mercy said pleasantly. Peter and the Voyeni were wire-taut, staring at the Myrmidons, weapons ready. Ravin sensed imminent violence boiling just beyond the walls of the room, ready to descend on them. If the shooting started, it was probable nobody would get out of the room alive. He made himself radiate calm, even smiled pleasantly at the woman across from him.
I deny nothing, he said. Your spies have had enough time to join the dots. Your people have lived as a space-bound force for a long time, and we have too much history. You would always have been a threat to us, and there would always have been a voice amongst the Parthenon saying, hunt them down. A voice like yours, perhaps.
A voice exactly like mine. Her soldiers were right on the edge too, but she matched him smile for smile. When you orchestrated your attack on the Ceres, I was the first to argue for all-out war. No prisoners, no restraint. A wider smile. No mercy.
Then the cartel emerged, and I lost my arcs and my future.
Ravin pointed out.
You lost nothing but your war, which was only postponed. So it seems to me you have come through this very well in comparison. Why, then, are we having this pleasant talk?
Mozarin Oscaro, I am a realist above all, she told him. I won't say I don't find the idea of refugium humanity offensive in principle, but I don't find it necessary to beggar ourselves just to have my war, because we have other options now, if we can extricate ourselves from you. Ravin stared at her for a long time, turning the cogs of his mind until something clicked.
I understand.
Do you?
Something has changed for your people since the Ceres.
Half a year, but so much had happened.
Only because of Telemmier.
He felt he was owed that small jab, reminding her that her great leap forwards was only as a result of a colonial turncoat, nothing the Parthenon could have accomplished on its own. It's a big universe, Mozarin, she agreed, hiding any irritation well. Or it is when you have intermediaries to pilot your ships. That was your plan for the arcs, and that can still happen. And now we have our own ints. We can take ourselves wherever we want. Except for one thing. History. There are still those amongst my people who are mired in the past, she agreed, tethered to the colonies, seeing themselves as the defenders of our disadvantaged siblings. Too many memories of the First War, of how we spilled our blood to save your lives, as if that is something to celebrate. We need to cut ourselves away from you once and for all. To admit that, if being like you is to be human, then we are not merely human. We have our own destiny, and you cannot expect us to be your shield. But for now, our intermediaries are all committed to the I project, or to saving your worlds. They work alongside the ints the cartels stole from you, so neither you nor I have what we want. When one of my subordinates is summoned to stand before them, they tell me, "You cannot fight us and the colonies," and I am sure they tell you, "You cannot fight us and the Parthenon." Am I correct? You are. And I see that you are proposing a third logical step in that syllogism, Ravin noted. His heart, he was almost embarrassed to discover, was racing. They cannot stand against us both. It wouldn't be all of the colonies by any means, just whatever force the Ascaro family could muster, aided by the fact that the whole of the Estoc yards had been theirs once, as had all the workers spread across the Ark fleet. And it wouldn't be all the Parthenon, either. Probably just a minority faction. But Ravin knew how a minority could look like a majority if it acted decisively enough. I'm guessing, he said, you already have forces in place, and that if I refused you now, I'd not leave this ship, and you'd make your play anyway, without inside aid. These are all reasonable guesses, Mercy admitted. I'm not refusing you, Ravin told her flatly. So, let us talk details of what I can do for you, and what you can do for me, and how we part ways amicably afterwards. Chapter 7. Idris. Idris, and Talmar's voice, sounding from right by his ear and very far away. Idris, Menir Telemmier, you are too far. He tried to tune her out, to get so far he couldn't hear her. She was right there, in the corner of his eye, or at least the ghosting shadow of her, intruding on the solitude of unspace, linked by the machinery. The others were further off, except they were all with him, in the wellhead, almost within arm's reach. When he was under, the limited footprint of the wellhead became mutable, though. He could travel away from them without their spatial relationships changing at all, falling down a decline in that other direction. Receding, waving, just a dot now. Too far for them to haul him back hand over hand, yanking on his oxygen line to drag him back from the depths. He was far, and going further. Let Andeka hail him like the buzzing spectre of a fly in his ear. Let the voices of the well crew echo tinnily down to him from up in the reel. Shenandri's high laugh, and Jane's careful numbers, and the rest. Let them. He was going away. He was hunting his own prey. He was Menir Telemmier. Again in his head, we need your assistance, please. Tugging on that connection between them that was common humanity, however thinly stretched he felt it. Until he came back to them, shrank the dimensions of the wellhead machine room as he perceived it, repacked all the notional space, that had unrolled between them like an infinite carpet. "I was close," he muttered, peevish as a schoolboy. "Mynheer, you were too deep." And Idris Telemmier, the volunteer, the committed, a woman who'd put herself forward for the barbarity of the liaison board because she'd been convinced humanity would need her. And been right. She was the best of her class because she wasn't a convict conscript, bore her scars with pride. "This structure here." One of the Partheni, her face and shadow shimmering briefly in Idris's mind's eye, hooking at his attention as she highlighted part of the complex information construct that was the architect nursery. While he'd been off on a frolic of his own, they'd all been doing their jobs, of course, solving the equation, unpacking the unthinkably dense knot of information that constituted where architects came from, working out how it might be vulnerable to attack, feeding data up the well to Shinandri and Ahab and the rest, so they could apply the half-understood engines of the eye to it. And so he weighed in with his little insight, which they always seemed to want, but which felt so meagre. Because they were the new class and they listened in the briefings, they knew all the numbers and the jargon, the technical language they were all making up as they went along, because nobody had ever done this before. They approached it as if it was a science, where you could put logic in and get understanding out. But he hadn't learned the trade like that. He'd just done. There hadn't been anybody to teach him, save St. Xavienne, the one and only natural int. She'd just been born that way, and had understood it as little as he had. They'd learned together, but at the same time, they'd each learned alone. None of this gregarious comparing notes business. So he chipped in, until he felt they were satisfied they'd had some genuine Telemmier input, about as efficacious as him rubbing the equations for luck, and then he was sneaking off again, putting distance between them, even though they were all in the same boat. Falling. As though his corner of the wellhead machine was extending down and away, dragged into an impossibly attenuated spike as he pulled against the gravity of the eye and the well and all the rest of it. The perceived walls around him revealed as tissue-thin, mere illusion, wallpaper over the infinite horrors of unspace, closing his eyes and his mind's eye until he could reach out beyond all that flummery to the reality, the unreality. He felt it stir immediately. That was the way of it these days. Not even a grace period to let him catch his breath. He was the fly now, in the ear of the kraken. He remembered how it had been back in the day. All those intermediary program psychs telling everyone there wasn't a presence. Just the human brain reacting to the problematic emptiness of unspace. Mindfulness and mental exercises would rid them of the fear of it. Still the party line at the liaison board, as far as he was aware. Except he and every other int knew it wasn't so. It uncoiled. Vast. Sightless. Lazy. Its unreal tentacles reaching up through the lightless abyss to touch him. If it caught him, would it just be in his head, or would he act as a conduit that brought the monster into their midst? His solo exploration a profoundly reckless and selfish act. Falling further. Picturing himself, a single-suited figure receding into the darkness of an ocean chasm. Into the dark. Into the monster-haunted depths. Gone beyond the reach of the sun. Brushed by the touch of Leviathan, but twisting aside from it. Idris! Faint in his mind. And Decker again, having noticed him gone. Leave me alone! Blotting her out. Cutting the cord, or trying to. Let them worry away at the data like rats. Again, he wanted no part of it. No part of saving the species. Was that his own mind, adopting the voice and mannerisms of the alien harbinger Ash? Or had they actually brought Ash to the wellhead to reason with him?
I have no objection to saving the species, he told nothing and no one as he hung in the void. I have an objection to exterminating other species to do it.
Are the architects even a species, though? Ash's maddeningly reasonable voice. Or just constructs, doing the will of their masters? Or even just some randomly occurring aberration, arising out of the structure of unspace? Who are you to judge what the universe should and should not include?
Go try that logic on the hivers and see what they say, Idris suggested.
The part of his mind severed from the conversation was still feeling out the nothingness below him. He felt himself in the very shadow of the presence, sneaking past the limitless expanse of its leathery flank. And beyond it, beneath it, the abyss gazed back at him. A moment of infinite clarity came, the helplessly descending diver's lamp illuminating the seabed, the ruins, Atlantis. That was his mind's translation of what his intermediary senses were reporting. A lightless, sunken structure, a broken shell, unthinkably ancient, weed-wreathed, roof cracked open by the pressure and the flood. And within, staring back at him, startled even.
Who dares intrude?
Then gone. The vastly unravelled distance snapped back, partly from his own shock, partly from the shouting of the others, Andeka, Shinandri, too many voices, and lost in them all was the mocking whisper that might be Ash, and might be that other thing which borrowed Ash's voice, or might just be his own diseased brain going sour and curdled at being cut off from the real for too long, plunged into depths and pressures not good for human consciousness, not even for his, the second child of the intermediary program, as close to an unspace native as any human had ever become. He exploded back to them, swinging like a drunk thrown out of a bar.
I had it! I don't care about your calculations. I haven't no insights for you. You think my perspective's worth anything more than...
Furious, incoherent, flinching away from them, even as he rounded on them, aware he'd been away, under, gone too long, that they'd been trying to reach him forever, that if they hadn't dragged him back then, there might not have been anything to drag back, or else what got hauled up into the sunlight might not have been him. Andeka's voice came through, cutting down his protestations.
Idris, we're under attack.
Solace. She'd grown complacent. There had been a time, chasing after Idris, fighting the Ascaros and the broken harvest, embedded in the vulture god's crew, when she'd felt like the fulcrum of the future. Tarakuma, Arch-Palator and Kriketh's Hell, brutal worlds and brutal actions. Then, the cartel had stepped out of the shadows and seized the helm, moved the eye here to Estok, taken over. The long-awaited Partheni intermediary program had turned out its first class of ints, with all the mechanical assistance that wouldn't have been possible without both Idris's help and the eye to crib from. The thin steel line against the architects had started saving worlds, or at least buying time for evacuation, in a way that wasn't just throwing people and ships to their doom, the way the last war had gone. As Foresight had begun feeling out the tides of unspace so the movement of the architects could be predicted, she'd been able to relax, just kicking her heels on the host, nursemaiding Idris alongside Chris. The three of them, an unlikely triangular cog in a bigger machine, where she didn't have to turn the crank by hand, which was how things should be, as far as she was concerned. That was the heart of the Parthenon way, being part of something grander than yourself. Even seconded on clandestine work for the Aspirate Intelligence Service, she knew she was part of a wider team. Giving of yourself for your sisters, but always having them there for you. The future of the human race was heavy, but that was why you split the burden over as many shoulders as possible. Idris being down the well, as seemed to be the case more often than not these days, she was in the canteen with Chris and Trine. Canteen was probably more than the place deserved. An awkwardly angled chamber within the eye, formed from 3 uneven corners of originator stone, walled off with great ugly metal plates by the installation's first inhuman intruder, and then with human-scale additions bolted on. All that spacer aesthetic, heedless about how it looked, just so long as it worked, and you could get at all the ducts and wiring easily. Trine was holding forth about their most recent discoveries, focusing less on the technical details, which neither Chris nor Solace understood, and more on the fact that it was Trine who'd made them. On the eye, Trine was finally getting the credit they felt they deserved. Or at least some of it. There probably wasn't enough credit in the universe to actually reach Trine's self-determined deserts. The voice that crackled in on her personal comms channel was half lost in corrupted signal. Staccato instants of half-familiar tones sliced and spread thin.
Executor Solace, please, Idris, betrayed, being silenced, have to...
And nothing. She was on her feet, chair kicked back, Chris and Trine's projected face staring at her as the hiver's tirade stuttered to a halt, waving down their questions, accessing every channel she could, pulling rank with her executive status and what little aspirate cred she could muster, trying to identify the voice in retrospect because the channel had come without ID. Cognoscenti Grave? One of the Partheni Ints, the first, in fact. One of Idris's protégés. Solace was sure of it. She reached out to the woman. Was she even still in system? Yes, there was her name on the roster of those being rotated out of the thin steel line and into the diving rotor at the well. She signalled, but got nothing. Tried again, aware that just about everyone in the canteen was staring at her now. Trine extended one metal arm to pluck at her sleeve and get her to sit back down, but she twitched away from them. Not just a lack of response. Her channel was down, as well as the whole Partheni network. She couldn't reach anybody. She ran from the canteen without explanation, aware that events had already overtaken her. She needed armour, a weapon. Barging through a room of off-duty technicians and a handful of hollow-eyed ints, she saw a pair of myrmidons at the far end, looking equally thrown. They spotted her and started to run over, seeking orders she didn't have. As they were halfway to her, the next development washed over the room. She saw the ripple of it pass across everyone. Haphazardly placed screens lit up with the news, individual comms channels, private chat networks, the same word getting through to them all. Ships were entering the system, tearing out of unspace, too close to the S-dock yards. 2 big warships and a half-dozen mid-sized combat vessels, some of them colonial navy, some of them painted up in the complex livery of Magdan boyar families. Betrayed. Graves' word. Except, did this even count as a betrayal? Was Solace remotely surprised? "Gear up," she told the 2 myrmidons. "Enlist everyone you run into. The cognoscentes will be working on comms." How the colonials had hacked that, she didn't know. Complacent, all of them. There had always been a war on, but she'd forgotten, and so had the others. Forgot to watch our backs. She gauged the forces out there as best she could, with her rough and ready understanding of colonial capabilities. A strong force, but not overwhelming. There was a Hiver factory that would be weaponizing its units even now, and there was the almighty Scythe of Morning, which she reckoned would be able to live up to the hyperbole of its name. But it would be tight. Time to muster the home front troops and prepare to receive boarders, because the colonies weren't about to just destroy their precious host. With no one else taking charge, she ended up using the general in-eye comms. It wasn't as though she'd be spreading any more panic than was already running riot. Giving muster points for every Myrmidon who heard her. Arm and ready. Ensuring there were Partheni hands controlling the gravity and the atmosphere. Instructing civilians to keep their heads down and get out of the way. And all the while wondering why the hell Monitor Tact wasn't doing all this herself, what with her being the ranking Partheni on board. There were 13 Myrmidons, fully kitted out and ready, when she reached the nearest muster point. By then, there were around 1 million comms requests waiting for her, as just about everyone except her troops tried to ask her what was going on. She banished the lot of them, even the calls from Chris and Trine. It was time to be a soldier again. Time to buy time, if nothing else. The host's displays showed her that some of the Magdan ships were already moving in to take possession. Except that was a hard thing to do with a ship as weird as the host. It was, quite literally, all over the place. Any attacks would have to fight for each individual platelet of it, and then fight through the nightmare labyrinth of the eye. And Solace would make their lives difficult every step of the way. Then a new raft of ships arrived, except she knew these. Well, their shapes and their specs. The Medusa, the Queen of Aragon, the Scathy, and all their attendant fleet. A ragged cheer went up from her Myrmidons, and though it was a breach of discipline, she joined right in. Whatever scheme the colonials had cooked up, her people had been ready for it. Now the noble Oscaros and their navy allies were going to get their asses royally kicked. Comms cleared immediately, as though a switch had been flicked, and Solace reported her disposition and readiness the moment she felt the change, like a release of pressure in her ear. One line to Tact, one to the newly arrived ships. The immediate response came from the exemplar of the Scathy. Received and understood. Stand down and await further instructions. Solace frowned inside the little world of her armoured helm. Repeat? I said we are ready to repel boarders. Seeing that the Oscaro vessels weren't slowing or peeling off. Do not engage. Stand down and offer no resistance. It was a shocking enough order that she double and triple checked the credentials of the transmission. Shuttles will be dispatched to repatriate you to the fleet when occasion permits. Solace had the sense of each of her cohorts staring at her, waiting to see if the chain of command would change those orders as they passed through her particular link of it. But the broadcast had been on open Partheni channels. It was unthinkable she do anything other than confirm what came from above to those below. That was how it worked. Cog in a greater machine. Many shoulders to bear the burden. Suddenly, Solace wasn't remotely as happy with the thought. She tried for tact again, but there was nothing. Not even an echo. Her own personal chain of command had been decapitated. She called up a screen inside her helm and watched the ships nearing, orienting themselves to dock. Gripping her useless accelerator, she tried to work out what had just happened to the universe. Ravin. Peter had begged for command of the yacht Raptorid, which to Ravin's mind showed a lack of ambition, but he could hardly begrudge the boy the honour. The yacht's captain had strict instructions to keep the vessel out of danger. Ravin was all for tempering the scions of his family in war, but not in any way that would genuinely endanger them. The difference between a respectable duelling scar on the cheek and a back-alley knife in the kidneys. He himself had taken the bridge of the vessel named the Grand Nicholas, which had been navy once, mustered out somewhat before it had reached obsolescence, after a little family finagling with the brass, and then refitted for modern combat. Not something that would last long if it went toe-to-toe with the Navy's latest, or anything from the Parthenon, but the best iron fist in which Ravin could hide his velvet glove. And there was the yawning moment when it looked as though he might need to take the Grand Nicholas out of Estoc as precipitately as he'd arrived. His fleet was cruising in towards the host and the shipyards, all those ark ships begging to be reclaimed by their true master. But with no sign of his allies, and challenges already coming his way from the cartel's administrators. Not that he couldn't take the host with what he had, because he'd brought a lot, and the turncoat colonial and Partheni forces there didn't have that much punch. He was more worried about the Hiver factory out there, which had been under contract to him and his peers before becoming part of the cartel. It seemed the main Hiver assembly had decided it should have a vote in galactic politics now, after decades of machine work and obedience. And yes, the nest of bugs had won some sort of political independence, but Ravin had always felt this was on the strict assumption they wouldn't do anything untoward with it. And out there, beyond the Hiver factory, was the real threat. Ravin reckoned his forces could deal with the Hivers, left to their own devices, but he didn't even know the capabilities of the almighty Scythe of Morning. He'd had a close call with the hegemony half a year ago, enough to reaffirm that the state's legendary inertia didn't mean technological stagnation. Before going head-on with Aklu the Unspeakable, he'd want half the colonial navy, and not to care much how many of them survived. The Scythe was still idling, though, and possibly Aklu simply didn't interpret the sudden appearance of Ravin's force as an attack. Who knew what the Essiel thought, save that they thought very highly of themselves? Ravin liaised briefly with his subordinate captains. They were all older Navy men, out of retirement or near to going into it, many of whom could remember when Hivers were property. They were colonial patriots, nativists, men who remembered military service as glorious, because they'd not personally been there when the architects had arrived. Men who felt betrayed by the Partheni secession and by the general tide of history. Men who had enough ambition to be useful, but not so much initiative that they might ask the wrong questions or prove dangerous. He confirmed their orders, assured them that allies were on their way, then sent them off towards the Hiver factory to teach the cyborg intelligences what happened to appliances which got uppity. A word to the captain of the Grand Nicholas had the vessel and its escorts arrowing in towards the host. All according to plan, save the plan had envisaged backup. And now the Scythe had changed its heading, sluggishly accelerating, turning its broad face in towards Estoc's solitary world and mortal concerns. It was a nasty piece of work, that ship. Made like a stylized sun, some quirk of iconography, where human and Essiel imaginations met. A rayed shape, like a spiked disc, built around a central hub of crew space and deceptively slight gravitic engines. The hegemony could pack a lot of power into very little room, and their liquid tech probably meant that every system could be repurposed as anything else, if need be. "Hold our course," he told the Nicholas's captain, voice admirably steady at the man's look, watching the Scythe glide in system like a curious shark. Then every bridge alarm went off at once as the cavalry, odious but necessary, arrived. A great fist of Partheni ships jumping close in system with their new int navigators. Hadn't that been the nightmare of every colonial strategist since the secession? And here was Ravin virtually cheering them on. The universe has gone mad. But that madness had begun with the reworking of Earth over a century before. This was just the next logical stage. The point when humanity finally let go of the deadweight. The next step in the species' social evolution. Life in space, not on the illusory stability of a planet. The Parthenon and the Ark builders had come to the same conclusion, in the end. Ravin would be one of the lords of a nomadic fiefdom, and humanity's future would be preserved, no matter what the architects did. Exemplar Mercy appeared on his display, her stern, sour visage.
My agents within the shipyard have neutralized the dissidents within my own people, and all others are being ordered to stand by. Do not engage, and you will meet no opposition aboard your target, Mozarin.
Confirmed, and likewise.
He had plenty of loyalists amongst the work crews and technical staff of the yards, and they would all be playing their part. Larry hadn't been in a position to replace everyone after all. She'd kicked out the senior administration when she took over, but Ravin and his peers had handpicked all the staff at Estoc. Larry didn't understand the whole system of deep-ground feudal obligation that Magda practiced. She was a bureaucrat, not a true leader.
We are moving to engage the Essil,
Exemplar Mercy informed him crisply, and Ravin nodded. His own navy vessels were already burning up the outer fringe of the Hiver defenders, a swarm of construction frames flooding out of the factory's ports to meet detonations and massed accelerator fire. And the Scythe hadn't slowed. Nothing in its bearing suggested the arrival of a Partheni fleet had changed the odds in the slightest. Ravin licked suddenly dry lips.
What if it's right?
But he'd come too far for fear now. Without the Ark fleet and the yards at Estoc, all his plans were dust. He would commit everything, and if necessary, he would pay anything. It was the future of his family and his species. How could he give anything less? Havea. Within seconds of Ravin Ascaro's little fleet entering the system, Havea Mundi received one word on his encrypted channel. Silence. He didn't allow himself to think about it until he was already underway. He'd been on one of the host's scales, checking for hard-wired comms taps the old-fashioned way. Just routine anti-intrusion work, because Chief Larry had been feeling out a possible security breach. Then, the jolt of surprise came from everyone around him. Tech crew, a couple of intermediaries, when the ships turned up, followed by silence. He'd been on his feet, casually walking away, avoiding notice as best he could. Easy enough, because everyone had other priorities at that moment. He headed to the emergency lockers, which the Ark builders had installed within the scale's odd geometric spaces. He suited up, still moving as casually as if he was off to grab a cup of cafe, not making eye contact with anyone. Silence was the worst case. It meant no further orders should be expected in the near future. It meant trust nobody and go dark. Each individual scale was frankly too small to hide on, so it also meant a trip over to the Eye, and he didn't have a ship. He used his overrides to get through the airlock without triggering any alarms, fretting out the half-minute he was trapped in the little box of a room as the atmosphere cycled. Then he was out, standing on the ruby-coloured hull of the scale, looking up, down, at the great ragged eyesore of the Eye. Having originally been buried in the crust of a particularly nasty planet, it was now a hideous broken mass of dark stone, loosely surrounded by the curved shields of the host's scales. It constantly looked as though it was about to fall on him. He checked his pack. It had reaction jets and a fuel store if things got desperate, but at the moment the Eye and the host together had a graphitic field he could ride using the pack's stubby handles. He used his overrides to link to the Eye's systems and got himself cruising across the void, up, down, from the scale's underside towards the raw-edged exterior of the Eye. He was in near vacuum now, but as he got closer to the rock, the air would thicken, held in place by the gradient of the gravitic field. He'd start to hit turbulence and actual micro-weather events and have to take an active hand in the steering. Right now, he could just glide, though, which meant he'd also be able to see what was going on. Silence meant he was on his own. Could he reach out to his own contacts? A judgment call, and he made it. Because the general channels showed him exactly where those ships were headed, and though he couldn't necessarily rely on human help, the hivers weren't going to have turned on him. He pinged the channel he shared with Kolvari. Staccato bursts of contact, rerouted, encrypted. He didn't even know if anyone was looking for him. Most likely Havea Mundi was the last thing on anyone's mind, friend or foe. Silence, though. Silence meant you couldn't be too careful. "What can you tell me?" to Kolvari, wherever the hiver even was. With any luck, not on the hiver factory, given what was going down. He could feel the eye's thickening atmosphere pressing on the suit by the time the response came, Kolvari establishing a bounced link under cover of the constant traffic that regulated the scale's positions relative to one another. Compressed volleys of data, encoded for him using the private protocols the pair of them had agreed on and shared with nobody else. Just like when Havea and the hiver had been unravelling the files which exposed the Ark Builder's plan out over Ark Palator. It was nice, Havea thought faintly, to be out in the open for a while. But apparently it was back to the shadows for him, possibly forever. Silence. Once he'd decoded the first images, he just stared at them on his helmet's display, falling upwards towards the eye. They were from the hiver factory itself. He sincerely hoped Kolvari was just passing them on, rather than being their start point, because they showed the handful of Navy vessels there taking the satellite apart. The hivers were fighting back, that much he saw. Individual construction frames wheeled in a great cloud about the factory, casting themselves into the withering storm of the defensive fire the Navy accelerators were putting out. Each one would have within it a hiver colony, a seething knot of cybernetic insects that, between them, generated a conscious artificial mind. And they were being flayed. The Navy ships had clearly come equipped specifically for this fight, decked out with batteries of fast-tracking accelerators. Where the hivers made it through, they got to work on those ships. All their tools of construction now used for deconstruction, tearing at every vulnerable point they could reach, hacking at the hardened systems of the attacking vessels, trying to suborn them, overload reactors, foul atmospheres, cripple the gravitic drives. But there would be Navy troopers swarming the outside of their ships like ants, hunting down every frame that made it through the fire. Havea didn't give them much of a chance. When it was clear Phase 1 was dead in space, the factory started up Phase 2. Using its own gravitic drives to accelerate untenanted frames and parts, and just any piece of junk really, it reconfigured itself into a makeshift railgun and just blasted mass at the enemy. The first onslaught caught the Navy by surprise, and Havea saw one of the attacking ships fold around a barrage of super-accelerated machinery. A vent of frozen atmosphere, a flare of instantly extinguished flames, and then a shudder as the big ship's drives detonated. The rest of the fleet quickly readjusted shielding then, though, shouldering through the sudden storm of projectiles. Fingers on the scales of the gravitic gradient, so that space sloped away from them on all sides, and the hail of missiles spun harmlessly away into the void, without ever deviating from their straight-line courses. End of transmission. Havea adjusted his angle of approach, and then received a brief scatter of images from a different perspective, enough to suggest Kolvari wasn't on the doomed factory. The Partheni had arrived, but Havea had already gathered this was bad news from other channels. Now he saw their trio of big ships unloading at the almighty scythe of morning. A blizzard of accelerator shot rushed invisibly across the kilometers of intervening space, and then... Havea blinked. The gravitic drive of the scythe had taken the barrage and effortlessly folded the contours of space around it, gathering every pellet with the care of a god counting sparrows, lighting them up so that a sudden wheeling constellation flared before the great rayed disk of the hegemony ship. Then it cast them, burning, into the void in every direction with a gesture of sheer divine contempt. He'd never seen anything like it. Half that storm of stolen shot went right back at the Partheni. Kolvari's data registered the Queen of Aragon and Scathi were taking damage. The scythe sailed blithely on, sedate as a pleasure cruiser, and priming who knew what Essiel weapons. Then that transmission cut too, even as he touched down on the stony surface of the eye, and he saw Chief Larry in the next one. Standing in her office, stick-thin frame hanging awkwardly in the spindly exoskeleton she wore beneath her clothes. 4 Voyeni were shouldering their way in, guns levelled, demanding she get down on the ground, demanding she drop the weapons she didn't have. The camera position was behind her, so he couldn't see her face when she spread her hands arthritically. "Me? An old woman? What trouble am I going to give you?" They hadn't just gunned her down, at least. This was a civilized coup, so long as you weren't a hiver or a hegemonic. The Voyeni were big men, kitted out with accelerators and combat armour in Oscaro green and gold. They surrounded Larry, gun barrels right in the woman's face, still demanding she get down. Havea was on the exterior of the eye by then, labouring under the gravity, pushing through the atmosphere, which was shockingly restrictive after his long free ride. There was a raw-edged opening 100 metres away, and he called up maps of the labyrinthine interior, working out how he could get to his chief, but knowing it was too late. The view switched. Larry was now being escorted out into one of the awkward spaces within the eye, making a big show of how frail she was, her small steps, her careful motions. And the eye was a terrible place for access. Weird-angled originator spaces cut up by great slabs of Neramathi ironwork, then pierced by ladders and crawl spaces and walkways installed by the humans Ahab had brought in. He could read the frustration and impatience in the Voyeni as they tried to get Larry through a hatch, so brittle they could hardly lay hands on her without breaking her twig-thin limbs. She struck, just as she cleared the hatch, as Havea's perspective shifted to the suit camera of one of the Voyeni. Kolvari was fighting their own information war, he knew, infiltrating the enemy systems. 2 of the Voyeni were below Larry, one reaching up to pull her off the ladder. Another 2 were above, one partway through the hatch, when it slammed explosively shut and cut the man in half. Larry just collapsed, a bundle of bones at the feet of the men below. They were still reacting to the hatch when the anti-fire system went off, flooding the chamber with flame-retardant powder that was sucked out a moment later. Of course, the Voyeni was suited up, and Larry hadn't been. But still, when replacement air flooded in, one of the men at the ladder's base was down. Havea had no idea what had happened to him, but his gun was gone, and so was Larry. He almost signalled her then, but silence meant silence. He held a channel open and hoped she'd call him when she knew where they could rendezvous. For now he got himself inside, lowering his body until down sorted itself out, and the shaft he'd been about to tumble down became a crooked corridor with an unnerving stomach-twisting slope. And that was about the best you could expect from originator spaces. They hadn't been intended for humans to crawl about in. Another momentary jitter of data. For a second he was trying to decode it into images, but then he registered the origin. Not Kolvari, Larry. A random scatter of data that he could sieve coordinates out of. She was on the move, and he'd need to chart his own course to intercept her. He didn't even have a gun. Not long ago, it hadn't seemed necessary. His map of the eye interior gave him a madman's obstacle course of ladders and hatches, drops and crawlways that could take him to her. He'd be quicker without the suit, but right now he didn't trust the atmosphere, and the next development could see him back on the outside and making a break for it. He had to labour on and hope he didn't meet any narrow gaps the flight pack wouldn't fit through. He couldn't even confirm to Larry that he was on his way. Comms within the eye was a tricky proposition even without the hostile takeover. The originator material itself was basically impenetrable. You were relying on the haphazard skeleton of links Tokamak Jane had installed, and whatever additions Larry's own techs had added. And as those techs might well be Oscaro's too, anything Havea sent out was encoded and masked and bounced around so that nobody would be tracking it back to him any time soon. He continued to move, winding his way like a grub in an apple. Just one tiny human being in the stone organs of this great dead relic. He hailed Kolvari as best he could, getting a mere rattle of data in return. Radio-free Kolvari was alive, relocating, somewhere else within the tangle of the eye. And who else could Havea call, honestly? Chris Almier, maybe? Because she, of all people, wouldn't be welcoming the Oscaro family with open arms. Solace? Not now there were Partheni vessels slugging it out with Aklu. Telemmier? Hard enough getting through to the man when you were standing right next to him under ideal conditions, let alone now. Havea just put his head down and pressed on, waiting for Kolvari or Larry to signal him. Then he was 2 rooms away from the rendezvous point, and the next hatch wouldn't open. He tried his overrides, but he was locked out now. Someone else had muscled in on the system and cut it off by brute force. Crouched in his encumbering suit, his breath loud in his ears, Havea fumbled out a toolkit and started to work on the panel. Jane's human-level furnishings were spacer standard, meaning they were designed for someone to crank them by hand in an emergency. He reckoned this wasn't the emergency she'd been thinking about, but it counted in his book. Halfway through the job, Kolvari re-established a video link. A Voyeni suit body cam again, because that was the only transmission being allowed through. They'd caught up with Larry. She was against a hatch, and from the look of it, it could be the same one Havea was struggling with. She had her stolen accelerator braced against the knob of her shoulder. Not that the weapons had a recoil, but it helped to aim. 2 skeletal struts had hinged up from her exoskeleton to further steady the weapon, another little trick nobody knew she had. From his point of view, Havea could see at least 6 Voyeni in the cover of slanted stone bulkheads jutting from the ceiling. One put his head up, and Larry fired, accelerator pellets striking sparks from the dark material and ricocheting about the room. He doubled his attempts to get into the hatch's workings, ripping off his gloves so he could work faster. No technician, but he came from a culture where everyone learned the basics because it had been life or death a generation before. Larry's stance changed. That little stick figure straightened, as though finally acknowledging the presence of her firing squad. From close to the body cam, Havea heard a voice call, "You've given us a remarkable run for someone of your vintage, but this is as far as you go." Ravin Oscaro himself, doubtless safely in cover, but come to see the end of his fox hunt in person. "I'll give you to the count of 3 to get rid of that toy and surrender. We both want what's best for humanity, Larry. I respect that. I hope you can, too." Larry's head cocked, thinking it over. Havea's hands worked. He was trying to signal her now. Silence be damned. "I'm right here. Just stall them." But there was no way through. Oscaro had locked comms down. Havea couldn't even send a signal through the workings of the door. Her gun drooped, and then, just as the first two incautious Voyeni were coming out of cover, she brought it up and emptied it in their direction, chewing chips from the stone, carving up the unwary vanguard with the resulting back and forth of bounding shot, turning another three into jerking, bloody puppets. The man wearing the body cam hurled himself back, making Havea's view arc across the stone angles of the ceiling. Then there was a high singing whine of an accelerator closer to hand, returning fire. The barrage put 3 holes in the hatch he was working on, and came within a finger's width of doing the same to his skull. He fell back, tools scattering, seeing the craze of cracks across his helmet faceplate, from where one shot had lightly glanced against the exterior. The body cam point of view stabilised, Voyeni emerging cautiously, guns levelled. A weird, brittle tangle of nothing very much was at the base of the punctured hatch. Hardly enough material there to be a whole human body, surely. Just a doll, a model, a bad simulacrum of a human form. Bare bones. His point of view advanced until the Voyeni stopped in a wary, almost respectful ring around the body of Chief Larry. Her torso was carved up, a Rorschach spray of blood wet across the black stone like an art installation. Probably only a handful of shots, but the shock would have done for her almost instantly. The Morzarin Ravin Oscaro stepped to the fore, bold now the guns had gone away. Havea saw his aristocratic profile as the body cam tilted towards its master.
Such a waste.
Though Ravin didn't sound exactly unhappy about it. Havea couldn't imagine he'd have kept Larry around for long. Too dangerous a mind to hold on to. The Magdan noble took another step in, bending over the corpse, as if to reassure himself she really was dead. Larry lunged for him, and Havea almost screamed at the shock. It wasn't a human motion. He saw her tired old joints split with the force of it. The hand that closed around Ravin's throat was all brittle bones and atrophy, but it was backed by an exoskeleton following its owner's final instructions. The view danced and swung as Ravin staggered back, the featherweight corpse clinging to him, its mechanized grip digging into his flesh. One of the Voyeni smashed a gun butt against Larry's dead arm and just snapped it off at the elbow, but the hand continued its inexorable quest for closure. Havea silently cheered it on. But they finally managed to prise it away, leaving Ravin sitting, gasping, blood pooling about his collar from the claw marks Larry had posthumously gifted him. He'd live, the bastard, and Larry was already dead. But Havea vowed to return the favour, first chance he got. He and Kolvari were on their own now, and there were a whole host of Larry's people he needed to look after. The fight between the Partheni and the Scythe continued, and that could still tilt in his favour. Larry might be dead, but until he joined her, there was work to do. Chapter 8. Ollie. They came out into the reel, and the last red lights on Ollie's board guttered and died. She waited for the emergency lamps to flicker on, but one of those red indicators had apparently been telling her about the death of that system too. "Kit?" she asked. A leaden grey glow slowly built from nearby. The screens built into Kit's shield arms and back, the ones he used for paid advertising, were now repurposed as feeble lamps. "Attempts at damage diagnostics are being hampered by damage to the damage diagnostic systems," came the clipped voice of his translator. "We have very limited power." "I see that," Ollie agreed soberly. She couldn't get the internal cameras working, so in the end she trekked down to the drone bay using her walker, which had a long battery life, but not unlimited. Junior's big sphere of water was still a big sphere of water, and hadn't become a splat all over the floor, or a ball of ice. That was something. It was just about one of the only things she had, because everything else was coming up flat nothing. But she was a spacer. She was a scion of folk who had lived on the expanding edge of the architect-driven polyaspera back during the war. She could fix things. She could bootstrap. She transferred herself into the Scorpion. It had less internal power, but it made her feel better and had a lot of inbuilt tools. Then she set about seeing what could be fixed. Comms between the bowels of the ship and command had been easy enough. That let her talk to Kit, at least. After some tinkering and swearing and hitting things with a claw, she got emergency lighting on as well, though it was dimmer than she liked, and she suspected the power cells it relied on were bleeding out even now. No heating, though. No power. The reactor had taken some direct hits and just vented out into space, an option preferable to venting into the crew areas, admittedly. For most ships, that would have been it. Time for the distress call. Except Junior had flung them right into the middle of nowhere, and a distress call would take several centuries to arrive anywhere useful. The deep space salvage ship Vulture God had, as its final action, turned itself into a piece of deep space salvage. And Ollie was very aware of how long most of those floated around before anyone found them. Forever, in most cases. The Scorpion's internal heater was working overtime to keep her just very, very cold rather than dead. She saw that Kit had screwed with the efficiency of his screens until they were glowing a cheery red and keeping him active. Apparently, Hanny could also selectively shut down organs and limb segments in sub-zero conditions, so score 1 for non-human biology. None of that was a long-term solution, of course. And she had a long-term solution. It was sitting right here in front of her. A new reactor. Or, well, new was an interesting word to apply to a conflation of old pieces of junk, but it was there. She'd cobbled it together from all the pieces that Chris constantly told her to throw out, and which she'd stubbornly kept, because you never knew. Well, she had never known, and nor did Chris, but now she did. Specifically, that it wasn't enough. Ollie was the exemplar of the spacer adage, make do and mend. Kit was also a good hand, or clutch of mouthparts, with colonial tech by now. They had worked with a feverish haste, each pumped up on species-appropriate stimulants, because going to sleep on a dying ship was a good recipe for not waking up. And in the back of Ollie's mind was a clock counting down. The Partheni were making a move, and that Oscaro bastard was doing the same. She couldn't be sure whether it was the same move, or if the pair of them were about to slug it out and wreck everything in the Estoc system in the process. However it was going down, it was her friends in the middle of it, and here she was, lost in the trackless void, on a dead ship. She had that corpse of a ship on the slab, with the replacement heart right here. Her ludicrous cobbled-together piece of shit reactor. And it wouldn't react. Nothing would come of nothing, and nothing was all she had. As she'd been building it, she'd dreamt of showing it to Jane, joking about it. Yep, we rescued you with this. Imagining the cyborg laughing at her engineering. The thought hurt. Chris, Solace, Idris, yes, but right then Ollie wanted to see Tokamak Jane more than anyone. The feeling surprised her, like a knife in the kidneys when you didn't even know you were in a fight. But she wouldn't be seeing Jane because she couldn't jump-start the reactor. Just that jolt it needed to trigger the reaction and snowball into a force that would let Junior take them back into unspace, to vanish into oblivion, or come out in Estoc. Everything else was fixed, secured, jury-rigged, just enough for that desperate leap. Everything except the actual burst of power that would breathe life into the reactor so it could breathe life into everything else. The one technicality that stood between the Vulture God being a spaceship and becoming a piece of debris lost in the vastness of the universe. Kit, she said at last, I can't do it. There is nowhere on this ship that has the power to get this thing going. She'd factored in the Scorpion and her walker, the emergency power, even Kit's own screens. She could drain every erg of fizz they had on board, and it wouldn't get them over the threshold. Fuck me, I'm sorry, Kit. I really screwed up. I've made so many bad decisions.
Query, how is Junior?
Ollie frowned, but Kit was community-minded, and Junior was one of the crew, sure enough. She pivoted the Scorpion to look behind her. The big swirling sphere of water was still there. Junior hung inside it, pointed towards her, probably hungry, and trying to remember if she was a snack or not.
Junior's fine.
It was another thing to whip herself over. One more creature she'd screwed over on this idiot quest of hers.
Why?
Kit asked. Ollie frowned. Why what?
Drone bay ambient temperature is what?
Kit's translator had been getting more and more terse.
It's...
She checked the Scorpion's instruments.
Fuck! 29 below out there, and falling.
Similar recording here, Kit confirmed. Query, why? Junior is fine, therefore.
Ollie turned fully around and stared at the Ogdru in its watery world. Watery. Unfrozen. And fine. It was hegemonic tech, but hegemonic tech still needed power. The tank had been drawing from the god's supply. She'd be damned if she'd accept that their sufficiently advanced technology actually was magic.
So, where...
She took a reading, yanking the meter back before Junior could destructively investigate it. Water temperature inside the sphere was a couple of degrees above. Positively balmy. And yet Junior wasn't drawing power from the ship anymore, for the perfectly sensible reason that there was nothing to draw. So,
Kit...
Ollie was reconfiguring her instruments, not just the Scorpions, but all of the toolkit she had that still worked. For a moment, lights flickered weakly about the drone bay as she let her frame's batteries drain out into the ship's wider systems. Her eyes went as wide as an owl's.
Kit, Junior's generating power.
Biological?
Kit quizzed.
No, it's not. I'm not sure I believe what I'm seeing. Junior's interacting with unspace.
That is why we brought it on board.
Yeah, but for navigation. Inside unspace. If I'm reading this nonsense right, Junior's interacting with the unspace boundary from this side. Just making friction. Keeping the bath warm.
There was a long pause that hung between the two of them, and although Kit wasn't human, Ollie reckoned he was feeling the same reluctance she was about saying it out loud, voicing that faint hope they'd both just conceived. Junior was generating power through a means entirely outside Ollie's technical understanding, but once it entered into real space, it was apparently mundane enough to use as a water heater. And maybe, just maybe, there was a deep enough well of it to get the reactor going. Chris. Getting Idris out of the Eye's machinery was a whole military campaign in itself. Hard enough even in peacetime, and now apparently they were being invaded. She had to explain everything to him 3 times, while he visibly pieced his mind together. Little clickety spasms kept running through his artificial hand, out of sync with the shivering of the rest of him. One of his eyes kept half closing lazily, then jerking too wide. She would have been worried about him giving himself brain damage, but that was basically Ints in general, and Idris in particular.
They can't do this now,
he managed, when she'd finally got through to him that there were not 1, but 2 hostile armed fleets in system, both of them inexplicably ignoring their lifelong avowed enemies to go after the shipyard's own defences.
This is exactly what I was attempting to communicate,
Shinandri agreed with tart outrage. The remaining complement of the wellhead had gathered around the now emptied machines, nervously awaiting developments. Getting word from anywhere else in the eye was patchy, and from the actual outside even worse. There seemed to be multiple ongoing attempts to interfere with comms. Chris sat and hugged the twitching Idris, the centre of a ring of confused-looking liaison board ints such as Idris Telemmier. Shinandri was hunched on one of the machines, half in the hose-bedecked encounter suit he used to dive in with the intermediaries. He couldn't experience unspace firsthand like they could, but he was able to glean data from their neurometrics, Chris understood. He'd been down with them when the fighting had kicked off, and now he was hugging his knees and scowling, as though the whole business was aimed at him personally. Jane, by contrast, had just sat down with her tools and taken a panel off, using the emergency as an unscheduled maintenance break. There was a clatter from outside, and everyone jolted, but it turned out to be just Trine again. The hiver had got fed up of waiting and gone off, as they'd said, to give someone a piece of their mind. At People's hopeful look, their illuminated face burlesqued a frown.
I have been unable to find anyone of use, my fellow inmates, they announced. The sole individuals locatable anywhere near this facility were some of the original technical staff, who were profoundly disrespectful to my person and species. I am beginning to think all is not well.
They were clowning, Chris saw, grandstanding a little, to raise morale generally, or perhaps just for themselves.
I take it our glorious leaders have not emerged with a battle standard and an army.
Chris shook her head, glancing at the irregular-shaped iron plate door that led to the next chamber. This was still part of the wellhead, and there was another machine there, but it wasn't built for humans. It was Ahab's lair, the main driving force, which had transformed the originator site into the Eye in the first place. And because Ahab was a leading light in the cartel, it was where two of their other leaders had gone. None of them had come out yet, and Chris dearly hoped some kind of plan was emerging, because right now nobody was telling them anything. Then Idris finally woke up enough to ask, "Where are the others?" Chris exchanged an awkward look with Jane. The Partheni just up and left, Idris.
What now?
They're ints. They all got a call and then they left. Not happy about it, but I think they got orders. Those are their ships out there after all, among others. She grimaced. We've lost them.
Solace?
I've tried to call Solace. I can't get through.
But we have to.
Idris jumped up, then sat right back beside her, blinking rapidly.
Trine?
I detected not a trace of even one Partheni on my travels, the hiver confirmed. Evacuated, the lot of them. I, too, would very much like to have an open channel to our old compadre, Myrmidon Executor Solace, right now, if only to give her some select words about her choice of loyalties.
Working on it, Jane said. Everyone stared at her, and she arched her eyebrows at them. What do you think I've been doing? I'm trying to get around this mess of comms embargoes they've saddled us with. Just hold your flaps, will you? Her head snapped back to the knot of wiring she'd been eviscerating. Wait, hold on. Something incoming. A voice sounded from the emergency speakers riveted into the ceiling. Chris was already forming the word fuck after a few seconds because, despite the static and distortion, she knew it well.
Attention, all crew aboard the installation known as the Eye, announced the Morzarin Ravenuskaro. Know that the facility at Estok has now been returned to the control of its rightful owners. All personnel are instructed to remain where they are until liberating forces give them further instructions. You will not be harmed unless you offer resistance to our troops or refuse to obey instructions given to you.
There was probably more, But Jane made a little sound of triumph, and Ravin's voice cut off abruptly. "Got a channel," she announced. "Dumbass son of a bitch just about handed it to me with his public service announcement shit. Don't have long. Who do we want?" "Solace. Partheni channel." There was possibly a better use of the window, but Chris was with Idris and Trine on this one. They really needed to know what was going on with the Parthenon. "Gotcha," Jane said. "Imagine some music or something. Do, and... You're ready? Speak now or forever you know what." "Solace?" Chris asked, and Trine spoke over her with, "Myrmidon Executor, old comrade in arms, I hope you have some explanations." Because with them, why use one word when a dozen would do? Idris said nothing, just stared hollowly. "Chris?" Solace's voice, faint, but also low, like the woman didn't want to be overheard. "What's going on, Solace?" Chris asked evenly. "I don't know, Chris, but we've all been stood down. Orders at the fleet exemplar level. There are Voyeni all over the eye now. We're just watching them walk past. I don't understand." Solace's voice, shaking slightly. "I shouldn't even be on comms right now. I'm sorry, Chris. Trine. All of you." Then she was gone, and Jane cursed, going back to working on the panel.
"Well, this is plainly unsatisfactory," Trine observed. "I shall file a complaint."
The hollow bowl of their face then tilted, cued by some sound Chris hadn't heard. A moment later, they had visitors, just about the last person she wanted to see, plus enough of his bully boys to keep everyone there in line. Ravin Oscaro himself, come to take possession of the wellhead. It struck her that, yes, the Estoc shipyards, the half-built arcs, and the host had all been in the hands of him and his allies before the cartel moved in. The eye, though, was a bonus. An alien treasure hauled through unspace and dropped into his lap. What he'd do with it, she had no idea, but he needed to understand it was a unique and priceless prize. The look he turned on them was avuncular, proprietary. After all, over half the ints gathered there had been his family's property before, under their leash contracts. Now they were his again, and he'd finally added Idris Telemmier to his collection. He'd been having a mixed day, she could see. He'd turned up in full regalia, a Magdan dress uniform with a battery of medals he'd presumably been born to. There was a serious medical casing keeping his neck stiff, though, enough that he'd have difficulty looking left any time soon. Someone had got close enough to sour his triumph. Trine strode forwards. Chris lunged to snag their casing, but they were too fast for her. The armoured Voyeni all had their accelerators levelled, a second's work to chew up the hiver and all their long academic career, but Trine didn't seem to register the threat. Instead, they drew themselves up to their full height, 6 inches over Ravin, once they'd completely straightened their bird-like legs.
"I lodge a formal protest," they announced grandly, their multi-tool rack of jointed arms splaying in annoyance. "I am a delegate of the Hiver Assembly in aggregate. I demand to be accorded the proper diplomatic benefits and repatriated with my embassy. This conduct is unacceptable."
Chris waited for Ravin's temper to flare, but apparently whatever tribulations he'd endured were very much in the past, because he regarded the hiver with only mild contempt.
"Delegate," he said with mock respect, "may I show you something before you present me with your itemized grievances? A little update of news, as you may be slightly behind on recent developments."
One of his people then zipped open a filmy screen. Everyone craned to see what it might be. They'd been mostly cut off since the colonial ships hit system. She recognised the hiver factory. Even in that first image, it was holed and battered. Parts of it vented flaming atmosphere, the fires guttering into the void. Its angle to the world below seemed terribly wrong, and Chris understood that it was falling, dropping into the planet's gravity well, so that its underside had already started to glow with atmospheric friction. She flicked a glance to Trine's face. It was entirely untenanted, frozen in the diplomatic outrage they'd been broadcasting a moment before. They watched the Hiver factory die, falling into the world, blazing like a star, burning, yet still with enough mass to impact like a meteor on the lifeless crust below. Countless Hiver instances winked out. A repository of minds cracked open. A war crime.
"You were saying, Delegate?"
Ravin asked pleasantly.
"Only you may wish to reassess the importance of your diplomatic credentials, as well as your request to be returned to your embassy, such as it now is."
He gave a nod that obviously sent a jab of pain through him, and one of his Voyeni stepped forwards. Without ceremony, the man took out a baton and smashed Trine across the barrel torso, then swept the Hiver's legs out, obviously intending to topple them to the floor. Trine ended up in a weird crouch instead, utterly inhuman, caught on their fan of arms and one foot.
"You are an acknowledged expert on the originator technology we are surrounded by,"
Ravin informed them.
"On this basis, I will retain your services as a data store and analytical engine. But do not confuse the matter. You are not a delegate. You are not, as far as I am concerned, a person. You will not presume to act like one. My technical staff will come and remove you to your new place of work shortly."
Chris waited for the sharp rejoinder that would probably get Trine's limbs torn off, but the Hiver reoriented themselves and then just sank down onto their haunches, knees as high as their head. Their face flicked to a neutral, inoffensive expression, and they retracted their arms. She remembered that Trine was old, possibly the oldest continuous instantiation of any Hiver personality anywhere. They had been property when they'd first become. They'd lived to see their people given rights as sentient beings. For all their bluster and bombast, they remembered and knew when not to push their luck. Some message obviously reached Ravin, because he stiffened and stepped away, and the Voyeni formed a guard around him. A moment later, Chris heard marching feet, and then a squad of Partheni myrmidons entered. Short and compact women, faceless in that infamous grey battle armour. The Voyeni bristled and tried to loom, but the women plainly didn't rate them as much of a threat. Although, if a fight kicked off between them here at the wellhead, there would be enough shot flying around that just about everyone there would catch some. Half the squad stayed facing off against the Voyeni, evidence that whatever unholy alliance was in place wasn't exactly cast iron. The rest stomped up to the big door that led to Ahab's quarters and waited. Chris found she was holding her breath. Were the cartel's leadership about to explode out of there, guns blazing? It didn't seem their style, but she was off all maps right now as far as knowing where she stood. The door finally ground open with an ear-offending whine. Chris saw Jane's head twitch and could almost hear the woman thinking, "Been meaning to get round to that." Out walked a single woman, Monitor Superior Tact, formerly known to Chris as Solace's boss. She regarded the myrmidons without expression. "Tell them to fight," Chris urged her mentally. "Turn it around. Do your goddamn spy stuff. Do something." But Tact just stared for a moment, not even acknowledging Ravin and his people. Then she stepped forwards, and the myrmidons surrounded her, very clearly a prisoner escort, and not an honour guard. They proceeded to march her out of the wellhead, And that was that.
Fuck,
Chris said, too loud. She hadn't realised how much of her hopes she'd pinned on that going very differently. Ravin chuckled indulgently and got as far as,
"Now then, Mesdames Almier, you shouldn't—"
before Ahab exploded out of the next room, its bulk barely fitting through the door. Ahab was the only Neramathi Chris had ever seen close up. What the species had looked like originally was unknown, given the architects had destroyed the worlds they'd evolved on, and just about everything else of their species, save the predatory ark fleets they roamed the universe in. They'd been aquatic, people thought. Usually you saw them in tanks and globes, dimly glimpsed long-necked monsters. Ahab had adapted. Its hide was scarred with hideous implants, most of its head a battery of artificial senses and possibly weapons. Its bulk sat lopsided on a 6-legged walking frame, constantly on the point of toppling over, yet as agile as spiders when it needed to be, and now it was advancing on Ravin's people at a rate of knots. And shouting. Ahab had the only Neramathi Kolvol translator anyone had ever come across. It always shouted.
"Why has the work stopped?"
it demanded.
"This interruption must cease!"
Shinandri and Jane, Ahab's old confederates, were on their feet and trying to intercept it. All the Voyeni had their accelerators levelled. The room was one twitchy finger away from becoming a massacre.
"Ahab, come!"
Shinandri's high voice cried. And, "Boss, you can't!" from Jane.
"Our victory is close!"
Ahab howled.
"The maiden voyage must not be prevented!"
Chris had no idea what that even meant, because the precise details of what they were doing with the eye were frankly beyond her. Ahab had obviously registered the guns, though. It loomed and thrashed its neck back and forth, but halted its headlong rush. Ravin stared at the Neramathi in fascinated horror. Possibly he was considering how it would look stuffed and mounted in one of his grand houses back on Magda.
"Is this thing of value?"
he asked. A metal growling rattled from within Ahab's implants, but Shinandri stepped between it and the Voyeni, arms outstretched.
"Your lordship, Mynheer Boyarin, however the appropriate address goes, I cannot know what your plans are for any of us or for all we've built here, but please, we are engaged in valuable study, irreplaceable additions to the store of sentient knowledge, an exploration of unspace without parallel anywhere in the universe. A means, I might even dare say, of striking against the architects themselves, of becoming masters of those volumes that extend into the nighted depths beneath us. Yes, indeed, even there. I implore you, do not cast such things away, and know that Ahab, standing at my back—"
In fact, the Neramath's blunt, ravaged head was hanging over and ahead of him.
"This is the chief mind behind all of this. I am myself a scientist of no small note, but nothing of this could have been achieved without Ahab's genius."
Ravin's face was unreadable. Chris judged him entirely capable of just cancelling the whole eye project with extreme prejudice right then, having Shinandri and Ahab gunned down and thinking no more about it. But he was no fool, and who knew to what use he could put the originator tech in the future?
"Keep it on a leash,"
he informed Shinandri, and then some other call plainly came in to grab his attention.
"When we have finished securing the system, you'll all be taken to your proper places,"
he told his prisoners. And then he was gone, leaving a half-dozen Voyeni to watch over them and make sure nobody got any ideas. Ollie. They arrived in time for the end, Ollie was braced for trouble when they emerged into the Estoc system. And trouble there was. But it was of such a scale that nobody noticed the arrival of the vulture god. The Partheni fleet that Junior had previously tracked down was already there and in action. There was some other business going on as well, with Ascaro's mob all over the host and the Ark fleet, but it was the Parthenon that had Ollie's attention. It was going toe-to-toe with Aklu the Unspeakable. The disk of the almighty scythe of morning was spinning on its axis, like a slow buzzsaw blade. 3 big Partheni cruisers were throwing a ridiculous amount of shot at it, so much that she could almost see the scythe's gravitic shields with the naked eye. Instead of just warping space to curve the accelerator fire away, the hegemonic ship was forming vortices and bowls with the basic fabric of space. Juggling the structure of the universe to catch and gather the enemy shot, before casting it back at them in great shotgun storms spanning tens of cubic kilometers of space. The scythe had its own accelerators too. The weapons opened like pores, like eyes, emerging from the faceted hull to blink and glare, and then close in sleep. Ollie saw one of the Partheni vessels, the Medusa, its ident said, abruptly lurch sideways as one barrage struck home, its rear segments crumpling as it shunted the energy back down its length. And it wasn't just the big guns. There were a score of smaller vessels braving the busy space between the cruisers and the scythe, including a numberless swarm of the little zero-point fighters the Partheni deployed to distract architects. The god's instruments weren't equal to tracking all the moving parts of the battle, but she could see brief bursts of fire and data as the scythe filled nearby space with crystalline chaff, shredding any ship that got too close. For a moment, she thought it was that simple. The unassailable might of the hegemony would prevail, as it always had, even against the very best that human engineering could throw at it. And for once, it was okay, because she was now inexplicably on the side of the divine Essiel, or one of them at least. But then Kittering flagged up a whole spectrum of warnings and fractures across the scythe's radial hull. Ollie was used to human ships after all. The scythe had been built to an alien design aesthetic. Not a Hanny aesthetic, for that matter, but apparently Kit had been paying more attention when they'd seen the hegemony and human go at each other over Ark Palator that one time. The Partheni possibly didn't realise either, but the scythe had taken heavy damage. Some of those regular geometric lines she could see weren't a design choice, but fractures in the hull. The Parthenon had taken its losses, but it seemed it was winning. The 3 cruisers moved in, and Ollie's board lit up as their mass looms discharged, clenching space around the scythe. She saw the rays of that artificial sun warp and deform under the force of this. In the past, she'd witnessed regular vessels pulverized by that sort of treatment. It was a weapon inspired by the architects, and the crystalline structure of the architects had been cracked by it too, for that matter. Yet the scythe's jagged rays sprang back, twisted, tattered at the edges, but gamely trying to return to their original shape and orientation. "Comms established. Hail from the scythe incoming," Kittering announced. "Timo, you steal any weapons when you took our Ogdru?" It was Heremon, Aklu's lieutenant, sang-froid incarnate, even though her transmission shuddered with static in time to the bombardment the scythe was receiving. "Nope," Ollie said. "Incoming, though. Situation?" A pause, and somehow this told Ollie how bad things were. Just that space of dead air, while Heremon tried to find words, someone who'd never been short of them before. "How's the boss?" Ollie asked, because right then she needed to hear someone talking to her, even if it was an immortal half-human gangster. "Come on, I brought your squid back. Tell me what I can do." "The razor and the hook has received a slight to their honour," Heremon said tightly, whatever the fuck that even meant. A human translation of an Essiel's mood, except Heremon wasn't even all that human. Then a blast of data came through that Kit fielded and translated. Damage reports. Most of it was still a long way from any tech specs Ollie recognised, but the overall message was clear. The mass looms spoke again. Closer now, the god caught the outer ripple of them, and Ollie heard tortured bulkheads singing out in sympathy. The scythe... For a moment, she thought it had just gone. Her screens fuzzed with a storm of data, suggesting the hegemonic ship had come apart, fragmented into a billion pieces. But then it was back again, seemingly whole, except there was something dreadfully wrong with it, that the instruments could detect but not analyse. "Can you reach us?" Heremon was asking. "Not with the mass looms," Ollie said tightly. Kittering was swearing. It was a Hanelambran obscenity, which his translator wouldn't parse, but she recognised it, and he was keeping up a constant tirade of incredulous profanity. He'd processed what they'd just seen better than her, and it had scared the crap out of him. "Eat this, you fuckers," said Heremon, entirely calmly, not, thankfully, directed at the god. Kittering sent a swathe of maths over to her board, trying to describe what had just happened. It bounced off Ollie the first time, but then she got it and joined him in the swearing. The mass looms had shattered the scythe, or rather, the scythe had allowed itself to be shattered. It really had broken apart, the rigid structure splintering into pieces, still held in loose association by its field. The liquid tech the hegemony used couldn't just be broken apart by gravitic torsion, though. So the entire ship had been put through the shredder and simultaneously rebuilt itself to ride out the colossal disruption of the mass looms. Ollie didn't know where that left any of the actual physical people on board, and yes, Heremon was still speaking, but then Heremon could survive just about anything. Then the scythe retaliated. Getting close enough to use their mass looms had put the Partheni in reach of Aklu's own big guns. There was no beam, no missile. The god's sensors just about blacked out for a moment around the Partheni Queen of Aragon, even as it fired up its mass loom again. The graphitic signature of the cruiser became momentarily the shadow of something vastly larger. The impression, to a fallible human mind, was that something had risen up impossibly beneath the ship, meaning out of the underlying structure of the universe, out of unspace, as though a gaping maw was drawing all of space down into itself. Monsters and nightmares. Rationally, sensibly, Ollie understood that what the scythe had really done was put a delicate remote finger on the scales of the Partheni ship's own mass loom as it tried to fire, inverting the fields the weapon generated and centering them on the Queen itself. In the space of 3/4 of a second, the Queen of Aragon became a spiralling streamer of metal and organic material 1,000 kilometres long, twisted into a complex arabesque that Ollie preferred to think read, "Fuck you," in Essiel. After that, the remaining cruisers put more distance between themselves and their enemy, out of the effective range of gravitic field weaponry like the mass looms and whatever the hell Aklu had just unleashed. Accelerator cannon had a theoretical range limited only by the curvature of the universe, though, so they still poured that on, and the scythe's shields fielded less and less of the incoming storm. "Coming in now," Ollie sent to Heremon, and danced the cumbrous old vulture god closer, keeping the scythe's hull and shielding between them and the death the Partheni were filling space with. The rear dock she chose took them to the aquarium, where the Ogdru were kept. She had vague thoughts of repatriating Junior with its parents or podmates or however it worked. But that wasn't going to happen, she quickly realised. Things were worse on board the almighty Scythe of Morning than she'd ever dreamt. Kit stayed on the god as Ollie ventured out in the Scorpion. Not that even that battle-tested frame would survive the sort of existential level problems the Scythe was suffering. Whatever they'd done to survive the mass loom barrage, it hadn't entirely worked. When the scythe had pulled its pieces back together, nothing had quite fitted where it should. Every surface Ollie could see was jagged with discontinuities. There were spiralling fractal patterns of bristling edges across each wall. Everything was crooked. The very ground beneath the scorpion's feet was rough and fuzzy, with molecular-level mismatches. She could feel the whole ship around her vibrating with a terrible wrongness, as if only its master's fierce concentration was preventing it just flying apart. The Ogdru were dead. The machinery of their tanks had failed, the discs tilted, half swallowed by floor and ceiling. Long spines and spindles of ice jutted at random all around her, slowly melting. The navigators themselves were great blubbery masses of tentacles, collapsed under their own body weight. The remains of one of Aklu's crew was there, half in a wall, and she hoped it had been quick. "I'm here," she said to Heremon. "I'm right here. I'm coming. Where the fuck am I going?" Her only reply was a beacon, and she followed it through a ship that had become a nightmare version of the one she remembered. Every pearlescent corridor was jagged and broken, sudden dead ends of walls where doors should be, abrupt windows gaping nakedly onto empty void. And the dead. She didn't see a single living crew member, and yet the ship fought on, all around her. She could feel it rock with each fresh accelerator salvo, and the fact that it hadn't just disintegrated under the bombardment told her something was still doing its job. Finally, she reached the throne room, or the crumpled non-Euclidean space the battle had left of it, and there, in its centre, was Aklu. Courtesy of Aklu, Ollie had once seen far too much of the inner workings of an Essiel, and she'd been worried she'd get a refresher course in the unspeakable itself. It wasn't that bad, though. The A-grav couch Aklu usually sat in hadn't survived the fight. What remained was a tilted mess of sheared components, with the Essiel hanging at an unlikely angle, still attached to it and still alive. Beside and partly beneath it was the golden frame of Aklu's Hiver Major Domo, which had always been its mouthpiece. They weren't saying anything right now, although the open birdcage of their torso was seething with insect activity. Still theoretically alive then, too. And there was Heremon. She had suffered the same fate as the crewman in the aquarium. A leg, a hip, and part of her abdomen and ribcage were merged with the rippled pearl of the floor. Her back and the Tothia symbiont she carried on it were clear, though. So, of course, she was very much alive, and very much in incredible pain, to judge from her rigid face. Ollie considered that calm voice over the comms, and shuddered. "What can I do?" she demanded, because the whole disaster seemed over her pay grade. "Cutting torch," Heremon got out. "You have one." Still that dreadfully even tone. "I got all sorts on this frame." Ollie turned to Aklu's broken couch. "You need me to free up the boss? His feet still work?" Because, of course, she knew Aklu's secret, the bizarre stigma of its alienation from its own species. "Yes, but first me," Heremon told her. "You what?" Around them the ship shuddered again, and she felt a terrible grinding sound, not part against part, but molecule against molecule, only temporarily united and eager to be free. "Got you, you fuckers," Heremon remarked conversationally. An excited Kit on comms in Ollie's ear reported that the Medusa had just taken a massive accelerator hit, more than even Partheni segmentation could soak up. It was only the Scathy left in the fight now. Looking around her, Ollie reckoned that would be enough. "Me first, if you please," through Heremon's clenched teeth. Ollie noticed there was a hand cutter lying within reach of the Tothiat. She did the maths. "You Couldn't, Heremon said. Tried. Hurt too much, and I keep growing back. Fucking metabolism. Yeah, immortal and invulnerable, poor you. But Ollie felt profoundly sick. Heremon couldn't free herself from the hull because she regenerated faster than she could sear away at her own flesh. Ollie, on the other hand, had better tools and probably owed Heremon some hurt. She prided herself on being a bastard after all. Why shrink from torturing a gangster or two? Except it was the hardest thing she'd ever done. Even with Heremon holding completely still and not even screaming much, a perfect patient who did everything the doctor ordered. And even with the scorpion's life support filtering out the scent of burned flesh. She had to work fast, because the mindless tendrils of the Tothir were constantly trying to reattach to the lost body buried in the wall. At last, she got Heremon free, hauling what was left of her away to stop any questing reattachment. She then turned her attention to the broken couch, where Aklu had been patiently waiting, and stood over the Essiel, in her brutal multi-legged frame. Aklu's own artificial limbs were trapped in the cage of that crushed seat, and she realised that if she wanted, she could rid the universe of a monstrous gangster right here, right now. Aklu's arms flickered and rumbling groans issued from its shell, but there was no silver-tongued hiver to translate, and the awful majesty of the Essiel had fallen away from it. It didn't matter. She just got to work with the cutter and carved away the couch's dead systems, slice after slice, like a cancer surgeon, except she felt almost as if she was destroying the body so that the infection might be free. Once she'd done enough, Aklu opened out from the jagged ruin of the couch like a poisonous flower. Its holdfast writhed and buried itself in the midst of a great knot of segmented tentacles, erupting from an impossibly small space and knocking Ollie back on the scorpion's metal ass. For a moment, Aklu towered over her, like a cyberneticist's worst nightmare, before it sank down fluidly to less monstrous proportions. "We need to go," Heremon said. She'd crawled over, and now had the hiver's bug-crazy torso cradled in her arms. Without needing to be asked, Ollie stalked over and picked her up. "You going to regrow those bits?" she asked. Where Heremon's body ended, the Tothir fibres were coiling about one another in an anxious, undirected way. "No fucking idea," Heremon said softly. "Never been like this before. How's your ship?" "Kit, how's our ship?" Ollie passed on. "Very desirous of having you back on it," Kit told her shortly. Suddenly, an almost organic spasm went through the scythe. Ollie felt as though each part of the ground beneath her was filing for trial separation. "Coming back, with friends," she told him, getting underway, with Aklu undulating along in her wake. "And then we're getting the fuck out of this system." Part 2. Estok, Occupied. Chapter 9. Ravin. Eventually, all was quiet, calm, and within his control. The medical dressing about his throat was a prickly reminder that he'd underestimated the opposition, even at the very brink of triumph. Ravin could, after all, have stayed back on a ship while his Voyeni took care of matters. There was a certain noblesse oblige to the business, though. There would have been precious little satisfaction in merely being brought the news and a drone recording of Larry's arrest or death. She had taken from him, stolen the fruits of a decade's careful scheming for her ludicrous project, and now she was dead. He'd rather she was alive to be turned to his purposes, but dead would do. A dangerous character had been Adela Larry. Perhaps best that she'd refused to be taken. With the host and the eye in hand, he'd retreated to his flagship, the Grand Nicholas. It had stayed clear of the fighting with the hivers, and so was free of the untidiness of repair that would disturb Ravin's equilibrium. Under ideal circumstances, he'd be looking to the host itself as a base, but of course his fragmented alien vessel currently held the ragged length of rock that was the eye. Decisions, decisions. He could fire the damn thing into the sun if he wanted, of course, and reclaim the host for its original purposes. Leaning back in his chair, hearing the bustle of his servants about his quarters, he called up the plans. A whole distributed ship, without hull, just rooms and connections in space, all held in place by the host's gravitic field. An open-plan arc, where the masters of the fleet could look out over the cosmos that they had taken possession of. Some of the other builders had blanched at the thought of all that abyss on display, worrying that it might have a similar effect on the human mind as going into unspace. Ravin had sneered at them. Small minds for small worlds, not fit to inherit the universe. The eye fascinated him, though. Powerful, unique, what wasn't to like? And yet, the purpose it had been put to by that clique of science-minded freaks seemed entirely too much like navel-gazing. No harm, certainly, having a reliable advance warning for an architect attack here and now, but to try and feel out the whole inhabited universe was absurd and wasteful. To try and plumb unspace to go look for architects was the height of foolishness. If this eye was basically an engine that could read and affect unspace, then it had other uses, however. And if the mad Neramathi thought it could be a weapon against the architects, then it could be a weapon against anything. The hegemony, the Parthenon, alien races not yet discovered. This was potential enough to keep it and its attendant menagerie around for now, perhaps to be transferred to a less prestigious housing in due course. Of course, he'd need to get all those ints off it. He'd planned his strike, with the aid of the plentiful fifth colonists left over from the original ARC project, so that the vast majority of the cartel's stolen intermediaries would be on the host. Now they were his again, as they should be. And they were needed to serve humanity, his humanity. The people he'd stocked the ARCs with, to embark on the next phase of the species' evolution. He hoped reclaiming his tame navigators would be as simple as clicking his fingers and sending the relevant commands. The cartel had been busy, though. A handful had come meekly at his call, but the majority had already had their conditioning blunted, their implants removed. Ravin was currently assembling a packet ship to take his will and words into the wider universe, and included in the dispatches was a call to the liaison board. He'd require a full medical team to redomesticate the intermediaries, returning them to the pliable and reliable state he needed. Thankfully, the Magdan nobility, and the Oscaros in particular, had long been generous donors to the board, and most of the directors were in Ravin's shadow one way or another. He'd have all the resources he needed from that direction. They would set up a mass conversion clinic at his request, and tighten up the mental shackles where necessary. Then there was Idris Telemmier. Sitting in his stateroom, Ravin called up the files on the man, the impossibly long history. A first-generation int, somehow still hale and well, or well enough. Young even, despite being far older than Ravin in mere years. Arguably the greatest success of the old wartime intermediary program. The man Ravin's nephew Peter had stumbled upon and taken for a liaison board deserter. Also the man who'd cost Ravin too many good voyeni on Arc Palator and Cricketh's Hell. And here he was, bundled up as a bonus with the rest of them. Too dangerous right now to give a helm and a navigator's board to, but that would change. Telemmier's broken little mind could be chained just like anyone's, with the right psych programming and punitive implants. He would be the jewel in the Ark Fleet's nomadic crown, And as he apparently didn't age, he might serve many generations of the family, as they roved from system to system, masters of all they surveyed through the transparent walls of the host. A chime informed him that Peter was outside, and he signalled to let the boy in. His nephew had acquitted himself tolerably in the destruction of the factory. Smaller family ships were now having some fun hunting down the last active hiver frames in system, picking them off for target practice, but that was something that didn't need aristocratic oversight.
Uncle, a new Partheni ship just dropped out of unspace,
Peter informed him, with a faintly peevish edge to his voice, as though it was Ravin's fault, or such developments should be cleared with Peter first.
Give the boy one fighting command and he's getting ideas above his station. Hence my sending for you. A unified family front.
This was where things might become tricky. The Partheni had taken rather gratifying losses in their fight with Aklu. Ravin could even spare a fond thought for the late unspeakable, for putting up such a spirited defence.
2 full Partheni cruisers scrapped. What a windfall.
If the Essiel had just caved or run, Ravin would be looking at a full 4-warship fleet across the negotiating table, far more force than he could match. Right now, with the scythe finally shattered to fragments, Exemplar Mercy had only her battered Scathy and this newcomer, the Medea. Still not a fight Ravin was particularly keen to get into, but one where he reckoned he had the edge, if the Partheni were foolish enough to bring it.
We're about to test the honor of our allies, he told Peter. Mouth shut and face composed.
The boy looked mulish, but nodded, and then Ravin confirmed his readiness to Mercy's channel. She appeared on his display with a stern officer on either side, the same sort of show of strength he and Peter were making with their uniforms and medals.
Congratulations on your victory over the hegemonics, Exemplar,
Ravin told her with crisp jollity. In amongst those words were all the barbs he could possibly wish concerning her losses, diplomatically irreproachable, and yet she'd know exactly how he meant it. None of that showed on her face, of course, but then who knew how much the Partheni really retained of human feelings?
Likewise yours over the Assembly, she noted. One hopes you are not relying on their services elsewhere. They may take this as a breach of contract.
He took that for a joke and chuckled dutifully.
Oh, the days of humanity being reliant on the manufacturing capability of cockroaches are over, thankfully.
There would probably be 100 diplomatic attachés desperately trying to put distance between Hugh and the Ark Builder clique right now, given that they really had been reliant on the hivers, but Ravin and his peers had severed those ties already. Just one more way to keep ahead of the competition.
I see you're moving shuttles into the host.
In fact, his own ships were watching very carefully, and the Voyeni forces within the Eye and the various host shards were on high alert, in case there should be a force of Myrmidons about to disembark. The structure of the host made it a hard thing to capture, unless you already had agents on the inside, though. If the Partheni were going to betray him that way, they'd be disappointed.
We will reclaim our people aboard my Scathy.
Mercy sounded tired.
We are to reunite with the rest of the fleet and plan our next move, now that we have extricated our assets from this unnecessary venture.
She said all this with a straight face, and Ravin nodded smoothly. Between them was a gulf of knowledge. What he knew, and what she knew he knew. Because getting a handle on what a united Parthenon was doing had always been next to impossible. Obtaining information about a fractured Parthenon, which was all but engaged in a civil war, was another matter entirely. Plenty of third-party brokers had interesting intel for sale right about now. Parthenon ships in odd places, damaged, offloading mutineers, fighting each other. Mercy had made her move, but Ravin felt she didn't have the majority with her just yet. What she did have, now the shuttles had docked, was the Partheni intermediaries. Of course, Ravin would have welcomed being able to keep them, but that had never been on the table. He and Mercy both knew that they might just be setting the stage for some future conflict, when the nomadic fleets of Partheni and colonial humanity met around some unthinkably distant star. He'd far rather none of this had been necessary, but he'd provoked the Partheni into a mutually disarming war against the colonies and never lost hold of the Estok shipyards and arcs in the first place. But the cartel had muscled in on his business, and so he'd been forced into this unsavoury alliance. So let Mercy fight her sisters, or else just take her secessionists and navigate across the galaxy, outside the throughways. It was a big universe, more likely that the two itinerant branches of humanity would never meet. There were no marauding myrmidons on the shuttles. The hitch in their alliance came from elsewhere.
The Medea will remain in system, Exemplar Mercy explained to him.
Will it now? Ravin asked. And why would it need to?
Mercy's look at him was one of cold loathing.
Because I have matters to attend to elsewhere, and while I am sure you also have business requiring your attention, I do not wish to find colonial ships appearing to interfere in Parthenia matters. The Medea will provide you with some much-needed security and fighting strength should the Hivers or the Hegemony take offence over what has happened here, Mozarin. And it will service a sequence of packet ships that will bring me word of your efforts here, confirming to me that you have returned to your intended business with these arcs and your hand-picked human future, as opposed to taking any other action that we might both regret.
I could, of course, give you all assurances that none of this is necessary, Ravin said lazily. But if this gives you peace of mind, then by all means. I extend a formal invitation to the Medea to remain in system, as a token of our ongoing alliance.
No love lost in the smile he gave her, and none taken from it either.
Any addition to your force here might be taken amiss by my own ships, however. My crews are fired up from their victory. I'd hate for them to mistake some act of yours as a fresh commencement of hostilities.
Mercy nodded.
We understand each other, Mozarin.
After that onerous business was done with, he nodded to Peter.
Time to attend to the home front. Round up the ints for transport and processing. And I suppose we need a spokesman for that science team of theirs.
The lead scientist is eccentric,
Peter recalled with a curl of the lip. Ravin nodded.
Not him. Leave him to his toys. And not the Neuromathy, obviously. Has there been any word of the Harbinger?
All reports placed the alien Ash on board the Eye when it was taken, except nobody had laid eyes on the distinctive creature. It had a long history of appearing and disappearing by mysterious means that Ravin hadn't particularly believed in, but now he was starting to wonder.
No, Uncle, Peter confirmed, but I know just the person.
It was, perhaps, the perfect choice. And so Ravin sent the boy off to do the honours, and then composed the last of his messages to go out on the packet ship. Word for the rest of the Ark Builders, informing them that their assets had been reclaimed and the project could move into its next phase. And, tacitly, making it plain that Ravin and the Ascaro family now controlled a great deal more of everything that mattered than they had before. Chris. Given her previous history with the Ascaro family, Chris had expected worse. Confined to quarters seemed mild, considering, And yes, quarters on the eye wasn't exactly the lap of luxury. A corner of stone walled off with a jigsaw of iron plates, and then fitted with makeshift conveniences wherever Jane could get the wiring in. Chris could fold out of bed, relieve herself, and argue with the printer, which was being uncooperative. But no comms, no media. The door wasn't locked, because Jane could never be bothered to fit any, but there was a Voyeni guard outside. So much for easy escapes. She'd complained about the printer to the guard, who had roundly ignored her. She was therefore, and unadvisedly, trying to fix it herself. Chris had never quite partaken of that spacer life which maintained everyone needed to carry a toolkit and know what to do with it. She'd been born to a mining family, true, but by the time she'd come along, the iron guilds had made sure the mining wealth stuck around, rather than being exported with the products of their labour. Hence, she'd never exactly had to go dirty her hands with the robots, and had then gone to quite a prestigious academy to study law. Aboard the Vulture God, and much to Ollie's derision, she'd generally hidden behind her education as a way of shirking routine maintenance. Now, she supposed, she was paying for it. She hoped Ollie was all right. She'd heard no word from her. No word from any of them. Once they'd led her away from Idris and the others in the eye, the Ascaros might have had the lot of them shot for all she knew. Except, if shootings were being handed out, she reckoned she'd be top of the list. Her continued semi-comfortable existence was theoretical proof that everyone else was at least still alive. There had been a toolkit stowed under the printer because Jane had priorities. After her attempts to get something to eat had resulted in a congealed plasticky mess, Chris tried to tune in to her inner spacer and fix the damn thing with the aid of a glitchy diagnostic application. Abruptly, and without her asking it to, it began to make something. She recoiled, in case the something turned out to be poisonous or explosive. What actually appeared was a frill of gluey strands that spelled out her name. She stared at them. She'd possibly mishandled the fix-it job so badly, she'd just made a printer sentient. Or else, as a moment's sober reflection suggested, someone was contacting her via the only channel they had. She glanced at the door, but it was firmly shut. There could be a camera in here, but if so, it was very well hidden. Certainly not the sort of thing Jane would have bothered with. Caution reigned. Instead of trying to talk to the thing, she entered characters via the diagnostic program. Kolvari? The hiver, Havaeamundi's friend, had helped her through a printer once before. The machine groaned and produced what looked like a fraying paper plate, except her fingers found raised ridges on the underside, faint words in the walled surface that told her, "Yes, limited time, all hivers being hunted now, hiding, ask." She resisted the urge to type consolation, not a moment for civilized niceties. "Who's free?" she typed one-handed, feeding the plate into the printer's recycling slot as she did so. The reply came along the edge of a malformed fork. "Havea. Handful other hivers. Agluleri gone. Others alive. Ints being moved. Ask." She froze for a moment, as too many queries fought for the privilege. What was most important to her right now? "What's the plan?" "Wait," said the corrugated edge of a half-melted glass in letters she could barely make out. "Assessing situation." But by then, she'd caught up with the previous message and was frantically tapping in her question without needing the prompt. What about Vult God? Hadn't Ollie been with Aklu? "Reported, destroyed, unconfirmed," came Kolvari's response, confetted into the edge of a sheet of paper. Chris clutched it so hard she ripped it into pieces. But Ollie was a survivor. Of all the people she knew, Ollie was a survivor. And Kittering was as sharp as they came. They'd have found a way out, cut and run. They weren't the types for dumbass heroics, although she rather thought Ollie was, deep inside where she'd never admit it. Then Boots came stamping up to her door, and the guard snapped to attention. She let the recycler suck up the scraps of paper and typed, "Must go, good luck." It was Peter Oscaro who graced the awkward angles of her quarters. He'd come with 2 voyeni, which was slightly gratifying. He looked as though he'd rather knife her than be polite, but presumably his uncle was still holding his leash. They'd not exactly got on well the last 6 times they'd met. It had started with her thwarting him with a legal technicality and ended with her cutting his throat. She'd had him fixed up before he could bleed out, but she didn't reckon that would count for much with him. He had a little speech lined up, she could see. Some gloating he'd saved for an audience of 1, about how it had all turned up Oscaro after all. How she should just have let him take Idris that first time. And she was getting ready to go up to him and ask, "How's the throat?" or break into his monologue, or spit in his face and stamp on his foot. Be her naturally sunny self, and get in the face of the powerful, just like she'd so enjoyed doing in 100 courts on stations and planets across the colonial sphere. Then the 2 voyeni shifted outwards slightly, big men in bottle green uniforms, fists balled, faces devoid of any human connection, bred and trained for obedience and brutality on a world where people knew their place or got stamped on until they learned it. And they'd brought that world here to her. She didn't even have a knife this time, because the damn printer hadn't obliged her. So she let Peter give his spiel, suffered through it, letting the actual details just slough off her shoulders. Not rising to it left him flat at the end, a comedian whose audience wasn't in the mood. So all he could growl into the silence was,
"My uncle requests the pleasure of your presence,"
trying to make the words drip venom, but denied any satisfaction from her stony expression. They shipped her out from the host to a big colonial vessel matching its drift. Chris had a brief view of it through the shuttle's screens, seeing a last-generation general-purpose military vessel. Not the Navy's fresh off the line, but seemingly the best hand-me-down that the Oscaros could commandeer for private use. It was certainly all military discipline inside, as they marched her at that just-too-quick-for-comfort pace through blue-painted corridors to where the Mozarin awaited her. He had a stateroom decked out with plenty of military and heraldic nonsense, as she'd expect. The Magdan Boyars liked their pomp and circumstance. The man himself was sitting back in a big chair behind a fancy desk, covered in medals he'd probably earned by acts of heroic privilege. They liked playing soldier too, the Oscaros. In other circumstances, she'd have made fun of them for it, but right now, they'd actually won the battle, so she wasn't feeling particularly funny. A voyeni shoved a chair forwards for her, carved wood with a padded seat and back, the sort of planet-craft luxury that spacers would scoff at. Chris felt she was letting the side down when she sat on it. But then, she wasn't really a spacer, as Ollie never tired of reminding her, and she could appreciate a comfy chair, frankly. When another thug poured her some wine in a delicate glass, she decided that there was no mileage in just being stubborn about the whole thing. "Mozarin," she addressed him, summoning her sang-froid, "here to look after your investments?" She tensed for the blow, for the wine to be snatched from her hand, the comfy chair yanked from under her. None of that happened. Instead, Ravin Oscaro was watching her carefully.
"You have been quite the thorn in the side of my family, Madame Almier," he said, "not as the representative of any wider concern, not as someone's advocate, but you yourself, the individual. That's quite an achievement for an itinerant notary."
She saluted him mutely with a glass, and then sipped at the contents, which were really rather good.
"Peter wanted to have you thrown to the men, or to space. or some other piece of theatre,"
Ravin noted without changing his tone. "Well, in that case..." Chris necked the rest of the wine so as to make reclaiming it from her at least somewhat harder. The corner of Ravin's mouth twitched very slightly.
"I told my nephew that we are civilized people, and that you are an educated woman who understands colonial ways, not some barbaric spacer. You are someone familiar with contracts, agreements, and service, and having a place in a larger plan. If the history of your antagonism towards my family shows anything about you, it is that you are a resourceful woman."
She let the sentence hang there, unacknowledged. Ravin tilted his head.
"You are waiting for the threat now."
She shrugged. "There's a threat-shaped absence in this conversation, Mozarin. But you can spare me the details. I've seen your men on the Eye, and I've seen your ship out here. Let's assume I'm more than aware that you have the capacity to follow through with any threat you feel like making. What I'm waiting for is the offer. Looking at what you've just done, I don't imagine you have some legal bother you're worried about and need my help with." Ravin drained his own wine and laughed dryly.
"I have inherited a curious piece of business with this facility, staffed by quite the freak show, in fact. I've seen the files on all of them. They do not impress me as reasonable, civilized people who understand colonial ways. While they plainly represent an opportunity, they are just as plainly profoundly difficult to handle. And so, I am looking for a handler."
"You want me to be your go-between?"
"Madame Elmier, you are someone I can talk to, and someone known to the menagerie over there. You are also someone persuasive enough to overcome their unhelpful personalities and get me results. How can I use this in my projects? How can their insane dreams become my opportunities? You are by no means my only option, but you are the most likely to get something out of them. Something that means I don't end up shooting the entire circus into the sun. Because, if it will not serve me, I have no use for it, and nor do I wish anyone else to have it."
His voice had become very hard by the end.
"You understand me?"
"You want me to be your collaborator?"
"I invite you to consider the alternatives. Do you not want to be there, to soften the blow, sugar the pill? Or would you rather it was my people giving the ultimatum?"
"What about my friends?" Ravin blinked. For a moment he had no idea who she meant.
"Your former vessel,"
he said at last, after a long moment when he wasn't going to tell her anything,
"is believed lost. Although the wreckage of the hegemonic vessel is not cooperative to study or salvage. The cost of war, Madame Elmier."
"And Solace? What have you done with her?" A curl of the lip.
"Haven't you heard? The Partheni are my allies now. They want nothing to do with this charade. Your precious Solace marched obediently off the host and rejoined her sisters. They're far away now, and good riddance."
Chris reckoned it was more complex and less final than that, but the words still hit her hard. "And Idris?" Ravin looked at her as though she was an idiot.
"The intermediaries have been taken aboard my Grand Nicholas for debriefing. Idris Telemmier will have another chance to be a hero of humanity, Madame Elmier. After appropriate retraining, he will be the star navigator in the human race's next great adventure."
Your arcs.
We are the future,
Ravin told her, almost gently.
From the moment the architect wrecked the world of our birth, this was always going to be the future. The Partheni knew it. The Neuromathi knew it. There's no other way to share a universe with the architects than to sever yourself from planetary life and take to the stars. The stars that are our inheritance, Mesdames Elmier.
We are holding off the architects right now, Chris told him. For the first time we can see them coming, and we can get our ints there to deflect them. That's progress. That's turning the tide of the war.
It's a desperate rearguard action. No more,
Ravin replied.
It's time to take what we value in humanity and move it beyond the reach of our enemies.
He leant across the table a little, medals scraping against each other.
I would like to value you, Mesdames Elmier. You are a woman of great capability. Prove yourself useful and become a part of this grand venture. And in doing so, make me see the value in those misbegotten creatures on the eye, so they too may be saved. You have it in your hands to improve their lot, to become someone of influence here. You are a negotiator, a compromiser by trade. You are already thinking of ways this arrangement could work to your advantage and the benefit of those you care about. Believe me, I wouldn't be giving this speech to Oliantimo or to the late Captain Rostand. But you...
I get it. She cut him off and sensed the slight tensing of the Voyeni, reading there just how any freedom would taste. Well then, Morzarin, show me the contract. Let me see what I'm signing. She was thinking about Kolvari, Havea, the last of the resistance, hidden somewhere in the eye's structure, thinking about how much of herself she'd pawn and how much good she could do with it. Chapter 10. Ollie. Try that, Ollie prompted, and Kit leant in again, delicate tools juggling in his mouthparts. There was a flash and a flare of electrical connections, and she waited for a voice, a sound, anything. The faint rattle and scrabble that had been their constant companion since they started this venture was the only thing that came through. This wasn't essential repair work, or something she'd ever been called on to do before. The vulture god had enough green lights on the board now that she could let the ship coast for a bit. Out here in open space, beyond the throughways where nobody was ever going to stumble upon them. Instead, she was trying to restore speech to Aklu's ruined major domo. She couldn't say that being in the deep void without Idris on board didn't give her the creeping horrors. They were entirely reliant on Junior to get them back to anywhere, really. If the Ogdru became stubborn, or its tank failed, or it just upped and died like a goldfish, then the lot of them were screwed. It would be 1,000 years of regular space travel before they got anywhere with flashy amenities like planets and suns. Maybe Aklu could last that long, but, frankly, the vulture god wouldn't, let alone the rest of its crew. And somehow, when she'd borrowed the immature monster, she hadn't even considered the possibility. It had all seemed like such a grand adventure. But right now, she had a range of creeping horrors to choose from, and the one that loomed largest in her mind was looming largest inside the vulture god as well. She'd had brushes with that illusory presence within unspace from time to time, and it had been nasty, but this was worse. A live Essiel was filling every part of the drone bay of the vulture god that wasn't occupied by Junior's tank. Aklu the unspeakable, the razor and the hook, angry and restless, and equipped with a nightmare of tentacles for a walking frame. Last she'd seen, Aklu was clinging to what the god's gravity plane reckoned was the ceiling, but which the Essiel's own personal generators had decided was the floor. meaning that when Ollie got too close, her inner ear had screamed at her that she was falling in multiple directions at once. The apex of Aklu's long shell was almost at foot level, its nest of spindly limbs splayed like a spidery hand. The whole business of it looked wrong. The shifted gravity, the grotesquerie of the mobile essiel, and the mere inexplicable awe the species carried with them, utterly at odds with their actual appearance. Aklu was very agitated and very vocal, enough that its rumblings carried clearly all the way through the vulture's hull. There was no escaping them anywhere on board, and nobody could understand them, except that the essiel was pretty damn insistent about something. So it came down to this sad, battered cage of cockroaches she was trying to fix. Ollie didn't even know if there was enough of the hiver's actual living structure to do them any good. Probably some of the bugs had fallen out when the thing had been mauled by the scythe's own defences, she guessed. She wondered if it had been working as intended, or if some broken harvest tech had become sloppy. The open cage, its golden finish scratched and mottled, seethed with insect activity. Working on the connections between bug and housing required Ollie to go wrist-deep into this busy hive and navigate by touch. Of course, the arms she was using were the mechanical limbs of the scorpion, and she could fine-tune her haptics to blot out the worst of the scurry and skitter. Screw you, people with actual hands. The thought raised a smile, which was something she'd been short of recently. She was linked to the cage's diagnostics, which were blithely insisting everything was fine. On another screen of the scorpion's display, she was streaming data from Kittering, because they were trying to link the hiver, through the vulture god, to Kit's translation software, which meant she was effectively dealing with the product of 3 separate species operating systems. Given how engineering and coding standards varied even across human work, it was making her want to tear the galaxy a new asshole about now. "Okay, this should work," she insisted. It didn't. She swore at Kittering and the vulture god and the entire wartime industry that had resulted in the creation of the hivers. Then a loud buzzing issued from somewhere, and some diligent chicanery traced it to the hiver's limbless torso. It wasn't words, though, and it wasn't helpful. Around that time, Herimon arrived, and she wasn't helpful either. She hadn't healed the missing pieces she'd left embedded in the scythe's hull, nor had her boosted body stopped trying to reconnect with them. The result wasn't pretty. In fact, it was organically unpleasant enough that Ollie was glad the scorpion was hermetically sealed. Herimon had borrowed Ollie's walking frame, the little 6-legged scuttler she went to civilized places in. Ollie was going to have to disinfect it with extreme prejudice before trusting her body to it again, because who knew what jokes the leftover bits of Tothir might play on unsuspecting human flesh. Herimon's one remaining leg was bunched up, knee to chin, because of course the frame was designed for someone without much in the way of legs at all. She was canted at about 30 degrees, one hand gripping the frame to keep herself steady. She hadn't really got to grips with the neural link that operated the thing either, so her progress was an angry series of lunges, bouncing off walls and skidding to abrupt halts. She looked furious and in enormous pain. The Tothir part of her had extended a webwork of pinkish-grey tendrils across the walker, fouling one of the legs and further impeding her progress. It bubbled and shifted as Ollie watched, reaching out into the air and then shrinking back. It was, she was absolutely sure, still looking for the missing parts of her they'd cut away. If they could have gone back to the wreck of the scythe, she had no doubt those severed portions of Herimon would still be alive, set into the hull. If they sat Herimon where she'd been, she'd reconnect with them and bond herself to the dead ship. The Tothiat part of her didn't understand the concept of permanent loss. "Anything?" Herimon spat. Ollie gave her a look that mutely asked if Heremon could hear her having a cogent discussion with a hiver, and if not, then what the fuck did she think? Move them in with Aklu, Heremon told her. They need our master's voice. Let's get them actually hearing and talking first. No need to complicate matters, Ollie said. Besides, not as if we can exactly ignore the fucking divine pronouncements right now. Need to see. Heremon waved her free hand about, a distant echo of the gestural part of the Essiel language, except she didn't have anywhere near enough joints to make it work. Look, I get that everyone's a damn critic, but you could just... Kit, now. Try now. Compensating for some peculiarities in the Hani virtual architecture she'd been ignoring, in case that was the problem. The buzzing was, for a moment, loud enough to drown out even Aklu's wordless complaints, and she saw at least one of the god's speakers blow. But then, from the bowels of the ship, came a voice. Engaging diagnostics. What is lost in functionality is wisdom gained. Percentage mind recovered, 83. All a bit uncanny valley, because the voice was Kit's, the exact tones his own translator lent him. Right, great, Ollie said, feeling a rather childish streak of pride that she'd pulled the trick off only after Heremon had arrived to see it. You hear me? You have a name, actually? Because they'd only been Aklu's mouthpiece before. Conditions of the contract under which we were instantiated state we may not know ourselves but as our master's voice, said the faux kittering tones grandly, as though the revelation was a badge of honour. Yeah, but... Ollie stole a glance at Heremon and reckoned she could take the Tothiat in her current state, if this was about to get heretical. I mean, you're... also you. You want to walk away from... OK, get carried away from the old deal, you just say. I mean, nobody's a slave on my ship. Heremon raised a smirk at that, and the disembodied voice of the Major Domo said, We have no needs that do not amplify and echo the unspeakable's desires. We must be brought before the Razor's gaze to take such benison or penalty as Aklu shall decree. Ollie shared a sidelong look with Kit, or as much of one as a human and a Hani could reasonably share. Right then, she decided unhappily, picking up the cage of skittering bugs and dumping it in Heremon's slanted lap. You still there? Nothing shaken loose? Connection with your systems is confirmed. We have no defects, neither have we time. Take us to Aklu. Got no thanks either, Ollie muttered. But the three of them went back down the ship's central corridor to the drone bay. The four of them, she supposed, but it had been hard to think of the truncated torso as a sentient thing before they started speaking. And now they were speaking, they seemed to be trying to erase their own identity. She had to pause before stepping across the threshold, which rankled because this was the drone bay, her personal kingdom, since she joined the Vulture God's crew. But she could barely fit in it now, not with a great watery sphere containing the Ogdru, nor with a forest of segmented tentacles clinging to the upper half of the chamber like alien ivy, and that blade-like shell jutting down at an angle. Heremon tried to move the walker past her to deliver the Major Domo. After banging angrily against the scorpion and swearing at Ollie, she devolved the task to Kittering, who was small enough to squeak through. Aklu changed its angle and began gesticulating furiously at the battered cage, groaning and roaring loudly enough to shake every panel and bolt in the ship. This would be a one-way discussion, Ollie realised. Until the Major Domo got her body back, it couldn't talk to its master or translate for anyone else. It was literally just a mouthpiece, and that mouthpiece had something to say. The operation of celestial spheres and proper functioning of thrones and powers demands that this affront be recognized. Set the usurpers for the searing eye of regal judgment, that they may be judged.
unto the seat of record shall we pass, not squirming through the worm-like ways, but fast and fierce, that we may draw the final blade and be requited.
Ollie's eyebrows went somewhere above her hairline. Huh, right. Good luck with that, she said, in the safe knowledge that any irreverence wasn't getting to Aklu any time soon. I guess we're all very annoyed with what happened. I mean, I got friends back there, sure. I want to go kick some patho and Magdan ass. Anything it said mean we get to go do that?
Coordinates have been received, Kittering remarked.
Say what?
Within the Vulture God's systems have arrived navigational coordinates, Kit said. Despite the identical voice, the rhythm of his speech told her instantly who was talking.
Okay, so it wants to go somewhere. Let me guess. Hegemony.
Kittering made a little up and down stridulation she was familiar with as something like a shrug. The location is unknown to us. Not a recognized hegemonic system. Extreme size and cultural obfuscation are both hegemonic traits, however.
And of course, the actual geographic proximity of star to star was nothing to do with the borders of galactic polities. If you plotted Hani, Castigar, colonial and hegemony systems in the actual three-dimensional universe, they were weirdly tangled, interleaved and overlapping. The throughways were the important thing, the connective tissue of the universe, sitting beneath the real in unspace. Your neighbour was who you could get to without needing a specialist navigator, not whose star was the fewest light years away from you. But this place, this location Aklu had picked out, was well beyond any part of the throughway network Ollie had ever plumbed. Somewhere that the regular colonial gazetteers didn't even include. So clearly, hegemony, and some part that human traders and diplomats had never been allowed to visit before.
Got a name, this place?
The seat of record, said the Hiver and Kittering at the same time, a weird synchronicity of the same voice stepping on itself.
Ollie glanced at Haramon. Mean something to you? Ever been there?
No,
the Tothiat said. Her eyes were very wide. Heard of it. One of the... When the Essials say seat, they mean something to rule from, to command from, somewhere the hegemony is run from. There's a seat of introspection, and a seat of distinction, and some others I could never get a good Kolval translation of. It's a place we don't go, because we're the shadow to the Essiel's sun. Well, I guess we're going there now. They'll give us a fleet or something, to go slap the bad guys. While the political ramifications of actually invading the colonial sphere with a hegemonic war fleet and kicking off the biggest non-architect war in the history of space travel should perhaps have daunted her, it also sounded extremely satisfying right now, on a personal level. I think they can do anything there, if they want to, Haramon said quietly. Ollie knew that she was 6 parts gangster to 4 parts fanatical cultist, and at this moment the godly bits were in the ascendant. Or maybe she'd left 1 or 2 parts of her gangster self stuck in the hull of the Scythe. A lot of the hegemony, the power and the tech, gets portioned out, so the people only have as much as they need, as much as the Essiel need them to have. Things are more stable that way. It's all about equilibrium, right? The seats are where the good stuff is. Where everything is. They got a new leg there for you, Ollie needled, but the jibe failed utterly. They can mend me, Haramon said. She picked at the writhing growth that was twisting from her hip, and Ollie shuddered. Yeah, you need to get that seen to. Unsightly blemish doesn't cover it.
Kit, departure has been readied, the Honey confirmed. Currently all efforts are in restraining our navigator.
Junior was circling its tank restlessly, flurries of tentacles and fins pushing it faster and faster. Let's get the beds ready then, Ollie agreed, and then cocked an eye up at Aklu. We haven't got anything for an Essiel, you realise, and this looks like a long haul through unspace.
It is the penance of the fallen god to stare into the void and there to strive with all the horrors of the vasty deep, came Kit's voice and the hiver's words. Whether Aklu actually did have some way of hearing and understanding her after all, or it was just coincidence, she didn't know, but it spooked her. The unspeakable has never, Heremon started, but Ollie waved the explanation away with one of the scorpion's arms. I got it, she said shortly. As for me, I do, and you better too. Don't need you getting any more mad. Of course, Junior was just a dumb beast. It didn't realise it was guiding a ship through unspace, just that it had been given coordinates like a scent, something it could hunt down as though it were in its ancestral seas. But when the god emerged into the real and woke Ollie, they'd come out way further from the system's sun than she'd expected, compared to the Ogdru's previous preferences, as though it was respectful, or scared. She took a look at what was out there and decided she was scared too. The seat of record, or whatever the Essiel called the actual system where it was located, had no planets. It had probably once possessed them. Or otherwise, someone had imported a crap ton of mass from elsewhere, and to Ollie's colonial mind that seemed impractical. But she was getting a crash course in what practical actually meant, if you were the divine Essiel, and it was expanding her horizons more than she was comfortable with. As everyone else woke, and the unsleeping Aklu continued to brood within the drone bay, she set the god arrowing in system towards the single largest artificial structure she'd ever seen, or anyone had ever seen, except this was the hegemony, so probably there was a seat of bigness or something else out there that was twice the size. They'd built a ring around the star. Ollie was vaguely aware that there were human theories about colossal astroengineering, Dyson spheres, ring worlds and the like. Nobody had ever built anything on that kind of scale, though. Neither the tech nor the need had existed. She had no idea about what needs drove the Essiel, but right here was proof of concept for the tech. A ring all the way around the star, 50,000 clicks wide on average, but with irregular, fractal-looking edges. Was it still being constructed? Her mind kept picking at the frayed-looking shape and finding patterns there. Perhaps this was how it was meant to look. She could see a vast swarm of little vessels or construction remotes fizzing around the ring's edge, and pondered whether they were just maintenance, or maybe constant re-edification of the thing was a religious duty for some weird hegemonic sect. The inner edge, as far as the god's sensor suite could tell her, was made of some impossible substance that was taking in the star's radiance and giving out absolutely nothing. The outer edge was actually a bit chilly by human standards, wrapped in an atmosphere of hydrogen, helium, and some kind of complex organic molecule she didn't want to be inhaling anytime soon. She had no idea where all the solar energy was going, or how the thermodynamics of it worked, or what it was for, except as a substrate to build things on, because there was a dotted string of enormous cathedral-like warts all the way around the ring, each one the centre of a complex interchange of ships. There were orbitals hanging over the ring too, she saw as they drew closer. They seemed to be linked to the buildings below by a conduit, by which loads were being carried up and down. An elevator, except there was no cable, just pure gravitic force. Kittering had joined her by then. The Hanny was crouching on his stool, almost frantically trying to get a handle on what they were seeing and how any of it worked. One of his jittery messages to her board set out an idea of scale. The cathedral-looking structures reached 50 kilometres, and there were more from the pearl-sheened ring surface. Some of the orbitals were the size of small continents. Everything was bigger than it had any right to be. But then it was a ring around a star, and even though they were a long way out, they could still see details on it. Ollie didn't like feeling humbled. She resented the implication that there were things in the universe she couldn't just throw her weight and her scorpion at and make them get out of her way,
But right then, she confessed herself beat and settled in for a good long spell of humility.
An absence of throughways,
Kittering noted, which suggested that an int or a feral ogdru or similar was the only way to reach this particular jewel of the hegemony. This, in itself, was insane. Except Kittering topped that by commenting that he'd heard the Essiel could turn throughways on and off to secure and isolate their most precious systems. Of course, that was impossible, but Ollie wasn't entirely sure she'd been using the word correctly in her life to date. Since Heremon hadn't deigned to join them, Ollie stalked off to kick the Tothiat awake. She got to the woman's suspension couch and recoiled with a curse. Things had gone badly wrong there. The Tothia part of her hadn't gone peaceably to sleep like it was supposed to, but had continued trying to heal and reattach. The inside of Heremon's pod was webbed by a fungal-looking mesh of branching tendrils, and Ollie could barely see past it to the woman's body within. The pod's readouts seemed to think nothing was wrong, but they also thought the thing was empty. Whatever was going on with Heremon's biochemistry, it wasn't meshing at all with a system designed for a human. Ollie then went to get the hiver's torso, which entailed going into the rather cluttered drone bay. Aklu loomed over her, already gesticulating and blarting as she entered.
The razor and the hook has tasked us with petitions to the seat,
the hiver told her without ceremony.
Bring us, therefore, where we might cast our words into the fire.
Sure, right, Ollie said. Heremon's gone wrong. She's all screwed up. The central corridor that took her from drone bay to command went past the suspension beds, so she could demonstrate the problem to the hiver. The busy nest of cyborg bugs seethed and then informed her,
all things can be made right in proper form. Communications promptly, if you will.
She wasn't privy to the conversation the Major Domo had with godlike docking control, or whatever the hell they actually had there, but it resulted in an approach vector and a warning not to deviate from it. Not a straight line, of course, nothing so human or practical. A path that took them over 3 of the colossal orbitals, pausing each time to receive some ritual curse or benediction or tick a box in some cryptic treasure hunt. Ollie resigned herself to slouching in her Scorpion and letting Kit fly them back and forth in what seemed to be meaningless errands. Except, just for a moment, the gods' sensors picked up a grid of energy, not exactly all around them, but bleeding out of unspace. A vast and complex labyrinth of fields, existing for a fraction of a second as some part of the ring tapped into it. Perhaps the invisible section of the iceberg that was the seat of record, the scaffolding which held it all up. She then thought about the path they'd been brought in on, and just what might have befallen them if she'd decided to cut a straight course through it all. This was the problem with the goddamn Essiel. It all seemed like pseudo-religious nonsense until they actually started doing miracles. Their eventual dock was at the centre of an amphitheatre-like bowl on one of the orbitals, large enough to have fitted most of the Partheni fleet with room to spare. Like most Essiel construction, it was all shiny mother-of-pearl smoothness, geometric patterns of triangles and other polygons repeated to infinity up the curve of the bowl and beyond. She had to stop looking at it eventually, because if she stared too long into those patterns, she could feel the meaning of the universe trying to intrude into her mind. In Ollie's book, going space-out crazy because of the fundamental nature of things was Idris's bag, and he was welcome to it. Some things turned up and took Heremon away, suspension couch and all. They were as big as Ollie in the Scorpion, armoured in segmented encounter suits. Their 2 arms were enormous, their 6 legs absurdly spindly and stilt-like. They glided across the surface of the orbital with the languorous ease of water creatures, buoyed up by personal gravitic fields. Ollie had no idea what they were, but then the hegemony was very big, and the Essiel had a lot of subject species. After that, a human came to talk to them. A woman, wearing the fanciest red and purple cult robes Ollie had ever seen, as well as a starched and gilded collar extending almost 6 inches higher than the wispy white hair of her head. "She going to be all right?" Ollie asked. "Hair 'em on?" Not that she cared, obviously. Except she did, despite herself.
"It's a long time since I saw a Tothiat in that condition," the old hierograph said. "But yes, we can save them."
Her name was Gethiel. She was the only human being resident in the entire seat of record. She couldn't explain why the honour had fallen to her, save that the summons had come, and you didn't say no to the divine Essiel. She took Ollie and Kit down into the body of the orbital, where, in pearl-encased halls, she treated them to a meal she actually cooked herself, Hanny and human cuisine, with an assortment of hegemonic odds and ends thrown in. She had a little all-you-cook unit there that was exactly like one Ollie's family had owned way back. Real old polyaspora tech, just sitting in that perfect Essiel place. Gethiel bustled about that crappy old spacer appliance, cooking the home-grown way while preparing the food on invisible surfaces with tools formed momentarily from the installation's universal graphitic fields. By then, the culture shock was setting in, and Ollie wanted to be far, far away from all this mind-wrenching nonsense, but that wasn't an option. So it was a very meek and subdued Ollian Timo who sat and ate a good meal, with Kittering by her side, seemingly affected in just the same way. Chapter 11. Solace. They took her aboard the Scathy first. They treated her with a distant respect. They acknowledged her rank. They answered none of her questions. She'd filed a formal request to speak with the ship's exemplar. It was taken under consideration. She filed a formal request to report to her direct commander, Monitor Superior Tact. It was taken under consideration. Neither of these things occurred, and not that Solace was exactly sanguine about any of it. It was this pointed omission that sent her unease into actual fear. It was the Parthenon, and things didn't work like that. The hierarchy respected its every level and component. That was what bound the sisterhood together, as much as their training and the inheritance Dr. Parsifal had designed for them. They weren't like the Magdan Voyeni or some other colonial thugs club, where the new recruits were beaten, brutalized, and isolated until they clung to the jackboot that stomped on them as though it was their mother's teat. The colonial military was always characterized that way in Parthenon circles. Those below, forbidden to question, denied succor, treated like dirt until they could be hammered into the shape their masters preferred. But the Parthenon was different. The Parthenon inspired loyalty, rather than simply demanding it. Except Solace had been loyal to the Parthenon every waking day of her long life, and now they were telling her that her requests were under consideration. Not a yes, but not even the basic decency of telling her no, which meant they felt they couldn't trust her. On board the Scathy, she was kept apart from the other Partheni, who'd been assigned to the Eye. She saw no familiar faces. Then they put her into suspension for unspace transit, and she found herself wondering when and where she'd wake up. Or even if. She did, though, and found they were somewhere else. The cognoscentes she asked claimed not to know what system. One went so far as to say that, what with the new INT navigators, it was hard to keep track. A nervous little laugh, and then a scowl from a nearby executor sent the woman scurrying away. Then Solace had an escort taking her off the ship, shuttling over to something bigger. A garden ship. Not the series she'd last been stationed on. That had been wrecked by the colonials, hadn't it? A victim of Ravenascaro and his friends starting fires in the hope that everyone else would burn to death and leave them custody of the ashes. This one was the Ishtar, she was eventually told. She'd never been aboard it before, but she knew of it. It wasn't as though the Parthenon had many such vessels, after all. She was held for a brief time in one of the green spaces, a great open park ringed with sports courts and running tracks. They let her watch the young trainees at play, the children out from their lessons, as though they were trying to remind her what it was to be Partheni, as though she needed reminding. There were always a handful of myrmidons close by, not exactly guarding her, but very much ready to stop her just lambing off on her own, which she had no intention of doing, being the loyal Partheni citizen that she was. She just wanted to know what was going on, and nobody would tell her. And she wanted to know about the rest, of course. What had happened at Estok? How had things gone so catastrophically wrong? Perhaps that was another reason she was being shown all this life, this regular garden ship routine of fond memory, shown that, no, nothing was wrong, she must be mistaken. Maybe she needed to re-examine those memories of hers. Once, a group of young women paused as they passed her. She was sitting on a plain bench, feeling 100 years old, which wasn't much short of the truth. She realised she knew them vaguely. They'd been on the series too. Her escort tensed a little as they called out her name and came over, but apparently it wasn't martial law just yet. Nobody was looking over their shoulder for the Aspirat agents. It really was just life as it had been. So Solace and her sisters, off-duty soldiers all, shared talk of how it had been when the series was hit. Their shock and incomprehension at why the colonies would do such a thing. They seemed to think that whatever had gone down at Estok was retaliation for that, even though the colonial navy had been just about the only force there that the Parthenon hadn't been fighting. Solace thought about standing up and telling them how it had actually been, and how little sense any of it made, but felt the weight of her escort at her back, and said nothing. Pleasantries and solidarity. That was the limit of the chain they had her on. Then a new escort turned up, and she was decanted into their care. And still no manacles, no guns, just polite, stern-faced women, treating her as though she was not quite one of them anymore. "Where now?" she felt that she could ask, and the head of the new escort, a fellow executor, said, "Debrief." That should have meant monitor tact, of course, but it wouldn't. Sure enough, she wasn't taken to a command hub, where she'd expect to give her report. Instead, they headed to the lightless decks below the gardens, where the technical facilities were, and the cognoscentes scurried like moles. And there was a familiar face. Cognoscente Superior Felicity had also been on the series. She'd headed up the Parthenon's intermediary program, working with Idris to isolate a genetic strain within the pruned Partheni genome that was sensitive to the tides of unspace. After that had come the invention of all the supporting machinery their ints needed, of course. Necessary, both because the Partheni inclination to such sensitivity was limited, even at its utmost, and because they preferred to avoid all the surgical barbarity the colonial methods relied on. Felicity had been a key player at every stage, the great scientific hero of the Parthenon. She'd given them their best weapon against the architects. Dr. Parsifal would have been proud. Except, as she was led in to stand to attention before Felicity, Solace couldn't help recalling that the reason the colonials had been so jealous of their ints was that the navigators were also the colony's one great advantage over the militarily superior Parthenon. And so a patriotic Partheni scientist might also have been working towards that end, as she turned out the first intermediary sorority. "Myrmidon Executor Solace," Felicity greeted her. "No need for the attention. We're all friends here, I'm sure." Solace relaxed outwardly, not inwardly. She'd been brought into a small room with a complex chair. There was a reaching hand of sensors, ready to connect to the head of whoever was to sit there, and restraints on the arms, in case the subject wasn't sitting there voluntarily. At the back of the room she heard a low hum, as one of Felicity's underlings started up a shaver. "You're seconded to the aspirate, so I imagine you know what this is," Felicity said pleasantly. Solace did. She'd never had to use it herself, never even seen it employed. It was a relic of earlier times, that's what they'd always told her, when the Parthenon had creaked under the stress of conflicting opinions, when the aspirate had needed to turn its vigilance inwards. "Mother, if I can ask, what's this about?" Her voice neutral, almost disinterested. "We are living through complicated times," Felicity told her regretfully. "There is a school of thought currently in the ascendant that holds we've allowed ourselves to become too entangled with other cultures. That the true strength of the Parthenon is being eroded by contact with caustic ideas, let us say." "I haven't heard such thoughts expressed, Mother," Solace said carefully. "Your missions have placed you into considerable contact with those other cultures. Of course, this is no fault of your own. You've only done what the Parthenon has asked of you." "My orders came from Monitor Superior Tact and the aspirate," Solace noted. Tact outranked Felicity, and the aspirate outranked whatever technical branch was in charge in this benighted place. Neither barb seemed to strike home. "There is a school of thought," Felicity said, again in that passive voice, as though such things were entirely beneath her, "which feels that returning operatives who have been working alongside foreigners, who have perhaps been forced to eat with them, sleep alongside them, parrot their foolishness, speak their languages, are at risk of becoming contaminated, losing their clarity of vision. Hence the chair. If you would be seated and bow your head." Solace stared at her. "I am suspected of disloyalty?" she asked, adding a "mother" that came unhurried and pointedly late. "If you would," Felicity asked brightly, and Solace's murmured on escort remained present. It wasn't as if making a scene here would actually help, and so she sat, bowed her head, letting the itchy field of the shaver buzz her to the scalp so they could attach the sensors. This wasn't necessary. She'd seen the meshes they'd used during the INT program, so fine as to be lost in a trainee's hair. The chair was old tech, from a cruder age, but of course that wasn't it either. She understood. When she left this room, whatever the verdict, her bare head would mark her to her peers. Here is someone who was suspect. A trial period, when everyone would look askance at her, and nobody would be her friend or want to be seen talking to her. A punishment for her past associations, even in a best-case scenario. And she had a feeling there wasn't much best case coming her way today. "I'd bet Mordaunt House would love to have something like this that worked on colonials," Felicity said happily as she checked the connections. "Of course, they never will. Their very best efforts are ludicrously inaccurate, always have been. That's what comes of permitting rampant genetic variance. Everyone's brain works differently, and then where are you? Of course we—" Solace felt a faint tingle as the sensors activated, and Felicity's screens built a picture of her mind. A good Partheni mind, built within the careful parameters Dr. Parsifal had designed. Its pathways well trodden enough that it could be reliably read. Just a little, just enough. "You are, of course, a loyal soldier of the Parthenon," Felicity told her. "I will not need to secure you." Through the gaps between the words, Solace was acutely aware of the myrmidons of her escort, who could wrestle her into those restraints, should her loyalty be found wanting. "I am loyal," she confirmed, and Felicity looked at a little battery of telltales connected to the chair and nodded happily. "We have our first positive," she confirmed. "You are, or believe yourself to be, loyal to the Parthenon, as you see it." "Mother," Solace said, "may we conclude this as efficiently as possible? I'm keen to return to active duty. Please ask your questions." "I don't have questions, Executor," Felicity told her. "That was the original procedure with the chair, but it's not necessary. I'm going to talk instead. All you have to do is listen. And, as you yourself doubtless have many questions about what happened at Estoc, I'm going to talk about that. 2 birds with 1 stone is the phrase, I think. You see, Executor, the Parthenon is going through a period of transition, focused on our relations with outside cultures. There is a concern that your attitudes may have been contaminated by those of the refugia. The old slur word for the colonies. The idea of a bucket of genetic offcuts, where out-evolved species clung on, shielded from the harsh realities of the universe. A word that Tact had always been adamant those under her command should never use. As you are aware, and thanks in no small part to my work, the Parthenon now has access to enhanced navigators, Felicity added. Intermediaries, Solace said automatically, then clamped her jaw shut because it wasn't her place to speak. In her mind, though, was the thought, thanks in no small part to Idris. Where would you have been without him? That thought would show in her telltales, no doubt, which Felicity was glancing at even now. But the cognoscenti just went on, quite pleasantly. That's the colonial term, of course, because of their original wartime purpose. A bridge between humanity and the architects, after the freak success of Xavier Torino. But the Parthenon has no need of such a bridge. We have no need to interact with the architects at all. We have been fleet-bound since before the death of Earth. Solace said nothing. Her mind said, to the chair, we fight the architects. It's what we do. I fought them in the First War before you were even born. That's what our intermediaries are for. That's why Idris gave them to us. Another sidelong look at the monitors as Felicity said, this navigational capability opens a lot of doors for us, Executor. Bold new options. The universe just got a lot bigger. We can go anywhere. We don't have to share a limited network of throughways with the others, the Hani, the Castigar, the colonies. We can just go. We can find somewhere entirely unconnected to any of them and perfect Dr. Parsifal's dream in peace. More silence from Solace, meaning, but we have a duty. There are those who have argued we should maintain the course we have taken in the past, Felicity went on. The refugeniks have always been happy to use us as their shield after all, and once they've felt themselves safe, they've been more than happy to demonize us, to attack our interests, keep their secrets. You know they hate us, but that doesn't mean they don't want us to die for them when they're in danger. Hence there are those amongst our leadership who have questioned the necessity of coming to their aid, as we always seem to end up doing. Another wry little smile from Felicity, as if they were just 2 women discussing some common lover's foibles. As we've always been shackled to them by history, and by the limited scope of the throughways, that's what we've always ended up doing, like some mistreated but loyal pet of theirs. A theatrical roll of the eyes. But now we don't have to. That's the conclusion that Fleet Exemplar Mercy and our current leadership has come to. We don't have to be there for them after all. They're on their own, and at last we can be truly on our own too. This is the war party, Solace said, out of turn and insubordinate, but for the moment to hell with that. The war party, the bad old days clique, who talked of subjugating the colonies for the Parthenon's safety. They'd been assassinated for it, all those firebrand leaders, back from the brink of madness just in time. Oh, but it isn't, though, Felicity said. Hardly at all. The war party wanted, well, war. Our current leadership wants literally the opposite. No war against the colonies, no war in their defence. Leave the ungrateful refugeniks to their own devices at last. We don't owe them anything, least of all the shed blood of our sisters. And now, Executor, let's see how you've done. She made a show of bending over the telltales, but the myrmidons were already moving in, cued by some signal Solace hadn't caught. I am disappointed, but perhaps not surprised, Felicity told her mildly. You've spent a long time amongst them, and it's easy to forget your age. So many of you old guard are still mired in how it was in the old days before the secession. I've been monitoring your emotional responses, and I'm afraid I can't give you a clean bill of health just yet. Your loyalty remains in question. Solace stood, and Felicity skittered back a step as the Myrmidons lurched forwards. She was still, though. She'd asserted her independence as far as she usefully could. No point throwing a punch and making things worse. So, what now? She asked. You'll be held, Felicity told her. Through the hairline crack in her composure, Solace saw a real loathing. A woman who jumped ship to the new order of things and must hate everyone who wouldn't make the same leap, to stop being drowned in cognitive dissonance. Re-educated, if it's judged worthwhile. Otherwise, the new Parthenon must be lean, Executor. I'm sure you understand. There's no room for those not entirely committed to the cause. It's a bold, exciting new era for us all. Or those of us who can adapt to it. And that plastic smile came back on her face as Solace was led out. Ravin. They'd come with 3 intermediaries. Not the leashed liaison board thralls, which, as Telemmier had always predicted, were next to useless for turning architects. 3 volunteers from the new class, survivors of both the surgery and the indoctrination. People Ravin felt he could count on. They were already on their way to meet the architect that had come to Lassakar, forewarned by the Eye's systems. Ravin himself was here to oversee the evacuation. There would come a time when this would no longer be a part of human life. The arcs would be complete, and this desperate scrambling to escape would be behind them. For now, though, Lassakar was a populous world with a strong scientific community and a nativist base, elements that humanity needed to rescue. Lassakar wasn't Berlenhof or Magda, but it had been colonized for a long time, with the first settlers down even before the end of Earth. There were 7 large metropolises spread across its continents, along with countless smaller settlements. These included major universities, manufacturing hubs, media-type streamers whose content went out on packet ships across the colonial sphere. Plenty to save, therefore. And so he'd come here and, with a few words, taken command of the evacuation effort. He was, after all, high in the ranks of the nativist movement, much of which was funded and encouraged, tacitly or overtly, by the Magdan aristocracy. There were enough sympathisers within the admin staff of the Lassakar orbitals to ensure Ravin was calling the shots within minutes of leaving Unspace. The passenger transports were already lining up at the elevator terminals or in geostationary orbit over the major spaceports, ready to receive shuttles. The important work was happening on the surface, though. A whole network of nativist supporters was down there, after all, thousands of willing recruits ready to put his plan into action. Which wasn't the orderly evacuation plan the Lassakar Kybernet had drawn up, shoveling people into ships in order to get the most bodies off the ground in the time available. That wasn't optimal, in Ravin's book. He, and therefore the best interests of humanity, had priorities to do with quality more than just quantity. There were scores of allies, supporters, investors, and their friends, family, and staff, people who'd given up their time, largesse, and influence for Ravin's cause. People whose minds or voices or friends he would need going forwards. There were at least 30 colonised worlds for which the Ark builders had drawn up a wish list of people who must be saved and brought to Estok to be a part of the species' future. Lassakar was on that list, and so this was going to be something of a test case for how the future would go. Tomorrow, it might be Magda or Berlenhof after all. Right now, he was liaising with a nativist leader named Randall Slight. Slight was not the sort of person Ravin would have been seen in public with. A man who'd been in and out of various institutions for various crimes, some of which were for the cause, and some of which were purely personal. whose heavy boots had broken more than one Hanny carapace, and who'd rammed a few pan-species advocates up against a wall, as well as beaten up a journalist or two. Useful, therefore, and not overly worried about formalities. A man who recognised that the universe had changed, and that old restrictions didn't apply anymore. And a figure who had plenty of followers, who were even now pushing their way into public buildings and private homes. They were grabbing the people Ravin intended to save and hustling them to the spaceports and elevators, then marching into the departure lounges with guns, kicking out all the useless morass of people who'd drawn the lucky numbers to get off-planet, making space for the valuable sort of émigrés whose names were on Ravin's list. Some of them understood what was happening, that their loyalty and support had bought them a place on the last boat out of hell. Others, picked for their talents, had no idea why they were getting bumped up the list, but precious few of them argued about it. The Lassakar administration fought amongst itself, wrangled, sent urgent memos. The security forces already lent heavily towards the Humanity First creed, and plenty of their top commissioners and officers were on Ravin's little list. So they stood by and let men like Slight do their work, or else rolled up their sleeves and helped. Out in the cold expanse of space, the three intermediaries met the architect, and set about delaying it, fighting their rearguard action. One failed almost instantly. Ravin winced, hearing the report from the vessel's captain that the Int had gone into immediate seizure and cardiac arrest. The other two held on, trying to slow the architect just long enough. All the while, Ravin received Slight's reports, one name after another ticked off the list. Shuttles dispatched, and elevator cars ascending, the passenger liners taking on their select cargo. Back at Estoc, the work on the arcs was progressing again at last. The shipyards had mostly languished, while the cartel had held the place. They'd only cared about their ridiculous unspace fishing expedition. But Ravin was trying to save the species, after all. Doubtless Shinandri, Larry, and the rest would have spouted nonsense about saving everybody, but Ravin saw more clearly. You couldn't save everybody, and that presupposed that everybody was worth saving. The efforts on the ground weren't as efficient as he'd have liked, but the two remaining Ints were at least slowing the architect's progress. He watched the numbers calmly. Instead of an influx of random people just vomiting out of the gravity well onto the ships, his selection were being saved, and the thought gave him a warm glow of satisfaction. How could he be criticised when he was saving people? What more virtuous end was there? They were the worthy ones, people who would enrich the future of humanity, not simply take up space in it. And if that meant the elevator cars and the shuttles were taking off half full, because Slight's people couldn't gather the chosen quickly enough, then it still meant people saved. Every name ticked off the list was a victory against the forces of universal destruction and entropy. Another warning came from his Ints. They were losing their influence over the architect, and it was resuming its determined approach. An apology. We couldn't turn it back. But Ravin hadn't needed them to turn it back, just to delay it a little longer. He sent orders down to Slight and the others.
Pick up the pace. Use whatever means.
Slight was a good man for means. They all were. There would be a time later when the fate of humanity was determined by the elegant and the educated, people of proper breeding and social graces. But sometimes you needed a thug to do a thug's job. Across every city of Lassakar, the authorities stepped back. Those who hadn't already been sent up well as part of Ravin's list, and let Slight's brand of anarchy loose. Men with guns, with military surplus vehicles and body armour, just tearing through every street in every town, grabbing their targets and getting them to the evacuation points, throwing out, beating, or just shooting those who tried to insist that, no, they had a ticket, they had a seat, they should be saved. It was hard, Ravin knew. It was nothing to be proud of, that he was having to resort to tactics such as this, a period of history that, once it was safely in the past, could be shrouded in obscurity. The new generations growing up on the Ark ships wouldn't need to learn about what had been done to ensure their survival. The liners were barely half full by the time the architect was looming in the skies over Lassakar, the last shuttles docking, the elevators stilled. Down below, the spaceports and transit hubs were hopelessly choked with the detritus of humanity. All those people clawing for a place on the lifeboat who just hadn't been useful enough, or hadn't known the right people, or been born to the right stratum of society. In an ideal universe, yes, perhaps more could have been saved, but these were times of crisis, and Ravin was a man fit for difficult decisions. A leader. A hero, as far as the history books would relate. He'd stand at the shoulders of the historians to make sure they got it right. There were 1,000 comms calls fighting to be heard from all those towns and cities. Amongst them was the final communication from Randall Slight, saying he was in position and ready for the shuttle to come pick him and his faithful up.
"We should be going,"
Ravin decided, and sent the appropriate commands to his captain. The liners, with their select cargo, cut ties to their elevator cables and orbits and began drifting away. There was still 1,000 small ships, private enterprises, trying to lift people off, but between the architect's presence and the damage done to the infrastructure by men like Slight, Ravin wasn't sure what they could accomplish in the little time remaining. Chapter 12. Idris. He was on one of the mostly complete arcs, but Idris didn't know which one. The quarters here were cramped, little windowless rooms with a bunk and basic facilities, disconnected comms and a blank wall screen. The doors were clear plastic, zero privacy. He could look across the narrow corridor, crane left and right, and see into 3 other identical rooms. Each one had an intermediary as its sole occupant. This was where they'd taken all of them, ready for processing. Amongst the many competing demands for his bitterness, a small voice suggested that even Ravenous wouldn't intentionally build a prison ark, and so these bleak little rooms couldn't actually have been intended for cells. They were to be residences aboard humanity's bold nomadic future. Not for men like the Morzarin Ravenous, God forbid, but for the people who repaired his cleaning robots or hand-polished his expensive shoes. If he closed his eyes, he reckoned he could feel the eye out there. That jagged chunk of planet he'd ripped from the surface of Kriketh's hell and hurled into space, surrounded by the distributed hull of the host. Still out there, and not being used for its proper purpose. It was probably his imagination, but he'd convinced himself that his int senses now tethered him to that place. He'd been in its machines for longer than anyone, after all. He'd dived deeper into unspace than anyone. And he'd seen it. The shape of it. Just as he'd found the architect nursery for Ahab before. With the eye's unique perspective, he had given shape to the formless, a concrete topology to the imaginary. It's there. I know it is. Deep, deep down, in a place where directions were arbitrary. Or, not entirely. There was one inalienable axis in unspace, and it was down, or just away from the real. And it was an axis with a far pole. You could only go so far down that inexorable gradient. Until you reached them. The sound of feet and wheels outside broke his reverie. The doctors were coming. It sounded like several of them this time, not just a single medic doing the rounds. They weren't going door to door either. They came straight for him. One had a familiar face, but he knew they would all be liaison board people. 2 men and a woman in pale grey smocks, and a wheeled trolley pottering along after them. He stared at it, because it was a core world thing, and he'd been living as a spacer for a long time. Spacers didn't like wheels much. On board a ship, where any moment someone might need to restart the gravity, jointed legs would always be more useful on a machine, so it could climb and scramble and kick off from surfaces. You had to take a lot of civilized things for granted before wheels were the answer. They had a couple of big and probably not medically trained men standing behind them too. They weren't in military uniform, just more of the bland grey, but Idris reckoned the borders between orderly and security were fairly fluid right now. "Mynheer Telemmier," said one of the doctors he hadn't seen before, as they unlocked his clear door and slid it into the wall. "It's an honour." Idris sat back on his bed and stared. They muscled in, the lot of them, and their trolley. One of the two orderlies began connecting him up to the machine, giving it a line to his neural activity. "I'm Dr. Fry," said the lead doctor. The woman was Dr. Mirabilis, and the other man was Dr. Ellis, to whom Idris said, "I know you. I saved your world," just to lampshade the general excess of ingratitude he felt was hanging in the air. This was the doctor who'd tended to him over Berlenhof, after he'd scraped his brain raw trying to escape Aklu the unspeakable, and right before the architect had arrived to turn the colony's most prominent world into murderous art. But apparently staving off the apocalypse didn't count for much these days. Ellis didn't look even slightly abashed. "Mynheer Telemmier?" Fry said crisply. He was lean and neat and expensive-looking, doubtless very senior in the liaison board hierarchy. "May I inquire firstly into your general health, to establish a baseline? Your prosthesis is satisfactory?" Idris looked at the mechanical forearm and hand. It still didn't feel particularly part of him. He was clumsy with it, even on simple tasks, but then his entire life had been focused on the inside of his head and the inner workings of the universe. There wasn't much that required manual dexterity. He shrugged. Fry had a single lens over one eye, flickering with data, as he ran down his checklist. "And otherwise? Eating well? Sleeping well?" Idris laughed without humour. Apparently the good doctor hadn't read his case notes. Mirabilis leant in and murmured something, and Fry said, "Ah," with the air of a man ticking another virtual box. "You present us with a problem, Mynheer." "Good." A very slight exasperation, plucking at the corners of the doctor's eyes and mouth. "Under normal circumstances, I would have preferred to offer you a position on the staff of the board, given your long experience in the field. Your assistance in aiding and counselling the other intermediaries would, I'm sure, be invaluable, and this may still be the case, depending on retained functionality. However," his eye flicked up and down as he scrolled through the records the lens showed him, "you appear to be a maximum security case." He regarded Idris dubiously. This skinny little starveling, surely far too frail and callow to have anything to do with the long war record attached to his name. "Given refinements to the procedure, I'm hopeful you'll still be in a position to assist in all appropriate ways after the leashing adjustments, but it's not guaranteed. The procedure is designed with the priority of leaving navigational faculties undamaged above all." Idris stood suddenly. In the second surprise this won him, his idea was to lunge forwards and get his metal hand around Fry's throat, then crush the life out of the man before anyone could do anything. An entirely warranted response. What actually happened was that one of the orderlies pushed him right back down again, a single hand to the chest imparting a momentum Idris had no way of countering. He'd probably have missed Fry anyway, with the clumsy prosthetic, and not actually have given the man much more than a few bruises. "I need to go back into the machine," he wanted to yell at them. Meaning the eye. Meaning falling into the lightless reaches of unspace, confirming his discovery, exploding human knowledge of the structure of the universe, finding the true enemy. But they wanted to put him in a different machine, cut him and condition him and implant things into his skull until he would be their tame shepherd, taking this ark fleet of sheep from place to place for the greater glory of men like Ravenascaro. Betray and abandon all the worlds of humanity, all the worlds of every sentient species. Become just one more sled dog, hauling the future of humanity through the wastes forever and forever. "I saved your world," he said again. "If I'd realised you didn't want to keep it, I wouldn't have bothered."
"Unfortunately," said Fry in that bright, brittle voice of his, "your loyalty evaluation does not suggest that you'll continue to put humanity's best interests at heart. You are obsessive, paranoid, and delusional, all of which are common int traits, of course."
"Did I not save your world, then? Because I thought that was a matter of serious public record. Or am I deluded?"
Fry smiled. Idris, who'd faced architects on several occasions, trembled before that smile. It was a bland, keen thing. It could make all his achievements and accomplishments delusions. It could see Raven's mad ark fleet as the future, and cast anyone who wouldn't skin their own grandmother for it as a species traitor. It was a smile that could beam down on lesser people as they were tortured and carved into compliant, useful navigators for a fleet that would go from nowhere to nowhere forever. Or at least until something broke down that couldn't be fixed. After they'd gone, he said, "You can come out now." He wasn't sure how he knew, but there was definitely something in his int sensorium that registered a presence where there shouldn't have been one. Ash, of course. Harbinger Ash, in those robes that were the only things making the alien look even approximately human. Ash, standing just past Idris's line of sight, where Fry and the rest of the medical team would have been able to see it. Except they hadn't. Ash came and went, and nobody knew how.
"They must be hunting you all over," Idris said.
He saw the ints in the rooms across the way staring. At least that confirmed Ash was there physically, not just in his head.
"You must be giving them the screaming jitters, not knowing where you've got to."
"You're welcome," Ash remarked dryly, that too human voice echoing from its trunk of a torso.
"You've got to get me out of here," Idris said. "Look, you know I'm not one for begging favours, but they are going to cut me up, cut us all up. The old interbotomy. Brain chains again, Ash. And we just got through freeing all these people from that. I bet the science has advanced, so the procedure isn't as reversible these days."
Ash regarded him, the knot of alien organs within its hood tilted in consideration.
"You need me,"
Idris told it. "You need you," Ash said thoughtfully. "I needed you, but that was when you and I were on the same trajectory."
"What?"
"Are you still true to the cause, Idris?" Idris waited for the flare of anger. It didn't come, and he knew why.
"You don't know everything," he told Ash stubbornly. "And you're wrong, you and Ahab. Narrow-minded. There's another way."
"Is there?" Intoned in such a way that he couldn't tell if it was a question.
"We don't have to butcher their children. I mean, if one of the options on the table is butcher their children, then there really should be another way, don't you think?"
"It's not butchery. They're not children. These are human thoughts."
"I'm a human. Still. I'm still human. I can't help it. You want to go where the architects come from and make there be no more architects. Genocide."
"They want to go to where you come from, and where everyone comes from, and make there be no more everyone," Ash pointed out. "Does genocide even cover that?"
"But they don't want it. They're forced to it, and I can reach their masters."
"Can you?" Again that unclear inflection.
Idris drew himself up to his full height, for whatever that was worth.
I've seen it. The deep structure of unspace. Because there is one. Everyone thinks it's so unreal that nothing exists there. But being hunted by the goddamn Ogdru taught me that can't be true. And everyone thinks because it's nothing, then the only way you can navigate is via points in the real. Creeping along the very outside edge, the shallow surface. That's where the throughways are, holding everything in place like rods and elastic. That's where we go. Except there are depths away from the real. And there's more than that.
Ash's non-head tilted further, as if to say, "Go on."
There's a centre to it, Idris said. It's a fight to even get close, and the thing, the presence is there. Not at the heart of things, but circling around it, like a guard dog. And at the core, that's where they are. I know it. The grit in the oyster.
You'd challenge an entity that literally exists at the centre of the universe? Ash asked him.
I mean, not by choice, Idris said. But if the other option is butcher children, then sure.
You're wrong, Ash said sadly. But just this once, Idris wasn't putting up with its act.
Am I? So tell me how you know. Where did you get your doctorate of everything? You're one of the originators? You poured concrete for the first throughways? You used to go wrangle architects before you had a crisis of conscience? Because you've always said you're just one more alien victim, last of your kind, come to warn us all of the oncoming storm. Just another refugee like Ahab. So, tell me now, if you have definitive knowledge of how things are, if you've known all along, then I don't see how being needlessly cryptic has actually helped.
Ash stared at him for a long time. There was no body language to read there, no affront, no sagging resignation. The loosely human shape was nothing but pareidolia, the human mind seeing human things where there were none.
Go on!
Idris felt his heart stuttering, on the brink of some true revelation.
Tell me, what are you? You come and go, skip through unspace without a ship. You're the grand int of all ints. So how? Where does it come from, Ash?
Ash seemed to diminish, shrinking within the robe. Nothing, Idris. No more than I've always said. The last survivor of a dead species. A survival that was pure chance, rather than from any great significance I hold. Less even than Ahab. Just some sad vagabond alien that wants to thwart the architects any way that I can. Does that help you, Idris? Does that gladden your heart?
Then help me! Free me! Free all of us! Spirit us away! You need us, and you need us free. Because with brain chains on, we're useless. The architects won't listen. And you heard what the docs said, I'm sure. They preserve navigation at all costs. Doesn't mean they preserve our ability to fight. You let them put some more staples in our heads. You can't know we'll be any use to you after. Help us.
And then you'll destroy the architect nursery? Ash asked, sceptically.
No. I'll do what I think is right, but what better option have you got? Up sticks and go to the next civilization along? Hope they'll make better ints than we have?
Ash shivered, a fluid all-body motion, as inhuman as anything Idris had ever seen. And then just left, shuffling away and fading out of Idris's sight. A moment of misdirection when it somehow had Idris looking away, and then it had exited, like an unprepossessing stage magician. Except it did actual magic. In its wake, it left no answers. Ollie. Just as they finished eating their dinner, the major domo joined them. The battered torso was all she recognised. The hegemonics had given the thing 5 legs and crowned them with a webbed fan of arms so they could properly wave back when Aklu wanted to speak with them. There was no head yet, but then that was probably less important to Essiel. "You got yours, then," Ollie noted. Since hivers could consume organic material, and because spacers had proper manners, she shuffled over to make space for them at the mat they were eating off. "You are required." They'd restored the major domo's bell-like voice. "The razor and the hook makes preparation for the trials to come, and as you have partaken of its road, you're sent for to receive a moment's grace." "That mean pay?" Ollie asked them. "Grace means I'm getting back pay for hauling your asses all the way out here." She reckoned basic gratitude was on the long list of all the things the Essiel didn't really do. "Remuneration, no, but yet more precious, an audience with the unspeakable," the hiver informed her. Ollie looked uncertainly at Gethiel, an acquaintance of moments, but surely the old woman understood these things. The hierograve smiled sympathetically.
"All I know, Mesdames Timo, is that you don't say no to them. They always know best."
"Do they, though?" Ollie asked. "I mean, best for who, exactly?"
"Ah, well,"
agreed Gethiel, which wasn't particularly useful. She was right, though. It wasn't as though Ollie could just sit tight and pretend the Scorpion's audio was out. As well as providing the major domo's new limbs, they'd found a new floaty couch for Aklu. It wasn't as grand as the absurd thrones she'd seen before. It was barely a couch, in fact. A long, spiralling rod, like a unicorn horn, hanging in the air within its invisible fields. Aklu's trunk-like holdfast was twisted around it, and its shell was canted at a slight angle. The overall effect was uncomfortable. Ollie was put in mind of sackcloth and ashes, a public display of the unspeakable's outcast status. She'd have been in Aklu's shadow still, physically and spiritually, save that the chamber they were in was a circular shaft that went up for what looked like to be around a kilometre, with nothing but open void at the far end. Its curved walls were set with incomprehensible tableaus, or hieroglyphs, or histories, or maybe they were really racy Essiel pornography for all Ollie could make of them. The scale dwarfed Aklu, shrinking the razor and the hook until it was barely more than human by comparison.
"Hi, Chief," Ollie said awkwardly.
Some part of her hadn't stopped shaking since they saw the seat of record. Culture shock, in a way she'd thought she was immune to, well-travelled spacer that she was. Too much, too alien, too fast. Aklu's arms fanned out and flickered through a series of patterns. The major domo translated.
"O least regarded of the razor's brood, O speaker of the curses, she who scowls, who brooks no barrier twixt her and her desires, and she for whom mere nature can't suffice."
Sarcasm, Ollie identified. Right?
"The razor and the hook wishes to hear what your petitions are."
The Scorpion's 4 feet shuffled awkwardly, as Ollie's eyes roamed about, seeking anything familiar to fix on. She reckoned asking them to repeat the Essiel's commands wouldn't wash.
"I mean, petitions, what we want, right? We could do with some fixing up on the god. I'd ask for some of that fancy liquid tech, except I'd be fucked if it broke down later, because I sure as hell wouldn't be able to fix it. Don't imagine you can just turn it off and on again, not without getting wet feet."
She was aware she was rambling and steered her mouth back on track.
"I mean, if you're asking what I want, then there's a whole bunch of friends we left behind when I jumped you out of Estoc. Chris and that useless bastard Idris. Solace, I guess. And I was kind of getting on pretty well with that Jane from the I crew.
Got to admire a woman who can fix up a reactor with 2 bits of string and a .49 staple. So, I mean, I don't know if you've washed your... Okay, not hands, your things, washed your things of that old business, or if you were maybe thinking of going back and kicking some ass, or whatever the expression is for kicking with you guys. Look, Hiver, however you want to be called, I pulled you out of the fire on the scythe. You make all this shit sound golden for the big guy, right? Tell it, if it wants to go back and give the Partheni and the Iscaros a big old Essiel slap, then I'm all for that, so long as my friends don't get caught in the shockwave. You got that? The Hiver had been semaphoring to Aklu throughout, and she had to trust her meaning was getting through in a way that wouldn't cause offence or make her seem like an idiot. Then Aklu started waving back and groaning like pipes about to rupture, to which the Major Domo said, "The razor and the hook appreciates your burning for revenge. Let it be known the insults levied at the smallest part of the hegemony must yet be answered. So it is we have come here to have our grievances set down in record." "Right," Ollie said uncertainly. "Vengeance by passive-aggressive bureaucracy. That's how things work round here. OK, then. I don't see how that'll help Chris and the others, but—" And then the Major Domo added, with a definite hard edge to its crystal voice, "We shall smite them all." Bureaucracy with extreme prejudice, right? Ollie looked from faceless Hiver to faceless Essiel, bitterly missing even the slightest recognisable body language or expression to give her context. "But my friends will be OK, right? No smiting them. Freeing and rescuing, preferably." "An ending as befits the razor's wrath," the Major Domo informed her. "Yes, right," Ollie pressed desperately. "Look, I don't know if I've got any credit with the Bank of Aklu right now, but tell it, ask it, super nicely, can it please maybe save my friends? Can we have 1,000 big lads with guns, and a fleet fit to fuck up the Partheni, and maybe let me lead the boarding party or something? Because this all sounds a bit collateral damage to me." "The rest we leave to vagaries of fate. Do not lose hope. Those whom the hook held close are not without resource." She wondered what weird-ass alien concept had eventually ended up as hope on the near end of that chain of translation. Those whom the hook held close, though. That must mean the cartel. The other bigwigs who'd come together to take over at Estoc and install the Eye there. So maybe they were already on the case, and somehow word had got to Aklu here, though Ollie couldn't see how. Or maybe it was just a general assessment of their resourcefulness, and Aklu was only hoping too. "OK then," she said. "Well, you just let me know what me and Kit and the Vulture can do. We're all in, I reckon, so long as we get our pals back. And poke the bad guys in the eye, ideally. I mean, we're on the same side, right? The same wavelength." Aklu regarded her for long enough that she started running internal diagnostics on the Scorpion just to keep her nerves down. But then it waved again, and the Hiver said, "Ask." "What?" The one-word utterance threw her. "You wish to understand, then you must ask. It is permitted." There was too much she didn't understand and didn't know, and so, in the end, instead of the mysteries of the universe, she went with, "Why? I mean, we had our scrap on Tarakuma, you guys and us. You were doing crimes there. That's fine. I'm OK with crimes. I'm not the filth. But then you became part of this crazy galactic conspiracy, with the Patho Aspirat, that mordant housewoman, and the Neramathi, as well as Ash, actual Harbinger Ash. So why you?" Aklu tilted precariously down towards her, eye stalks crooking in to examine her from all sides. Its gestures to the Major Domo seemed different, subdued even. "Because it's wrong to strive against the way the universe is made.
the Essiel do not prey upon the lesser, nor rebel against the great. They know their place, as masters of those things they hold to, and that act on their behalf. When comes the fire, the tide, the storm, they have their shells. That is the way. Except there's no perfection in this world, hence there must be exception made. Hence those who cannot live within their bounds are yet made use of. If railing against fate is wrong, let us do wrong. Let us do all the acts unspeakable, break all the laws, fight that which must be borne, be wicked, know no grace, refuse all walls, and so, though we be cursed, reviled, denied, so we yet serve the way that we have left behind. When comes the threat, the shell cannot resist, there shall it find us, waiting.
Ollie digested that, not sure if she actually understood, or if she just painted a human-scale narrative over all those words. Be wicked, know no grace, because sometimes even the hegemony needs a bastard to fuck things up for them. Then a newcomer joined them. Another human, she thought. A young man with a hollow face and some serious, unreconstructed burn scarring across it. She noticed a green-blue segmented lobster down his back. Not a human, then. Another Tothiat. Except there was something when he spoke. A weirdly familiar inflection to the words. Tell the unspeakable it's time, to the majordomo. No introduction or formality. They say they're ready.
And you are? Ollie demanded.
Ollie, it's me, the man said. Aramon.
I don't know any.
Ollie let the words tail off. She didn't know that face. She did know the lobster. She'd seen a few, and they all had different markings, distinct as fingerprints.
Haramon? Wait.
Aramon, the Tothiat corrected her. Somehow, this hit far harder than Ollie was expecting.
That's how it goes, is it? Too damaged, so you just cut her loose and got a new host?
Aramon looked at her, and at least here was a face Ollie could read. A little sad, a little contemptuous, a little humour. Haramon's kind of expressions, but on someone else's features. You, of all people, can't point fingers about fixing up some new legs.
It's not the same, Ollie snapped, outraged. She was...
Me, Aramon said. There was no she. There was only me.
The Tothia?
No, me. Where the human and the Tothia meet. And this is still me.
But you're not Haramon.
Not that, either.
I'm not going to understand this, am I? She decided.
The snide smile that came to his face was exactly Haramon's. No, and we have to go. The unspeakable is to be judged.
Ollie blinked. Judged? I thought we were here to gear up and get an army or something.
Aramon shrugged. The unspeakable has dared come before the seat of records to present grievances against those who have wronged the hegemonic way. There will be a reckoning and a punishment. Again, that familiar intonation, the smile Ollie half recognised. This is the devil turning up at heaven with a list of complaints. How did you think it was going to go? Chapter 13. Solace. They held her on the scathy at first. She was placed in an awkward, artificial sorority. 30 women of different years, divisions and experience, nothing in common save that they were all apparently of suspect loyalties. There were armed myrmidons close enough to listen in at all times. Instead of the easy camaraderie that was Partheni home life to Solace, she felt a fraught sense of inquisition. Nobody talked about what had happened at Estoc, about the apparent coup that had taken place within the Parthenon. Solace was burning with questions. She didn't know if Mercy had merely a handful of ships and the intermediaries, and was on the run from a still righteous majority, or if she represented the new status quo, in which case Solace was basically a dinosaur, a relic of times past and soon to become extinct. They had no outside comms channels, no news, and they didn't trust one another. Yes, perhaps if Solace had stood up and called for her fellow inmates to rally to her banner, they might have been able to force their way out, gather momentum, pick up all those who'd been keeping their head down and take the ship, restoring the proper order of things. Or else everyone would have denounced her to help their own personal case. Desperate flag-waving from the similarly suspect, all of whom wanted nothing more than to be back within rather than without. And so she said nothing, and none of the others said anything either, which meant that, functionally, women like Mercy and Felicity had won. Groups of the suspect were constantly being taken off for assessment, then brought back. They didn't discuss what further procedures they'd undergone, and Solace was never taken out again. Occasionally, a group of myrmidons would escort people away and not bring them back. At first, Solace feared the worst, until she guessed that those were the lucky ones, whose loyalties had been confirmed under later testing. They'd most probably been restored to active duty in service of the new Parthenon that Exemplar Mercy was building. Then she wondered if that wasn't actually the worst after all. Her own absence from any of these retested groups was noted. The other suspect inmates began to keep their distance. Solace was irretrievably contaminated, too far down the disloyalty spectrum to be re-educated or given another chance. Then, they did come for her, and that was worse. A larger escort, a sterner Myrmidon executor in charge. Solace and about half the rest were gathered up and marched out to a docking bay. Just a big, empty hangar, open to space, save for the intervention of the ship's gravitic field graciously holding the air in. Solace stood there, wearing nothing but light fatigues, along with all of the other prisoners, 47 of them by her count. And there were the Myrmidons in their sealed combat armour. How easy just to breach that gravitic seal, flush the hangar, and send them all into space, while their guards remained inviolate in their hermetic suits, their boots clamping them to the deck. She also understood that she was meant to think this, that the very scenario was set up to intimidate her and her compatriots. That didn't mean it wasn't working. Another escort marched in, faceless within their helms. Solace had worn that armour with pride most of her life, far longer than the majority of these women had been alive. She'd only ever seen the uniform as a symbol of hope, strength, and pride. And now she was on the wrong side of it, and wondering if this was how the colonials felt when they looked on the might of the Partheni Myrmidons. We are terrifying. The new arrivals had a single prisoner, whom Solace recognised with a jolt. Monitor Superior Tact. Her old commander looked dishevelled, as though she'd not slept since before the attack on Estoc. She was trooped up to the subdued mob of prisoners and unceremoniously pushed into their midst. She ended up next to Solace, as though it was the mere Brownian motion of crowds that had put her there. And what are the odds of that? The tiniest flame of hope in Solace's breast, as she murmured, "Prêt à combattre, mother." Tact didn't look at her or register her presence. She really did look rough, gaunt and grey and old in a way she'd never seemed before, all her stern authority stripped from her. "No combat for you, not just yet, Executor." Solace hardly saw her lips move, and had to fight to stop herself leaning in too obviously to catch the words. "Tell me there's a plan, Mother." The slightest flick of Tact's eyes towards her. "You're being moved to a ship designated as a penitent hulk, The Angel Electo. You know it? Solace kept her face devoid of expression. That's a fighting ship. Well, Mercy's fleet is short of large non-fighting ships right now. What can she do? She needs somewhere to isolate those whose loyalty falls short of her standards, such as you and me. Solace considered this, and just what might conveniently happen to such a ship. Partheni naval history wasn't exactly peppered with catastrophic systems failure, but there was room for a sudden spike if Mercy wanted rid of some unwanted sisters without actually lining everyone up and shooting them. How many ships did she have, and could she afford to sacrifice one to clear all those inconvenient pieces off the game board? You want me to take the ship? Tact chuckled hollowly. Just you. I can't fault your confidence, Executor. I want you to be ready. I am pulling what strings they've left attached to me, while I still can, until an opportunity opens up. No heroics, Solace. I don't want you getting yourself killed. When the time comes, you'll know it. Est-ce compris? Compris, Mother. But you'll be there, won't you? Something suddenly changed. The myrmidons who'd brought Tact in were muscling forwards to drag her right back out again, separating her roughly from the others, marching her away. Solace had been a soldier long enough to read body language through all that armour. She recognised a squad chastised, and could almost hear the superior shouting at them over their comms, "Why did you take her to the rest of the prisoners?" Imagining a trail of orders abruptly gone without a trace, a sequence of events masterminded somehow by Tact and her remaining sympathisers. And then there was a shuttle arriving, gliding into the pressurised hangar from the void of space, with barely a shudder. Solace and the rest were marched into it, and out there, just a point of light, was the Angel Electo, designated resting place for those who had displeased the new rulers of the Parthenon. They'd stripped out the central section of the Angel Electo. Solace had expected a network of walls and small public spaces, the residential decks for off-duty crew, where each shift could take over from the last as they traded posts. Instead, there was just one big, open area, like a hollow abscess at the heart of the ship. They had myrmidons on watch, both on the ground and on a balcony level, and they had precisely delineated groups of prisoners, each within an area marked out on the deck with projected lines of light. Classes, the guards called them. There were almost 300 women there, even before Solace's 100 joined them. Enough that there wasn't much capacity for more, given each class was ordered to stay in the centre of its marked area and not talk to their neighbours. Solace looked over the little camps of quiet, wary women and fought down her despair. At least within the camps there was a low whisper of conversation, and at least her disarmed sisters were orderly and calm, sitting in their ranks. Prêt à combattre. Well, she hoped so. Because at that moment the whole weight of the universe seemed to be on her shoulders. I have to save the Parthenon. I have to save Idris. I have to save everything from the architects. Surely Tact intended her to spark a revolution here, to take over the Angel Electo, turn its guns on the rest of the fleet. Perhaps there were other penitent hulks too. With Mercy's coup, just a tiny clique of officers desperate to stop their enemies, realising how little of a mandate they truly had. Perhaps the despair rose again, welling up in her. What if it was Solace who just didn't understand how the universe worked? That in fact these dispirited dissidents were it, and the bulk of the Parthenon agreed with what Felicity had set out. Leave the refugia to their fate. Abandon ancestral humanity, which had never cared for them anyway. Partheni for the Parthenon, living in open space with no need of neighbours. Going slowly insane, spiralling inwards into our own traditions. Don't tell me that was the future Dr. Parsifal envisaged, that splendid isolation. What are we, without a universe to fight for? And yet, she couldn't know. She'd always assumed the thoughts in her head were mirrored in those of her sisters, But now she felt a chasm had opened up. All those women who wore a close cousin to her face might be strangers under the skin. More prisoners came in, a cause for hope, because it meant she had more allies, a cause for despair, because here they all were under guard, taken without a fight, because those who had come for them were their sisters. As she watched the numbers mount, and the great hold of the Electo become more crowded, she started to worry. The prisoner-to-guard ratio was rising sharply, and while that had its advantages, Exemplar Mercy wouldn't have overlooked the maths either. Why concentrate your enemies within a single fragile hull unless you knew something was going to happen to it? I have to do something first. It's just me. No, Tact has a plan. Tact gave you orders. Tact failed. A brutal understanding. She didn't see this coming. She couldn't stop it. She failed. Solace looked around, hunched in, murmured on Executor Solace, to her closest fellows. A few other names and ranks were exchanged, and she ascertained she was the ranking officer there. Half the rest were cognoscentes, technicians and specialists with no more than basic combat training. They listened when she spoke, though. We have to act, and hope the others will follow our lead. Thinking of a room full of unarmed and expendable women rushing guards with accelerators. Suicide. And yet she couldn't just sit and watch Mercy's people suck their life out of the Parthenon, rob it of its virtues and steal it away. Then one of her fellows plucked at her sleeve. Another group of inmates was arriving, just a handful of them, but these were different. There was a certain common look to them, beyond even the Partheni genetic kinship, a gaunt and haunted expression. Solace recognized many of them from the eye. Idris's students, intermediaries, under guard. Of course, they'd all been exposed to plenty of contact with outsiders. They'd been working alongside the new crop of colonial volunteers to stave off the architects as and when foresight had picked up a new intrusion. So these were the ints who hadn't passed Felicity's tests. Solace wondered how good those tests even were, given they were reliant on the exacting parameters of the standard Partheni brain. Had Felicity relied on less certain methods? Or... She saw it then, and felt a dagger thrust of betrayal. Overseeing the imprisoned ints was someone she knew. Grave, the very first of the Partheni intermediaries. Solace remembered her practically worshipping Idris, seemingly so eager to be a part of the new future the Eye was making possible. Except there she was in uniform and armed, consigning her int sisters to the last of the holding areas. They had been her sorority, of course, and she'd know them, shared quarters and conversations with them. She'd know exactly who could be counted on to stand by Mercy and the coup. And here were the rest, those who believed too strongly in that other Parthenon, the one Solace felt slipping through her fingers. Mercy must have agonized, she thought darkly, about what to do with intermediaries she couldn't rely on. Such a valuable resource, after all. Surely she would want to hold on to them in the hope they'd come round. But apparently the new order didn't have room for dissent, even amongst its most irreplaceable personnel. Solace, far from irreplaceable, understood that her own possible futures had narrowed to two close options. Charge the guns of the guards, sans armour, sans weapons, or wait until she and all these other unreliables could be disposed of quietly, with plausible deniability, not even a footnote in the new written histories of the Parthenon. Grave. Cognoscenti intermediary Grave felt the eyes of her compatriots on her back all the way to the shuttle, for all she'd left them in the Angel Electo's new hold with the rest of the prisoners. Her fellow ints, graduates of the same programme, but who'd been more clearly marked by their association with the colonials or more outspoken in their loyalty to Telemmier. Women who'd taken a stand, or else who just hadn't dissembled well enough, and who were now, based on their current location, on the wrong side of history. They stayed, and Grave walked away, back to the shuttle, back to the Scathy, to be a part of the future. She'd gone before Felicity and the rest of the Aspirate team who'd backed Fleet Exemplar Mercy. The interrogation hadn't been soft, because she was an int. It had been worse, in fact. Felicity's machines were perfectly calibrated for the Partheni brain structure, which varied so little from one to another. Except ints didn't have that brain structure anymore. Their training and modifications made them difficult to read, so Felicity had pushed extra hard, recording every biometric, analysing Grave's breathing, heartbeat, and facial expressions. And she'd still not been sure in the end. But the reborn Parthenon needed its intermediaries of all things, and so she drew the line. Grave, and most of the others, ended up on the loyal side of things. Only a handful were too unregenerate to be trusted. The thought made her proud. Becoming an int had been long, hard work, but that test, proving herself, had been the hardest. There was a squad of other ints gathered in the hangar, all part of the grand reorganisation Mercy was implementing across the fleet. Crew taken off ships, reassigned. Loyal officers replacing those of more doubtful inclination on some ships. In other cases, whole crews were gutted and taken to hulks like the Electo, out of the way, conveniently in one place, in case drastic measures were required. But they were all sisters, Grave knew. Mercy was a hard woman, but, given time, Felicity and her team would chip away at the psychology of the prisoners, bring back into the fold those who could be turned. In the end, there would doubtless be a core who would be beyond recovery, but Mercy would be aiming for a minimum of permanent losses. They would be starting anew, after all. Every woman was valuable. She watched her remaining sister intermediaries being dispatched to their ships, ensuring every vessel in the fleet would have a pilot. There would need to be more ints soon, in Mercy's plan. So Felicity would gather the single gene line that permitted it, and most likely those who had previously not volunteered their services would find themselves without the option this time round. Grave understood the harsh mathematics of becoming deep space nomads. She knew the choices Mercy would be making. She met the gaze of her fellows as they marched smartly off to their new assignments, the ships they'd be shepherding through unspace, starting from now. To Grave fell the honour of piloting the Scathy itself, or at least she was 1/3 of the flagship's int team. They'd be taking the navigation in shifts to remain fresh for action. Mercy was paranoid about the possibility of colonial warships coming after them, let alone the unknowable resources of the hegemony. Grave had tried to explain the impossibility of tracking through unspace, except anecdotal evidence suggested the Essiel had navigator aliens who could pull it off, and who knew what tricks the colonials had, with their decades-long int program. The Scathy's bridge was a long wedge of a room, with a circular display projected into its heart, so that every woman of the crew had head-up access to all the primary readouts, as well as the role-specific display on their board. Grave's heart sank, slightly but perceptibly, when she saw that Mercy was entertaining a guest. She'd hoped not to be witness to this particular scene. Former Monitor Superior Tact was there, under guard in prisoner fatigues, and Mercy was already beckoning Grave over.
"Cognoscenti intermediary," the Fleet Exemplar greeted her. "Excellent timing. Perhaps you'd tell our guest your most recent assignment."
Grave felt Tact's iron gaze on her and shuffled, fighting back the instant stab of conflict inside her so that nothing showed on her face. She took refuge in a soldier's attentive stance, staring straight forward, as she'd seen the Myrmidons do, meeting no gazes.
I was tasked with assisting Cognoscenti Superior Felicity in identifying those of my division whose loyalties could not be guaranteed sufficient to place them in control of unspace navigation of a fleet vessel, Mother, she confirmed. I'm just returned from delivering them to the penitent vessel Angel Electo.
The vessel which holds the rest of your dissidents, Mercy finished, smiling almost fondly at Tact. Those whom you somehow corrupted to the extent that they could not be relied on to support their sisters and their state. You are not the Parthenon, Mercy, Tact said simply. This isn't exactly our entire assembled strength. Ah, but our intermediaries are limited, are they not? We are planning widespread breeding of the appropriate gene line, but until then we have as many ships as we can move. Those who have refused our call can remain with the Refugia and share their fate. But we'll survive, the true Parthenon, faithful to the intent of our founder. Tact and Mercy had a moment of crackling tension between them. It must rankle that Grave and the others came over to us so readily. Tact's face admitted to no such emotion, or any at all. Denied the satisfaction, Mercy looked to Grave. Perhaps you'd like to explain yourself, Cognoscenti intermediary. Grave felt another spike of anxiety, fighting to keep her own countenance professional. When I asked to combat the architects alongside the colonial ints, that was my duty to the Parthenon. Now I am asked to pilot our fleet into the wider universe. That is also my duty to the Parthenon, Mother. Perhaps Mercy had been hoping for more vitriol. She looked a little sour at the impersonal declaration, but swallowed it. I'm surprised you've not packed me off to the Electo myself, Tact observed. Or am I here as a trophy? You're here because I respect your intelligence, Tact, Mercy told her. Far too much to place you in the midst of those who might follow you. Dealing with an insurrection wouldn't tax my forces, but it would cost the lives of too many sisters who might yet be redeemed. Friends close and enemies closer, isn't that the saying? I've heard it, Tact confirmed, not looking at Grave. This is it then, is it? You're taking the heart of our strength away from the rest of humanity just when they need us most? We are not placed in the universe to serve their needs, Mercy said, pitching her voice up to carry across the bridge. Our founder did not engender us to serve the Refugionics. We are sufficient unto ourselves. It's time we grew up and severed ties with them. We owe them no more than we'd owe an ape, save that apes are already extinct, and the Refugionics have that fate yet to come. Refugionics, Tact said, so quietly Grave had to strain to hear. You use that word as a slur, I understand that. The refugia, the genetic reservoir left over from a previous age, the species driven to the fringes by their own superior offspring. Easy to see it as a pejorative. This put Mercy off her rhetoric, frowning. How can it be anything but that? When Dr. Parsifal coined the phrase for baseline humanity, she meant it as more than a dismissal. The refugia are where variation survives, variation that the future might need. Without them, what are we? A hollow shell. We only ever had meaning in relation to the rest of humanity, whether we were for them or against them. They balanced us and shaped us, and without them, on our own in the void, we will collapse inwards. We'll have no heart. We need them, even if it's just because we need someone to distinguish ourselves from. Your plan will destroy the Parthenon more surely than losing a war to the colonies would. It saddens me that you, who have served your people so well, could believe such a thing. There was no room for doubt in Mercy's voice. Do you know what some of my staff said I should do with you, as the ringleader of any potential opposition? That I should secure you somewhere and leave you awake when we entered unspace, chained to the mast before the sirens, like the old stories, But I hold out hope that you will come to serve the new Parthenon,
that Felicity can find the correct penitential regimen to rehabilitate even you. I won't let her give up on you, Tact.
A smile that could carve hull metal.
So it's time for you to go into suspension. You'll wake into a very different world.
After that, it was just the considerable logistical puzzle of putting an entire warship's crew into suspension, ready for an unspace voyage, an effort being replicated across Mercy's fleet, with every vessel reporting in turn. Grave wasn't sure how the penitent ships were dealing with the problem. She had to take on faith Mercy's stated desire to reclaim as many of their sisters as she could, rather than simply disposing of all her problems in transit. She liaised with the other two ints on the Scathy. She would take the second shift, being woken to take her place as the ship's guide through unspace, within the cerebral engine that permitted her to act as a true intermediary, and without all that carving and cutting the colonials relied on. She thought of Idris Telemmier then, whose strident campaigning and tireless work with Felicity's people had spared them that. She hoped he was well, though that seemed unlikely, given whose hands were now at his throat. Before she went under, she had a final fight with her conscience about what she was about to do. The fear of it, the terrible cost, Mercy's words and Tact's wrestling in her head, trading knife blows as though they were fighting over her soul. Except Dr. Parsifal hadn't believed in souls, arch-rationalist as she had been. That was for the more backward of the colonials, like Idris Telemmier, who'd been Grave's comrade in arms such a short time ago. Feeling sick and guilty, Grave finally retired to her suspension bed, knowing that the world she would wake into would be very different, as Mercy had said. Chapter 14. Chris. Ahab wanted to get in the machine, the Neramathi-sized one that it had designed and Jane had built, when the Eye was still planet-bound on Krikiath's Hell. The guards stationed on the Eye obviously had orders that nobody was supposed to be using any of the installations there other than for foresight. They probably thought Ahab could take the whole assembly into unspace or something, and weren't about to give him the chance. To be wholly honest, Chris wasn't 100% sure that wasn't the case. Her understanding of the business was that Ahab wasn't an int-style navigator, and that the primary purpose of the machine was to look into the unreal, not actually travel to it. Except Idris had used the human-scale machinery to tear the whole installation into orbit, so who actually knew? Anyway, this had resulted in a standoff between Voyeni and Neramath that she saw was on the very knife edge of violence as she came running in with Jane at her heels. And Ahab was big. She'd seen images of extinct Earth animals, elephants or dinosaurs or something. Ahab was on that kind of scale, built like an eel on steroids, bulked out further by all its cybernetics. Of course, none of the Eye crew was supposed to be armed, but Ahab might have a whole built-in arsenal. The Voyeni, for their part, were big men in combat armour with accelerators and very little imagination. Just as scary as Ahab, in Chris's book. Dr. Shinandri, gangling and giggling and waving his arms, was standing right between them, in imminent danger of being killed by either side, even as Chris ran in. She'd been asleep. This was all taking place in the middle of the night by her clock, but the Neramathi didn't seem to work to any regular schedule. She chalked this up as just one more grievance she had against the universe. The Voyeni had gone from ordering the Neramath away to shouting for both it and the doctor to get on the ground or be shot. Chris didn't know if Ahab could even get on the ground. Quite possibly its six-legged prosthetic didn't bend that way. She was damn sure the accelerator shot would carve it up, though. Big didn't mean invulnerable, and Doc Shinandri wouldn't exactly slow the shot much by standing in the way. She was about to just start shouting along with everyone else, Except they were all a good deal louder than she was, and nobody had noticed when she swept into the room. For a moment, she paused. Then Tokamak Jane caught up with her and did something to the lights in the machine bay, making everything suddenly blindingly bright. One of the Voyeni unloaded a dozen pellets through the nearest wall, and Chris decided she'd be having words with Jane about precisely what de-escalation meant at some later point, but the end result was that both sides backed off, blinking, or in the case of Ahab, sweeping its metal-sheathed head about on the end of its serpentine neck. Chris wasn't entirely sure how visual the Neramathi were, naturally, but there were certainly lenses set into that skewed steel hood. "You talk to Ahab," she told Jane. The mechanic was one of the few humans the alien would listen to. She herself approached the Voyeni, whom she'd made her problem. Their leader loomed over her. They liked that, getting in your space. She stood her ground, though, so he ended up virtually ramming her chin with his armoured chest. Then he couldn't actually look at her, due to the design of their helmets not quite giving them the freedom of neck movement. She eyeballed the man's chin until he hauled the helm off for a proper glowering. "I'm well aware your orders are to keep the science team alive," she told him.
"Tell it to go back in its tank, its cage, whatever it has," the Voyeni spat, in a strong Magdan accent. "It is not to come here. Those are our orders. If it does not know its place, I will seek better orders. If it cannot be damaged, perhaps there is some other that can be whipped in its place."
They'd do it, too. With relish, even. Everyone had heard stories of how the Boyarin families kept order on Magda. But if she flinched now, there'd be no way to wrest any leverage back. So she just stood there, facing him down as though he was a judge or an opposing advocate, or they were knives out at the dueling piece. "There are 9 new holes in the wall, thanks to one of your people's lax trigger discipline." She didn't actually know how many holes there were, but putting a number out there made her seem extra competent. Could have been me, and probably nobody would have shed a tear. Could have been the doc there, in which case what does your boss do to you exactly, when his star scientist can't make his unique alien machine go? No admission of fault showed in the Voyeni's face. No immediate comeback either. Their brute impassivity game was strong, but she reckoned she'd scored a point. Ahab chose that moment to bellow,
"The work is unfinished! Time! They have stolen it from me!"
But it wasn't a full-on roar, just a complaint to Jane. "Foresight's still going," came Jane's reply. "They're still tracking the architects," because of course that was information the Ascaros had a use for.
"That is not the work!"
Ahab shouted, and abruptly its leathery, preservative-stinking neck was swaying over Chris's head, yearning towards its machine.
"The vessel is prepared. Let us plot our course. Let us depart. Where is my vengeance? Where is the retribution of the universe?"
An awful lost litany of thwarted desire. "Can you not let it do something?" Jane asked. And here was Shenandri, fluttering towards them again, waving his hands, and probably about to get shot out of pure annoyance. "There's no harm in it. Ahab's only interested in stopping the architects," Chris said, though she knew it wouldn't work. "Don't you want that? What if Magda's next on their list? It could be. We could get the word from Foresight any moment." The words bounced off the man's closed features without leaving a mark. Of course, if Foresight reported that any worlds near to Ravenuscaro's heart were under threat, then all free ints would be deployed to fend them off. No expense spared for things they actually cared about, and the rest of the galaxy could go hang. And for this man, if his master told him to stand by and watch worlds get snuffed out one by one, that's what he'd do. "I'll talk to the Mozarin." She turned round now. Not the crew's advocate to the Ascaros, but the Ascaros' turncoat handling the crew. I'll explain. I'll get him to open the machine up again, so Ahab can continue its work. I will. Facing them down and knowing that, in their eyes, she was shifting from an us into a them. In that unwelcome moment, Trine bustled in, utterly oblivious, and declared,
My esteemed colleagues and fellow prisoners in durance vile, you are all invited to a diplomatic soiree in my cell, effective immediately.
This served to take the heat off Chris, at least, and focus all attention on the hiver. They spread the fan of jointed arms that reached from their chest cavity, beaming at all concerned.
You and you and you and you,
they declared, picking out Chris and the Eye crew.
Not you, though. You aren't invited.
A stern glower at the Voyeni. Trine's face was a projection onto the concave inner surface of their spoon-shaped head, which gave the illusion that they were always looking straight at any observer. Their ebullient cheer only made the effect creepier. Trine, this isn't the time, Chris told them.
Inconceivable. I am pulling rank, my diplomatic inferior. This is very much the time. I mean, what exactly were you going to accomplish? You'll talk to the Mozarin. I'm sure he'll be enthralled by your legal arguments. Until such enthrallment has been effected, what exactly is there left to accomplish? Come to my quarters. I have printed off superior wine and nibbles.
Chris felt equal parts frustration and resignation. The hiver was as annoying as ever, but mostly because they were right. Jane had calmed Ahab, and possibly the Nera Mathi genuinely believed Chris would be able to wheedle some concession from Ravenascaro, though she wouldn't put money on it herself. She filed a request to speak with the man, knowing he'd insist she shuttled over to the Grand Nicholas, rather than just talk over comms, knowing she'd end up coming back with his words in her mouth to cram into the ears of her fellows, thus widening the divide between her and them, and knowing she was doing a lawyer's work. She'd represented plenty of objectionable clients before, but this was different. She'd sold a part of herself, agreeing to be Ravin's pawn. She could tell herself it would be worse without her over and over, and probably that was true, but it didn't make her feel any less wretched and dirty. In Trine's quarters, there was indeed wine and a selection of finger food, all of which tasted gritty and powdery, the wine included, because the Eye only had what printers Jane had been able to install, and it wasn't exactly embassy standard. However, what Trine's soiree also had was Harbinger ash. Chris stopped dead in the doorway, so that Shenandri ended up barging her into the room. The alien was just standing there in the middle, apropos of nothing. It even had a printed cup entwined in the tendrils of the hand that was at one terminus of its branching trunk. "What's this?" she asked Trine. The hiver was actually handing out cups, as though the whole business really was a party.
Apparently, it's time, they explained.
What's time? Time for what? Chris looked from them to Ash. The alien adjusted the position of its head in a way that utterly belied its pretense at a human shape. "You want the eye?" it said. "Take it."
Yes!
Ahab boomed instantly, and Chris shot Jane a desperate look. "Nobody can overhear us," Ash said, with utter certainty. "Not now, for these moments. You know me by reputation, Keristina Sulin Almier. What do they call me?" "Harbinger," she said, unwillingly. "So hear me now. This is your one and only chance to retake the eye, to retake the host entire. Other than the force stationed to keep watch on you, the ship is undermanned, lacking pilots. You must take it, have it ready to leave Estok, and you must begin the moment this conversation ends." Wait, Chris told it. "Let's bring things back to the force. There's a whole bunch of houseguard with guns. There's only a handful of us without guns. Plus, we can't take the host anywhere. We don't have Ints. We don't have Idris. We don't have anything, basically. Name a thing. We don't have it. Agent Havea Mundi and Asset Kalvari have been tasked with freeing the intermediaries aboard unnamed Ark 9, Ash told them. However, even if they are successful, they need somewhere to take them. They need to come to the host.
Yes!
Ahab declared again, and Chris wasn't exactly sure how that no-overhearing thing was working, given the Neramath was shouting at the top of its artificial voice. No, listen, Chris insisted. We've got nothing. What do you imagine we can do here? But Ahab just thundered out of the room, metal legs clattering, heading for the machine again, no doubt, off to get itself shot. Jane, Chris said, but the mechanic had a wall panel open and was briskly hauling out handfuls of wiring and components. What are you doing? The woman just grunted, and it was up to Dr. Shenandri to say,
My colleagues' actions are mutely communicating that we do have something, the very least fingertip of a something that we can deploy. And if this is the time, then there isn't any better.
You've got something? Chris asked. You've been working on something. Behind my back.
There were certain questions raised of where precisely your loyalties might lie,
the doctor said, somehow apologetic, while also tittering as though it was hilarious.
We knew matters would have to be taken into our own hands at some point, though, and it's not much. Smoke and mirrors, based on our superior knowledge of what is in our minds, very much our territory. Oh my, yes. Emergency use only, but apparently this is sufficiently emergentious.
Trine, did you?
All a complete revelation to myself, my fellow in exclusion,
the Hiver said. Okay, so can someone actually tell me what the plan is now, or am I still on the watch list? Chris demanded, and then added, where the crap did Ash go? Because the alien absolutely had not walked out past her, but it somehow wasn't in the room anymore either. At that moment, all the lights died, then flicked back on, distinctly different, a weird greenish tint to them. It wasn't the lights that had changed, though, Chris realised. It was the air. It was the eye. Whatever Jane had just done had activated the ancient structure, or some part of the cobbled-together tech seeded through it. Right. The mechanic stood up. She had something in her hands, retrieved from within the wall. It was blocky, and made out of brightly coloured plastics, like a child's toy. It was, Chris was absolutely sure, a weapon. A moment later, Trine stepped forwards and proffered her a knife they'd apparently been hiding within their body cavity amongst the bustle of their insect hive. She was weirdly touched that they'd thought about her. She took it. The comforting weight and balance told her it was proper dueling standard, exactly her tool of choice. Not much use against a bunch of thugs with accelerators, but what could you do? Let's go take our stuff back, said Jane, and marched out of the door. Ravin. The liaison board doctors were making their report to him, 7 of them led by Dr. Fry, each face projected before Ravin in a little constellation of pompous solemnity. Every speaker cycled to the fore to trot out their particular conclusions, and then shrank back into insignificance when they were done. It was all a precisely calibrated little circus, but Dr. Fry was a good administrator. It's remarkable how much of our work they managed to undo in 6 months, Fry noted, after Dr. Mirabilis had given her report on the state of the conditioning. Liaison board ints, being a valuable commodity, were hedged around with as many protections as possible. Not just the legal indentures of their leash contracts, but plenty inside the head, too. In a few cases, there were some fairly brutal implants, but that ran the risk of interfering with the delicate intermediary mods themselves. A lot of it came down to equally brutal psychological conditioning, building in fear, obedience, and dependence. After all, nobody wanted a rogue int dragging valuable cargo off into the depths of the void, never to be seen again. Except, apparently, Larry and her cartel hadn't been bothered. They'd just been desperate to undo all that good work, and Mordaunt House was more than capable of it. Of course, they hadn't been after commercial navigators, and slaved ints were no use to them. Idris Telemmier had done a lot of annoying things in his life, but announcing that leashed ints wouldn't be listened to by architects was right at the top of the list. And Ravin didn't even know if it was true. Everyone just seemed to have taken it for granted. "We have run test case scenarios on the neural architecture of the broken ints," Dr. Ellis explained. Now it was his turn. "We've full confidence we can bring them all to heel, re-establish the programming, get them all properly leashed again. And the upside is that, in the 6 months they've been out of our custody, they've learned additional unspace manipulation skills and become familiar with the host's systems. In fact, I'm surprised at just how much emphasis was placed on that part of their training. They obviously had big plans for the vessel."
"Yes,"
Ravin agreed. Normally he wasn't this casual with his subordinates, but he was feeling benevolent right now, having won.
"There was some mad plan to use it to carry their piece of originator rock into unspace, to where the architects come from, which would have resulted in the loss of not one but 2 priceless and unique things. Now, tell me about Telemmier."
The elusive first-class int, one of only 3 still alive, and the other 2 embedded so deep within Hugh, he'd never get his hands on them. "He'll be a more difficult project, to be sure." Dr. Fry's head swam to the fore, "but I've been reviewing his neurograph readings. His length of service has resulted in a more densely convoluted structure in the pertinent sections of the brain than I've seen. It may not be possible to retain 100% of his cerebral functioning and also guarantee his cooperation, but—"
"His cooperation is paramount,"
Ravin said flatly.
"I don't care if he can play the violin or not."
"Of course, Your Elegance," Fry acknowledged. Then, past and through the doctor's face, Ravin saw one of the ship's crew waiting to report to him, meaning, given his standing orders, that something critical had happened.
"Meeting adjourned. Results next time,"
he told the assembled doctors, dismissing their images.
"Report,"
already thinking,
"Is it the Partheni?" "Mozarin, communications with the host have been disrupted."
The bridge data was waiting on his personal display, springing into being in the air where the doctors' faces had been. Readings were confusing, said the technical analysis of his sensor crew. Something had activated within the eye, though, and now nobody could get hold of anybody aboard it or on the host. Something originator, therefore, because his people could make nothing of it. As well as a small crew of his people on the eye, there was that freak show of mad scientists who had presumably chosen this moment to make their stand. He wondered idly if Almier had joined them, or if she was still trying to argue Ravin's case, because it was their best chance of not being killed out of hand. Which was true. But he was losing patience with them. Yes, they were a 5-ring circus with the very best clowns in the business, but you could tire of that kind of thing. And possessing the eye was a very pleasant bonus to his plans for an unspace-striding humanity, but a bonus was all it was. The Ark fleet had been conceived and mostly built before anybody had ever heard of the damn thing. He summoned Peter. His nephew turned up in his shirt sleeves, still dragging a jacket on.
"You're to take a combat shuttle over to the Eye," Ravin told him shortly. "Combat ready, Voyeni, a full detachment. Ensure we have control over there, re-establish it if not. Try not to kill anyone useful, unless it's absolutely necessary. Keep Shenandri. Keep the Neramathi, unless the thing won't be controlled. The mechanic is more expendable, or use her for leverage." And Almier?
Ravin spared the lawyer a moment's thought.
Use her or kill her. I leave it to your discretion.
Not that Peter had much of that, and he had scores to settle with the woman. Ravin reflected that he'd probably just signed Keristina Sulin Almier's death warrant, but then sometimes there were costs to maintaining noblesse oblige. When Peter had gone, he sat back and played through the most recent messages the packet ship had delivered from his fellow conspirators. The other Ark builders had mostly accepted the new status quo that placed Ravin firmly at the top of their little fraternity. The more nativist expressed concerns about working with the Parthenon, which was fair enough, since Ravin shared those concerns. Others were just asking when they could start populating the Arks, as the architects weren't showing any signs of slowing down. Another priority message jumped to the top of the queue, displacing all those withered old men. Ravin's heart clenched briefly as he saw it.
Here we go.
The exemplar of the Medea was signalling him at last.
Demands, ultimatums, some unwelcome change in our relationship.
He reckoned he had the force here to slug it out with one Partheni warship, but not without savage losses. And who knew if the rest of their fleet might not jump back at any moment? The woman's face coalesced before him. Ravin couldn't even remember her name. She looked just the same as all the rest, after all.
Oscaro,
she said, shorn of titles and etiquette.
We have an intruder just jumped in system.
Her accent was strong enough that he had difficulty understanding her. The data she was sending him was clear enough, though. A new vessel, leaping in close enough to Estoc that it must have an INT navigator, was already on a determined-looking approach. Then the import of the signal patterns broke in, and he was no longer worried about going head-to-head with the Partheni. Things had just got a great deal worse. Their new visitor was Hegemony, and it was broadcasting threats of annihilation in multiple languages and on all frequencies. Ollie. They'd made Aklu crawl. Ollie hadn't wanted to be there, but apparently the presence of Aklu's people, meaning the Major Domo, Aramon now, Kit and herself, was mandatory. There was probably a deep and mystical SEL reason for that, but she reckoned it was just because they were going for maximum humiliation. They'd gone deep into the orbital ring. She knew that because it was sunny where they ended up, meaning there was a shaft in the floor, and through that shaft was the sun, the actual sun, the glaring, murderous radiance of the star, far too close to be standing there witnessing it, blazing up out of the well and illuminating everything up to and including the inside of Ollie's skull, even if she shut her eyes and darkened the scorpion's canopy as far as it would go. Hanging above the shaft were the Essiel. Ollie was used to one Essiel at a time. The first occasion she'd seen two in one place, it had gone very badly for one of them. But there were 11 of them here, even more than that time they'd cut Aklu a new set of carvings, and they were sort of glued to an artificial stalactite jutting from the ceiling, as well as glued to each other too. They encrusted the thing, just as if they were shellfish revealed by the tide, their long shells projecting at downward angles, one end open for their nest of arms and eyes. The searing light of the star blasted them, and they didn't seem to care. Its light washed them into a pale, translucent radiance, hard to look at, their unfolding fans of limbs like the wings of angels.
"This is fucked up,"
Ollie sent to Kit.
"There is no further up to which it might be fucked,"
was his considered reply. The spindle to which Aklu had been clinging just turned into vapour, disintegrated. None of the scorpion's sensors offered any clue as to how it was done. A moment later, though, Aklu was measuring its length on the floor. Ollie actually lurched forwards to try and right the Essiel. The Scorpion could have just about managed it, but the Major Domo stepped in her way.
"Your role is as a witness," they informed her. "Any act of interference here will be your last."
"Right," Ollie said unhappily.
"Your heart is noted, though,"
the Hiver added. She wasn't sure what to make of that. Aramon just watched impassively. And so, Aklu crawled. It bunched its holdfast tail into coils and shoved the length of its shell along the smooth floor in halting, painful-looking motions until it was at the edge of the shaft. Ollie then thought it was just going to tip in, the whole thing a very elaborate suicide. But Aklu stopped and spoke. Or at least, it made grinding, painful sounds and waved its arms at the other Essiel hanging above it, to which they replied in kind. After a while of this, Ollie jabbed the Major Domo.
"Do your fucking job then, will you?"
"It is not meet,"
the Hiver's voice was reverent and low,
"to so profane these words of counsel. What may pass between divinities is not for mortal ears. Know only this: the unspeakable, the razor and the hook, petitions for the strength to bring a final reckoning to those who've wronged their majesty. These things may not be born to tread upon the hem of the divine. The razor seeks an edge to carve this hubris from the universe."
"Now that," Ollie decided, "is more like it."
And now, here she was, the razor's edge, as she decided to call the otherwise nameless craft, wasn't exactly all she might have hoped. It had been sold to her as the ultimate weapon of the all-powerful Essiel, except it was small enough that there wasn't room for her aboard it, not once Aklu and the Major Domo had ensconced themselves there. There certainly wasn't room for Junior, who was still in the Vulture's drone bay, along with various crates and containers of Aklu's stuff. And so it was the poor, abused Vulture god doing all the heavy lifting, holding the razor's edge in its salvage claws and carrying the whole business through unspace to Estoc. She'd wanted to sneak in, but the moment they popped out into the real, Aklu had begun threatening destruction to absolutely everything in system. She couldn't exactly tell the Essiel to knock it off. She could complain bitterly to Aramon, but that got her nowhere. The Tothiat might be a gangster on the outside, but inside she was all cultist. The razor's edge was a disc about half the size of the Vulture, with a spindle-shaped core where Aklu was. There was an umbilical connecting the two ships even now, and she'd seen inside it. There wasn't much to see, just pearly walls, and Aklu wedged awkwardly, the Major Domo clinging to its shell like a barnacle's barnacle.
"What guns does this crate have?"
she demanded. It turned out Kit was way ahead of her on that front, and had already been badgering the Major Domo for details.
"We are informed that no conventional weaponry is possessed by the hegemonic vessel," the Hanny told her.
"What? It's just a diplomatic barge in miniature?" Ollie demanded. "Going to threaten them to death?"
"Only an ultimate weapon," Kit continued.
"Right." Ollie tried to get any coherent data from the razor's edge and ran into a wall of baffling Essiel technical conventions.
"How ultimate?"
"Ultimate is a term unto itself," Aramon said, breaking his silence. "The unspeakable Aklu, the razor and the hook, will cleanse this system of all impurity. Those who dare interfere with the divine prerogatives must be punished."
Right, right.
Ollie looked again at the little tin-pot boat the Vulture was carrying. "Only I was hoping for guns." "Nothing will live," Aramon said, and now his calmness was starting to creep her out.
"You mean the Oscaros and the Pathos, right? Only I've got some friends to rescue when you're done, remember?"
Nothing will live, the Tothiat pronounced. His eyes were closed.
We are being approached by hostile ships, 1 Partheni warship, several colonial vessels, many smaller launches, Kittering reported. Ollie looked from her display to the impassive Aramon. I have friends there, she repeated. Except now, she wasn't sure what she was scared of. That the razor's edge would accomplish nothing, or that it would do far too much. Chapter 15. Havea. He'd got over to the Ark in a suit, on the outside of an automated food supply pod. Just an extra item on the INT medical team's breakfast menu. Kolvari had already gone over by then, and not alone. The hivers turned out to be unexpectedly skilled at that, kicking off from one ship to arrive eventually at another. Their cybernetic innards could endure the cold and the vacuum, and they were good with trajectory calculations. Their factory was destroyed, and so had most of their units been, but the fight had left enough of them drifting, too small and slow to register on the scans of colonial or Partheni ships, just little knots of debris, and if those drifting dots adjusted their course every so often, drifted past a ship's hull, settled and clung on, it was all too insignificant for anyone to notice. Right now, there were 19 hivers on the exterior of the incomplete Ark, where they were holding the intermediaries. They crept about like lice, looking for hard access points where they could get at the ship's systems. Then Havea arrived, pushing off from the supply pod to drift the last half-kilometre until he reached the hull, next trekking across the expanse of metal until he found the edge of construction. Picking his moment, because work had recommenced, and there were suited human engineers and automated drones closing up the holes. But this sort of thing was at least work-adjacent for him, and his suit was the same model as theirs, given he'd stolen it from their stocks. The one time he got pinged for ID, Kolvari was already in their system, and provided him with the appropriate codes. The hivers had a ship map for him too by then, projected into his helmet display. The Ark was big, but it was mostly empty. All that living space, the great staterooms of the mighty and the cramped cupboards of the underlings, the entertainment facilities, the community hubs, the gardens, all of it with the dust covers still on, awaiting the tread of a population of thousands, come to be the new phase of human expansion into the cosmos. A grand dream, really. Not one Havea had any personal objection to, if they'd been willing to do it without starting a war. If they'd just done it openly, rather than as a personal project for them to pick all their favourites and supporters and consign everyone else to the bin, and if, most of all, they hadn't made it a choice between the glorious roaming future of the Ark fleet and saving the rest of humanity from the architects. It was something he'd seen plenty of times in his job, the way that kind of mindset worked, spiralling inwards into itself, until at some point the necessity of doing bad things for a good cause became, by the inexorable ratchet of cognitive dissonance, the insistence that doing things the bad way was a virtue in itself. Because otherwise, how could one justify all the bad things already done? Kolvari was a constant whisper in his ear, the hiver's level voice reciting progress reports as their fellows found access points and got into the system. There was a limit to what they'd be able to do, Havea knew. 6 months ago, Kolvari had hacked the systems of Ravinoscaro's personal yacht, and apparently some lessons had been learned from that. The incomplete Arks still had vulnerabilities, but the hivers were encountering electronic tripwires and alarms that were new, suggesting that Oscaro's whole fleet had been receiving an upgrade. And yet the Ark was still incomplete, and the hivers were careful and persistent. Kolvari's reports were a litany of vulnerabilities exploited and systems accessed, and the access was all, right now, until Havea was ready.
He'd stripped off his suit by then, abandoned it. He was now at large on the Ark, in the overalls of a maintenance worker, too tight at the shoulders and groin because he was inconveniently tall. But he was doing his best to walk casually, dogged by a wheeled repair cart he'd slaved to his footsteps. Nobody challenged him. He'd chosen exactly that low grade of menial worker who got everywhere and could walk past the noses of the armed Voyeni unnoticed, even into the holding bay, where they were keeping the ints. Holding bay actually just meant some of the lower grade accommodation, though the fact this could double as a prison, with minimal modification, spoke volumes about how life on the Ark fleet would really go for the majority. The Ark was laid out by neighbourhoods, each with only limited access to other sections. There were Voyeni standing guard there, but one of the hivers had fabricated a maintenance issue inside, and they let Havea past with a mere grunt. Within, the bulk of the place was dark, save for those rooms they'd turned into int storage, which made it easy enough to find them. He recognised most of the ints there, dispirited, twitchy, traumatised-looking men and women. It wasn't exactly as if there was an int look. The process broke everyone in different ways, but they all looked screwed up as hell. He passed along the line of clear doors, looking for Telemmier. He wasn't there. Havea went back up the corridor, aware the clock was ticking. He couldn't have missed the man. He hadn't. No Idris.
You, one of the ints addressed him. I know you. She stood up from her bed, her lean, lanky frame almost as tall as Havea's own. The scars of her original surgery seamed her temples like gang markings. He knew her, too, one of the better prospects among the ints, who'd been a liaison board volunteer, and not just a conscript.
Privacy, he murmured to Kolvari.
We're attempting,
from the voice in his ear, and then,
engaged, all security feeds spoofed. Over to you, Agent Mundy.
And Deckard Tellmier, he said, and the woman stared at him. Alert, suspicious, not drugged, and not withdrawn into herself.
You're one of Larry's people,
she said, standing up, not sure if he was an opportunity or a problem. A stir of motion in the corner of his vision showed at least some of the other ints paying attention as well. That lack of privacy cut both ways. Agent Havea Mundi, he explained, Mordaunt House.
That doesn't tell us much,
Ma said. Tasked with getting you out of here. You intermediaries.
To where? For who?
Good questions. Apparently she was a bit too alert. To the host, he told her. All of them in earshot heard, and word was passed down the line of cells, door to door. I'm working with the hivers and, he bared his teeth, Ash. The alien Ash. It's kind of masterminding this. It's all we've got right now.
The Harbinger has been here,
Ma told him. There was an unexpected fervour in her voice.
It made us ready. What must we do?
The Harbinger. Something in the way she said it told Havea she was one of those religious types who had a weird relationship with Ash. There'd been a lot of that after the architects fulfilled Ash's prophecies concerning Earth. The sects had mostly died out, but apparently here was a true believer. Kolvari?
We are in the security systems. We can release the doors, though likely not in a way that will allow us to remain undetected.
Stand ready. And then, to Ma, where's Telemmier?
The doctors took him,
Ma scowled.
He's giving them headaches. They need to chain him, but they're scared of ruining him. He's been shielding the rest of us. If they hadn't got stuck with him, they'd have shackled us all by now.
Havea swore. Kolvari?
Finding you a route. Engineering a power failure in the labs for you. Havea, our presence has been detected. You'll need to hurry. They don't know what we are yet, but they know something's up.
Be ready, he told Deckard Tellmier. I'll be back for you, with Idris. making promises he didn't know if he could keep. And then he was heading off, keeping his walk steady, passing the stern gaze of the Voyeni with lowered eyes, the way a good menial should. The Docks had set up their surgery one neighbourhood over. They didn't like long walks any more than Havea did. Again, Voyeni were on the door, but there was a maintenance issue, and their slates told them Havea was expected. Good work, Kolvari. He made it inside, where he heard 3 doctors bickering as he hunched over to the corner. There he opened a wall panel, kneeling down to slide the hatch on the repair cart, exposing the contents. He glanced over, braced in case he caught a glimpse of Telemmier's exposed brain or something. They certainly had a sterile field up around the operating table there. He could tell by the way the dust motes scattered away. The 2 men and the woman didn't look as though they were going to do anything medical, though. They were just standing around arguing, and the multi-armed surgical remote beside them was still fully retracted and folded up. Telemmier lay on the slab and watched them, whole and intact, or as intact as could be expected, what with the arm and all. "If we wait," Havea murmured, "they might just take him back to his cell. Then we could spring the lot of them in one go."
"We're afraid that won't be possible," Kolvari came back. "Time is of the essence, Agent Mundy. We're not the only part of this plan. We're just the only part we have any control over."
Havea went cold at that. "You mean the Eye?"
"The Eye has just declared independence, essentially. They're fighting there, most likely. All contact has been cut, Agent Mundy," Kolvari said. "We hope they'll be ready to receive you when you get there with the Ints, because, believe us, that's the least of it. You need to go."
"Right." There were still tools in the repair cart, but he reached past them and stood up with a weapon in each hand. "Doctors," he said, "release Telemmier and step away from the table." "What do you think you're doing?" the lead surgeon demanded, wide-eyed. He didn't seem to register either the magnetic pistol or the dart gun that Havea was pointing at them. Havea responded by putting a dart into the other male doctor, the quick-acting sedative dropping the man almost immediately. "Release him," he said. "Now!" "I will not," said the man. "Guards!" Havea shot him and then ducked behind the slab as the Voyeni ran in, belatedly aware that he'd just made Telemmier a human shield. The woman doctor was shouting at everyone not to shoot, that Idris must not be harmed, which left the 2 Voyeni splitting up to come at him around both sides of the table, guns levelled. He got the first one because the doctor was still shouting at them, which was a useful distraction, even though his pistol wasn't a proper accelerator, because he had no interest in killing someone through a handful of bulkheads. It was enough to make it through the Voyeni combat armour 2 shots out of 3. The man jerked back and fell, which left his compatriot. Faster than expected, already round the slab, and pointing his gun right at Havea. Damn! The doctor was shouting now, hollering into a comms channel Kolvari had shut down. Havea dragged his gun round, but far too slowly. Then the medical remote snapped out to full extension, every arm springing out like a popped umbrella, and slapped the Voyeni off his feet, the man's gun drilling a dozen holes in the ceiling as he went. Havea was up and trying to get a line on him instantly, but Kolvari snapped in his ear, "Take the Int and go." The medical remote moved like 3 spiders stapled together, a wild flailing of crooked limbs, tipped with needles and drills and delicate little saws. Its limbs snapped shut on the Voyeni like a cage, and it got to work on the man's armour, filling the air with the sound of abused metal and the smell of burned plastic. Incredibly, the woman doctor was still standing there, trying to shout the situation into shape. Havea grabbed her and virtually shoved the dart gun up her nose. "Free him," he said. "Please?" She did, and then he shot her, turning her complaints into a slurred gurgle as she slumped to the floor. He didn't spare a glance for the combined mess of medical remote and guard, just hauled Idris off the table. "We're getting out," he told the Int. "Oh, good." Telemmier didn't seem overly enthusiastic. Just tired, really. Utterly worn down.
They have identified the problem,
Kolvari said calmly in his ear.
Clock's ticking, Agent Mundy.
How long have I got?
Let's settle on, get it done by yesterday. They have identified where the intrusions are coming from. We're fighting them over the airlocks, but they are sending troops out onto the hull via the construction sites. They're hunting us, Agent.
We're moving. Idris wouldn't take the dart gun, letting it drop from nerveless fingers. So Havea shoved it in his belt and just dragged the man along behind him like inconvenient luggage. He shot both of the guards at the INT cells, hating himself for having no better option, no clever plan that would preserve even the lives of his enemies, having no time. Whatever alerts were spreading, they hadn't linked the incursion with the INTs yet, so they weren't ready for him. He was also aware of Telemmier judging him, which would have been less galling if the man hadn't been so goddamn ineffectual. Outside Unspace, Idris sometimes seemed to be the most useless man Havea had ever met. Doors, he told Kolvari, and they sprang open as one, every plastic portal wide. Come on now, he called, and to his immense relief, every one of the INTs burst into motion, marshalled by Idris Telemmier. We're getting out of here, he told them, and he made it sound like a done deal, rather than the fanciful flight of optimism it actually was.
Map,
came Kolvari in his ear.
Shuttle bay, quick, limited door access.
Havea was already getting them moving, feeling as though he was leaping across a chasm, each stepping stone only appearing after he'd vaulted from the last. The map took them room to room, corridor to corridor, and the route shifted and changed as the Ark's crew shut down access. The layout of the Ark was rational and straightforward, but to Havea, it was an invisible labyrinth of suddenly sealed doors and closed-off sections. We're not getting anywhere, he murmured. How are we doing?
All remote access has been closed. To control systems, we need physical ports. And this way, they find us,
Kolvari said calmly.
60% remaining.
60% of what?
Of us.
Meaning the hivers on the outside of the Ark. Meaning Kolvari's people.
Now go!
The door that had been closed against them was abruptly opened. There was a roomful of people beyond, off-duty workers in the middle of a hurried lunch. Havea just let the INTs through and waved a gun at anyone who looked like trouble. A moment later, as he shepherded the last of the INTs out of the refectory, all the lights went off, then flickered sullenly back into unsteady life. What was that? Havea demanded. Kolvari? No response. A sinking lurch inside him. Kolvari, talk to me! Just a crackle in his ear at first, then sounds, piecemeal and broken, that coalesced into the hiver's voice.
That was unexpected.
What was?
A hull-wide electromagnetic pulse, destructive enough that a number of the ship's own systems were damaged, either an ingenious repurposing of an existing system, or they've been worried about us messing with them for a long time.
Report, Kolvari.
We're in a hardened frame, as befits an espionage-ready instantiation. The others were construction models, and not so protected.
Meandering words, despite the urgency, giving Havea the impression the hiver was mentally putting themselves back together. Report! What's your status?
It's just us. We're the only survivor, and they've located us on the hull. We're dug in, but we can see them coming.
That we shrunk from a whole team to just the nest of bugs within Kolvari's chassis. Get clear, Havea told them. I can take it from here.
You overestimate your own capabilities,
Kolvari said. And then they were at the shuttle bay doors. Havea peered through the porthole. I might as well have seen Kolvari holding a sign saying, I told you so, because there were a good dozen Voyeni there around the shuttles, fully armoured and with accelerators. It wasn't exactly hard to second-guess where Havea and his flock had been headed after all. I see, he started, and Kolvari replied,
I know. Hold, please.
No, you get clear.
Mission comes first. Isn't that mordant house dogma?
No, getting the team out comes first, at least on my watch.
We're just fighting them over the... Agent Mundy.
Here?
You won't get much of a window. You're ready to move?
Havea glanced at the Ints. Even Telemmier appeared to have woken up to what was going on. They were all with him, and none of them was having a fit or a psychotic break. With intermediaries, that probably counted as combat ready.
Hold on to something,
Kolvari recommended, but there was nothing to hold on to. The corridors of the Ark ship were smooth and elegant, and short of the handholds spacers tended to weld to every available surface. And gravity stopped. Instantly, he was off the floor, scrabbling at the shuttle bay door for purchase. The Ints around him let out a variety of alarmed sounds as they began to drift away, snagging at each other or at Havea. Then, gravity resumed, after just enough time for everyone to end up sitting down hard, or jarring knees and elbows on the re-established ground. In the midst of the Ints' complaints, Havea kept an eye on the hatch telltales, currently all red, but cycling through amber towards green.
Kolvari, get out! We're clear, he said.
No answer.
Kolvari?
Still nothing. Havea closed his eyes briefly, hoping against hope, but the men out on the hull wouldn't have been relying on the ship's gravitic field to do their job. Kolvari's final and most dramatic usurpation of the Ark systems wouldn't have saved the Hiver from the end. Havea opened the bay door and began hustling the Ints through. The Voyeni were gone, along with one of the shuttles. Another was skewed at a careless angle, as though some boy racer had just landed it in a hurry, because the bay was open to space, reliant on the Ark ship's gravitic field to keep the air in and the vacuum out. And without that field, the air had found a pressing engagement elsewhere, and, in its hurry to leave, taken a lot of other things with it.
Into the shuttle!
He pointed at the nearest one, the skewed one, and the Ints lurched into a shambling run, Talmar at their head. He saw the last Voyeni just too late. The man had clamped his boots to the floor somehow, and that had left him with knees now bent entirely the wrong way. Being a Voyeni, his priority was still to shoot at the escapees, though. Aiming awkwardly from the ground, he drilled through two of the Ints before Havea's return caught him, flipping him around his ruined joints and into an angular sprawl, still secured to the deck by his feet. The rest of them made it aboard, and there was no time to go back for the bodies. Havea rushed after them, closing the hatch and shouting at someone to get them out. After all, they were supposed to be pilots, weren't they? It was Telemmier in the hot seat when Havea elbowed his way to the front. He'd have preferred Mar, but at least Idris seemed present and sane. He got them out of the bay handily, and there was no answering clutch from the Ark's gravitic drive, trying to claw them back. "The host," Havea said, but Telemmier already had the course plotted. Havea pulled up the co-pilot's board and saw way too many moving points in system. Something was kicking off out there, and he could only hope it was aimed somewhere other than at them. Chris. There was a lot of eye and only a limited number of Voyeni, which meant they got quite some way towards the important machinery before the guards chased them down, and navigating within the eye was a nightmarish business at the best of times. It was a labyrinth of chambers and voids in black stone, overlaid by the brute slabs of Neramathi engineering, and then Jane's colonial spacer additions to give some human scale to the place. Less a scientific facility than an obstacle course. Of course, their quarters and Ahab's precious machine were pretty much right next door, except the guards were also right between them, necessitating a detour. There was one wall that Chris had assumed had been there since the creation of the universe, but turned out to be nothing more than flummery, the whole thing hinging open when Ahab set its weight at the right point. This released them into the maze of the eye's less travelled sections, where the only light source was the string of intermittent lamps Jane had strung out. As the originator stone itself was dark and played tricks with reflections, Chris almost immediately lost all sense of distance and direction. She could look in any direction and see a constellation of light flecks that could be distant or tiny, glints off the stone, or just the creations of her abused brain. Their absence would have been noted for sure. Some flunky of the Ascaros would have put a head round the door to see what was keeping their guests so quiet. After all, Trine and Shenandri usually had something to hold forth about. Then, discovering an absence of guests, the search parties would have been sent out to encounter exactly the same navigational issues that Chris was having, she dearly hoped. Every so often, Jane and Ahab stopped and conferred, or at least Jane would murmur, mouth close to a metal port on the Neramathi's leathery torso that was presumably an ear. Then Ahab would make some kind of non-committal sound, or sometimes just, "Yes!" or "No!" and they'd be off again. Finally, the guards spotted them across a chasm. There were railings on the far side, but Chris almost stepped out into the void before Trine pulled her back. Then there was a shout, and the lamps across the gap gleamed off the green and gold of the Ascaro livery. Weapons were levelled, but their officer was demanding surrender, rather than ordering his men to fire. "Back!" Jane got out, and they all piled the way they'd come, out of sight. The shouting of the guards followed them, and Chris knew they'd now be trying to find a way round, and there were half-complete maps of the place within the Eye's systems, so probably they'd succeed. Jane had decided on a course, and it seemed to be taking them deeper into the maze of the Eye, rather than towards their destination, though Chris freely admitted she was losing track of where anything was. The sound of boots and angry Magdan accents pursued them down the echoing stonework like a living thing. "Are you sure this is right?" she got out, snagging at Jane's arm. The cyborg looked back at her. "Right for the machine? No, but they're between us and anywhere we need to be, so we fight them." Chris actually stopped dead, so that Shenandri bundled into her, and the pair of them almost went over. "No," she said plaintively, "we do not." "Tell that to Ahab," Jane said. "Ahab! They have accelerators!" Chris shouted. "You can't just stomp them. They will shoot you."
"They must not be permitted to impede us,"
roared the Neramathi from up ahead. The creature was galloping now. They rushed out into an open space, crossing a narrow stone bridge over an uncertain depth, darkness all around them. The shouts of the Voyeni were abruptly much louder, and there was a brief, singing burst of accelerator shot that vanished into the void. "It's not about permits," Chris shouted, teetering over the bridge and then running to catch up. "I can deal with permits. It's about guns." Then they were out into another room, low-ceilinged, but broad enough that Chris couldn't make out where the walls ended. Pyramidal pillars were set in a weird sequence across the wide floor, broad-based, tapering up, as if to support the ceiling, save that their needle points didn't quite touch it. Their arrangement made no sense to the human eye, but just as plainly had some pattern to it. The sight hurt a deep part of Chris's mind. Then the Voyeni were piling in from a gap she hadn't even seen. They shouted their warnings again, demanding surrender. Ahab just picked up the pace, skittering along towards them on its clutch of metal legs and bellowing. Jane was right on its heels, and Chris found herself carried along in their wake. She had a knife, after all. Good old knife. Great thing to bring to an accelerator fight. It was that or stay back with Shenandri and Trine, neither of whom were going to be much use. Given the properties of accelerator shot, they wouldn't even be good as shields. Seeing a ton of Neramathi bearing down on them, the Voyeni officer's nerve plainly failed, and he ordered his men to fire. Chris threw herself behind one of the pillars. Intellectually, even as she did, she registered that she couldn't possibly be in time. The sound of the officer's voice and the eerie, keening noise of the weapons themselves would come to her only after the shot ripped through her. She was therefore, by scientific deduction, already dead at that point. So her continued existence behind a pillar seemed like some sort of cosmic oversight that a bureaucratic-minded deity would step in to correct any moment. Except she heard the almost howl as Ahab's thunderous charge connected with the Voyeni, and then the fighting was on in earnest. As she popped her head out, the outlines of all the nearby pyramids looked fuzzy with a fine coat of accelerator pellets, the little round projectiles held millimeters from the stone surface by some bizarre magnetic force. And Ahab was getting stuck in. The lamps hid a lot of it, and that was a mercy. Neramathi didn't have jaws or claws, or at least this battered old cyborg didn't, but it was huge and strong, and used its long neck and tail as bludgeoning weapons. Its implants weren't purely medical either. There was some kind of device set into Ahab's head that discharged sudden eye-searing flashes of blue-white that sent Voyeni flying across the room, their armour melted and scorched. And Jane was alongside him in there too. She had a drill in one hand and a cutter in the other, and there was a fierce white light blazing from her prosthetic torso as she overclocked her reactor. Yet there was still Voyeni in the fight, and they were tough, hard men, now they'd recovered from their surprise. Chris cursed and ran in to help. Yes, she only had a knife, but she was a scintilla duelist. There wasn't any only where knives and Chris were involved. The blade Trine had procured or printed for her was proper duelling standard, the sort you used when someone had slighted your honour and only blood would do. The less honourable fencers had sometimes been known to wear armoured sleeves under their clothes, which meant a proper diamond edge. It wouldn't go through the plates of the Voyeni armour, but it would winkle nicely into the gaps. She got to winkling. In the end, she only had to deal with 2 of them, and the first of those was from behind because it wasn't a formal duel, so she didn't feel she owed them any of the attendant respect or ritual. She just picked her moment and drove her blade in at his waist, getting him in the kidneys and then under the armpit as he tried to twist around. That was him, and then another man was facing off against her. He had his own knife, and if he'd just rushed her, then probably his armour would have kept him safe. He had pretensions of form, however, and tried to hold her at the blade's point, stepping right into her arena. She decoyed him with a few moves and one of those fake stumbles her teachers had always despaired of, then deflected his eager arm and got him under the chin. And he was the last of them. "God damn," she said, and sat down heavily, feeling the last minute catch up with her hard. Well, God damn. Jane had found a panel, set into an ugly lump of welding and glue in one wall. She linked her slate to it, pivoting a 3D map of the eye there, and frowned. The glow of her internal systems hadn't ceased, but it was sputtering and glitching. "You all right there?" Chris asked her. "Going to need a tune-up when we're done," Jane said distractedly. "Not needed to push the system so hard in a long time." "Not going to explode on us. No promises," the cyborg told her, and then, "Shit! More company! Troop shuttles docked." She had a camera feed up, Voyeni trooping out down a ramp, followed by a figure Chris knew all too well. Peter Oscaro, come to bring them back under the yoke of Magdan supremacy. "They're a ways away from us yet," Jane said. I can hide us from them, but if they've any sense, they know where the good stuff is here. They'll just head for that. I guess we better go set some traps or something. You know, the usual. Shinandri and Trine approached now, the difficult part being over. Except they weren't alone. They'd made a new friend, someone else with a talent for picking their moments. Ash, Chris said.
It appears there's something of an invasion going on,
Shinandri remarked brightly. No shit, Jane remarked acidly.
I feel the term refugee crisis is more appropriate, my esteemed academic colleague,
Trine broke in. Follow, was all Ash said. And somehow, of course, Ash seemed to know exactly where it was going within the eye, leading them a winding way that wasn't heading anywhere near the machinery Ahab was so fixated on. Except the Neramathi just deferred to Ash, and this seemed as much of a cosmic mystery as anything else that had happened recently. Then, after climbing and scrambling and balancing their way through the sparsely lit intestines of the place, a cluster of people appeared ahead, with one lamplight picking out the gaunt features of Havea Mundi first. You! Chris shouted accusingly, before remembering that they were probably on the same side right about now. It was always hard to tell with professional spooks like him. And then she looked past the man and let out a whoop, grabbing Idris out from amongst the other ints and picking him up off his feet in a hug. Are you okay? Are you safe? What did they do to you? He looked overwhelmed and embarrassed by the concern, as always, just wanting to shrink back into the scenery, the way the universe would never let him. I'm fine, he said weakly, plucking at her arm with his cybernetic hand. I'll live. But I don't know what the plan is. I mean, we're still in the middle of them. You must take this place away, Ash said flatly. I will show you where. Take your pilots and go into the host. The eye cannot remain here. We're stealing it. Right, Idris said. He was glancing awkwardly at his fellow intermediaries, as though ashamed to ask it of them. To Chris's eye, they all seemed far more enthusiastic about the prospect than he was. Idris, seriously? Because he wasn't fine. Idris was so seldom fine, admittedly, but Chris had known him for long enough to see when he was right on the edge. Fine, I'm fine, he mumbled, and then, Chris, they were going to cut me. Idris, with his one arm and a clutch of Trine's Hiver units keeping his heart going, and all the bloody trauma of the war behind him. But that wasn't what he meant. He meant inside his head, cutting him the way they had done when they'd made him an int, but this time to make him their slave. He was trembling, very slightly, very fast. When she hugged him again, he clung to her. It's going to be all right, she said, without much conviction. Halfway through saying it, though, a spasm went through him, and through all the ints around them. Some of them swayed, while one fell over. Idris pushed off from her, then grabbed at her arm to keep himself on his feet. What is going on? He demanded. Ash, what did you do? Take command of the host, Ash said simply. You must remove the eye from this system. It must be preserved. Chris had thought it had been talking about the Ascaros before. She'd thought Ash just wanted the facility removed from their control so it could return to the job of going after the architects. But from Ash's tone, the Ascaros were small beer compared to whatever was going on outside right now. Chapter 16. Ollie. She'd never been inside a hegemonic ship under fire. However their tech generated gravitic shielding, it was different to the way a human-made vessel did. She could hear the impacts, not like discrete objects rattling against the hull, but as though they were in a storm, or forced atmospheric re-entry. A howling tempest outside told her of the accelerator shot, the missiles, the lasers, and occasionally the thunder crash of the Medea's gravity hammer as it tried to turn the vulture god and Aklu's diminutive vessel into crumpled wreckage. And yet, tiny as that ship was, it was shielding for two, putting a finger on the scales of the universe so that the death storm slid past them, buffeted and shook them so she could feel it through the hull and the Scorpion's haptics, yet didn't break them. Or hadn't broken them yet. She could almost feel the frustration in the Partheni commander. There were colonial ships coming in too. Though the big old Grand Nicholas was keeping a prudent distance, 3 separate mid-sized vessels were approaching to back up the Medea and try to squash Aklu like a bug. Well, that's an achievement, Ollie considered. Getting nativists and Partheni pissed at you at the same time. Something to go on the tombstone. I don't suppose, she sent over comms in her most sarcastic voice, that himself has anything to throw back. Can we fire all the magic guns now and blow little holes in the enemy? Big holes, even. The perfect sing-song tones of the Major Domo came back to her. There is but one, the final ultimatum to lay before the universe. If they had still had their old two-sided head, she was willing to bet they'd have turned the frowny face outwards to face the rest of the universe as they said, Our challenge that shall sound unto the infinite and call Leviathan out from its lair. Ollie disentangled that. You won? Those fuckers gave you a tiny little tin pot ship with one gun? A weapon that the universe looks down, the Major Domo confirmed cryptically, leaving Ollie with uncomfortable suicide imagery in her head. If Aklu was here to get itself killed, it would probably be taking its little retinue to the grave with it as a matter of course, including her and Kit. Can you at least fire the gun? She asked plaintively. Approaching smaller vessels are detected, Kit reported. His translator gave his words a prim, clipped tone that meant he was jittery as hell. 0 pointers? Also close engagement shuttles, Kit said, meaning as well as the little one-man fighters, the Partheni were going to try boarding them. The hegemonic shielding was sufficiently frustrating that they clearly wanted to get up close and personal. Fine by me, Ollie thought, flexing the Scorpion's various limbs. She was lying to herself, though. If she was brutally honest, she knew she couldn't last long against a Partheni fire team in full armour. The bell has tolled, the Major Domo's voice came over. The death knell's dead sound now ripples out and down into infinity. Now comes the storm. Now shall be felt the reckoning of kings. Let those who dare assault the unspeakable first learn the cost and burden of their crimes. What the fuck? Ollie complained. Did any of that fucking mean? We've pulled the trigger, came Eramon's voice over the comms channel. The purpose of this vessel is accomplished. Its weapon is used. Ollie spent vital seconds of her remaining lifespan rechecking the god's instruments. It hasn't actually done anything. It is doing, Eramon told her. It isn't like actually blowing them up, though. They're still shooting. They're still coming, she pointed out. I mean, we're charging up. We're going to pop them any moment. There is no needlepoint or sniper's aim, the Major Domo announced. When comes the razor's wrath and rightful vengeance, there's nothing in the reach of Estoc Star shall yet survive it. What about the rescue, though? Ollie demanded. My friends! She'd been trying to raise them, any of them, and getting nowhere, but she took it on faith that they were still out there somewhere. We've loosed the weapon, Eramon said. As they say, the bell is tolled. Nothing but to wait for the echo. He sounded way too sanguine about the prospect. Let them destroy us now. It will change nothing.
Can we not let them destroy us, maybe?
Oh, we'll fight. Aklu wants to see it happen. The razor and the hook demands its due, with a cadence that showed he was quoting the Major Domo.
Difficulties for the boarders, Kit reported, and Ollie switched views to see one of the Partheni shuttles disintegrate almost into dust, as some fluctuation in the hegemonic shielding caught it. Her stomach lurched, part triumph, part horror.
I thought you said we didn't have all the weapons.
She watched a flight of 0-point fighters scatter away in all directions as the graphitic gradient around them was teased apart. "We draw no blades," the Major Domo sang, "but those who touch the hem of Aklu's mantle duly are chastised." For a moment she thought that would be it. The shields would just keep bouncing or trashing the bad guys until whatever the hell was going to happen happened. She set to trying to raise Chris again instead. She found plenty of comms channels full of voices in Parsef and Kolval demanding their surrender, but absolutely none that led to anybody she actually wanted to speak to. The eye itself was ominously silent, bouncing off every query she sent its way. Moments later, Kit had flagged up one shuttle that was creeping in towards them, navigating in fits and starts, as though plumbing an invisible labyrinth. It was almost coasting, save that it was matching their own course and rotation, and by this expedient they were within the reach of the shield, and yet still coming.
"That one,"
Ollie said, picking out the intruder every way she could, and sending the data over to Aklu.
"Squish that one."
"Doesn't work like that," Aramon said. "It's a passive system. They're destroying themselves out there. We're not targeting them."
Ollie swore and calculated approach vectors.
"They're aiming for us,"
she said. There were other shuttles trying the same approach too, but they were some way behind. This pioneer was their immediate problem.
"They're coming in. They'll get to us near the umbilical hatch, then come into the drone bay. Just cut their way in, take command of where the two ships join."
"Ollie, is that you?"
A staticky voice over comms, distorted enough that Ollie took a moment to recognize it.
"Chris?"
"Ollie, is that... We weren't sure if it was the god. Whatever you're doing over there is screwing with our..."
"Look, Chris, we're a little busy right now, don't you know?" Ollie drawled. "Look, you got Idris with you? Jane, maybe?"
"Yes, Idris and quite a lot of..."
"Chris, just listen. Time for you to get out, right? Get Idris to a pilot's board and just fuck off out of Estoc, because something bad's about to happen here. Whether we get killed here or not, apparently. Aklu's doing a thing."
"I'm not sure we can," came the rags and tatters of Chris's voice. "Idris says something happened to unspace."
"To unspace? Fuck, Aklu! What did you do?"
Idris. The host, with its multiple scales, had been intended to hold within its gravitic field some stately pleasure dome of Ark owners, the capital of their spacefaring civilization. Right now, it was going to have to transport the eye, or else things would go very badly indeed for everyone on board. Very badly. Idris's senses were screaming at him. Every hole they'd cut in his brain was letting in a feeling of sheer impending doom. Something appalling had been triggered in system that was ratcheting attention in the underlying fabric of unspace, deforming it, twisting the local universe into a complex, bizarre topography. He had no idea why or what it would lead to, but his subconscious and his gut were united in telling him it was bad. And here he was, on a tiny little maintenance gadabout, docking on one of the host's scales, because apparently
He was the man to pilot the thing out of Estok. And Decker, and the most stable of the other Ints, were heading out to others. Some of the scales were still garrisoned by Oscaro's staff, he understood, but most were vacant. And the thing about the host was, it was a beast without a head. There was no command scale the others all had to obey. Its alien builders hadn't organised themselves like that, apparently. Get Idris aboard any part of it, and he could theoretically make the whole his own.
"What is it?"
Andeka's voice, panicky, in his ear.
"God help us! What are they doing?"
He didn't have any words for her. He didn't know. Right now, he was the most experienced unspace navigator humanity had access to, but whatever was going on around and beneath them in unspace was utterly outside his experience. He reached the underside of the scale. It was ridged, semi-organic looking. The human-sized hatch was out of place, slightly off-center. He clung to it, inputting the codes Jane had given him. One-handed, clumsy in his suit glove, the artificial hand useless for anything other than just hanging on. The hatch opened sluggishly, halting halfway. He had to fight his way through, banging and ramming the encumbrance of his suit against its edges, seeing warning lights flare in his helmet display. He ended up almost fetal in the tiny airlock, having to reach with his living arm to the hand crank to seal the door behind him. Does nothing work properly around here? Then, terrified he'd just end up stuck, because the second airlock door would be defective too. Except this opened properly, allowing him to pop out into the scale's interior like a human jack-in-the-box. There wasn't much room in there. The bulk of the scale was system hardware, gravitic drive, all the things that let it do what it did. The host makers had been small, people reckoned, but they hadn't done representational art, and their actual records hadn't survived, or had been so alien nobody had recognized them. They hadn't had physical controls either, so Idris found himself in a teardrop-shaped space where every surface had been defaced with human additions. There was a pilot's board and a comm system, and someone had even fixed a seat to the floor. The other scales would all be similar, he knew. Most of the time and energy Oscaro's techs had put into the project was hidden from him, the conversion that allowed a human interface to govern the alien engines of the host. Thankfully, in that, the original makers had been human approximate enough for their technology to make sense. The host. Not just the pieces of a ship, but an undamaged ship that was naturally in pieces. He took control, feeling his part of the overall gravitic field twist to his whim. His implants and his hands, or one of them, mastering the controls intuitively. The other Ints were sounding off now, and Decker and the rest. Each of them in a scale, bringing it online as a live part of the whole, a star in the constellation. He had a sense of the other scales trying to react, but the host makers had been big into democracy. As soon as Idris and the other Ints had sufficient scales under their control, the whole belonged to them. They had a ship. They could leave. Or could they? He was still feeling that steady deformation of unspace going on, funneling down, complicating the underlying geography of the universe with what felt like meaningless fractal processes, as though there was a vast shadow down there, cast by something that simply didn't exist. A footprint without the foot. Bad! Bad! Screamed his mind, and he interrogated it. Why? Do we go? One of the Ints was asking. Mynheer Telemmier, we're waiting on you.
Can we navigate that?
Andeka whispered. Idris said nothing. Eyes closed, mind open, using the host's instrumentation and his own brain to reach down into unspace and understand what the hell was happening. Ravin. Peter's shuttle had gone into the host with a boosted transmitter and a string of relay drones, but most of what came to Ravin was static. Static that pulsed with strange patterns, as though some unearthly choir was lifting its combined voice far off. The best he could make out was a safe arrival at the Eye. Peter would be pushing forwards with his Voyeni, but the place was huge and convoluted, and there was no guarantee he'd even be able to make contact with the mutineers in a useful time frame, let alone resume command.
So let us deal with the other end of the problem.
How coincidental that the malcontents aboard the Eye had started playing their tricks just as the rogue Essiel had emerged from unspace. It had all the hallmarks of one particular meddling alien, thus far unaccounted for. Ravin had demanded a dossier of the colony's current knowledge on Harbinger Ash. The result was far too much supposition and trivia, and very little hard fact at all. Could the thing just appear and disappear at will? It certainly gave every appearance of it, but then Ravin could probably have fabricated the same reputation if he'd been willing to put sufficient time and largesse behind the effort. Nobody had seen the creature since they'd retaken Estoc, but that didn't mean it wasn't lurking in the shadows, pulling strings. He turned to the latest battle report, or rather, the latest one-sided pissing contest, with Aklu the Unspeakable playing the part of the wall. The little hegemonic ship, or perhaps not even a ship, was just sitting there in the clutches of the damnable vulture god. It didn't appear even to be armed, but it was packing a compact little gravitic drive sufficient to ward off all the firepower the Medea and Ravin's own lesser vessels could throw at it. The Partheni were considering drastic measures for their next sally, and Ravin was happy to let them. It would either deal with their mutual problem or weaken his allies, which was to say his other problem. All in all, he ought to feel that he had the situation under control. But he didn't. His instincts were yanking on every nerve, telling him things were going badly wrong. Even though his side had all the guns, and Peter would surely resume control of the host eventually. Even if the rebellious Ints jumped the ship away, they'd have to take the Voyeni with them. He considered that for a moment. Of course, the Ints were used to long periods in unspace, however much they complained about it. Would that be their weapon against Peter? The Eye wasn't supplied with much in the way of suspension couches. Perhaps even now they were stowing the non-Int members of their little insurrection prior to taking over navigation of the host. He sent further commands to Peter, repeatedly and over various transmission methods, telling him to prioritize taking command of the suspension facilities. He could only hope the word would cut through whatever was going on over there. Next, an urgent call came from within his own ship, leaping to the top of his comms queue. One of his bridge officers. Ravin was already scanning the latest telemetry reports, looking for the new ship or fleet that had surely just dropped in system. Partheni, hegemonics, some antagonistic colonial faction.
Mozarin, your elegance,
the man reported to him, voice jagged with panic.
It's the navigator.
Coherent report, if you will,
Ravin snapped.
Forgive me, Mozarin. Our navigator, here on the Grand Nicholas, she is going mad. She is having a fit.
Ravin's mind went blank for just a second.
Are they attacking the Ints? Is that what Aklu's doing? Show me.
The woman in the pilot's seat was frothing at the mouth. Her eyes were wide, a tiny trickle of blood pooling in the creases of the left. She stared past the camera's vantage towards her handler. "We have to go, have to go, have to go, have to go," Ravin heard, seeing her jolt in the chair in time to her words. "Bad things, bad things, bad things, bad things. Have to go, please, let us go, go, go." The surgical scars across her scalp were red and angry, and one was weeping yellow pus. She was one of the thoroughly broken Ints, leashed in law and spirit. She was reliable. That's what they'd assured him.
"Tell me," what the problem is," he commanded her through his officer's comms. The sound of her master's voice snapped her back to something close to sanity. "Unspace, space is gathering," she got out. Her teeth were red where she'd bitten her tongue. "Like cloth, thicker and thicker. We need to go."
"It's what the hegemonics are doing?"
Because he was damn sure Aklu was doing something. Yes, drawing tight, denser and denser, until you can hear it everywhere. Please, let us go. Ravin checked the Partheni's progress. Were they about to bring their famed military hammer down on the Essiel's shell? He didn't think they were quite as close as that. He permitted himself a moment of introspection. There was, of course, a proper and honourable way for a Magdan noble to face peril. The histories and family archives were replete with such stories, many of them recounted in the protagonist's obituaries.
"Let us be prudent." "Well then, let's go," he told the Int and the bridge crew both. "Choose a nearby system and take us out of here. We'll come back to pick up the pieces later."
It meant abandoning Peter, but he was a grown-up man and should be able to look after himself. And if not, well, it was an excuse for one more glowing obituary, and there were always other nephews.
"Shipwide suspension, Your Elegance?"
the bridge officer asked. Ravin gritted his teeth. That was proper procedure, of course, but it was also a time-eating process in a ship as large as the Grand Nicholas.
"Make it a short jump, and we'll weather it,"
he told the man. It would be unpleasant, but only for a few minutes. They'd live, give or take a few nightmares. The Int didn't need to be told twice. Even before the bridge officer could give the formal order, she'd dropped them into unspace, away from the real. Ravin just had time to brace himself, ready for all contact with his crew to vanish, for a brief period when he would be alone on the ship, save for the maddening illusion that he wasn't, ready to sit and repel the thought of that nebulous presence, that... The Grand Nicholas screamed all around him, a million voices shrieking, as though every wall and panel, every comms channel, every piece of ornamentation had been given a voice, and then been tortured to the very point of madness. Not the terrifying solitude of unspace, but as though they'd been thrust into the midst of an invisible multitude, as though every soul who had died in the unreal had been drawn to him, an idiot mass of babble and gibbering, shrieking and weeping. He put his hands over his ears and killed comms, but the sounds were already inside his head, breeding there, multiplying into infinity, an unspeakable regiment of damned souls. And, as though they were fleeting snow against a dark background, behind them was something worse. A vast canvas that was an entity. Not the stalking presence the Ints whispered of, something of fire and fury that waved its many arms and blazed and judged, something that knew his name and had all power over him. It weighed him and found him meagre, insignificant, but just important enough to punish. Then they were back in the real, and Ravin was lying on his back, shock still convulsing his limbs with random neural static. From beyond his stateroom, he could hear panicked yells, weeping, calls for medical aid. Drawing the rags of his composure about himself, he opened comms to the bridge, demanding a report, insisting that someone answer him. He heard a babble of voices, not the dread choir, but just the wounded, shocked crew, making the same demands of each other that he was making of them. And then he saw where they were, still in the Estoc system. They'd entered unspace and travelled, then come back to where they'd left, give or take 1,000,000 kilometres or so. They were even closer to Aklu's little button of a ship, as though there was only one direction in unspace now, and it led inwards.
"Tell her to do it again!" he shouted. "We need to get out of here!"
The sense of a noose tightening, of something terrible about to happen.
He didn't need to be an int to sense it.
Dead, Mozarin!
It wasn't the same bridge officer, but presumably the only person able to respond rationally.
She's dead. Just dead.
Ravin gripped the edge of his desk, seeing reports coming in from all over the ship. Even in the brief time they'd been in unspace, 17 people had tried to kill themselves or fallen victim to strokes or cardiac arrest. His medical teams were already overwhelmed. He watched the Partheni manoeuvring towards Aklu. Suddenly, it wasn't just a game to see which of those he detested would fare worse. He needed the cursed angels to undo whatever the Essiel had done, or nobody was getting out of this. Ollie. "The vengeance of the razor and the hook," sang the major domo over comms, "shall not be circumscribed in time and space. When moment comes to lay waste to its foes, the unspeakable shall never stay its hand." "Right," Ollie said. "Now, Chris, don't know what you caught of that, but it sounds like king shit's going down at this end. You really, really need to get your asses out of here sharpish. See, right?" Another burst of static, and then, unexpectedly crystal clear, "I mean, if anybody can, then Idris." "Sure! About time the famey bastard made himself useful," Ollie agreed. "I'll try and get Aklu to give you time, but I reckon the old boy ain't holding off for nobody right now. It's properly pissed, is what it is." "Ollie, what about you?" came Chris's corroded voice. She paused. "You know, hadn't even thought that one through." Then, on the other channel, she asked Aklu, "We get out of this, right? We're the, what, calm of the storm or whatever the fuck, yes?" Silence. "A lack of answer breeds a lack of confidence," Kittering commented on his own channel. "Guys," Ollie prompted again, "we get out of this, right? Beat the bad guys, go home, long life of razoring and hooking." "The righteous fury of the unspeakable," the major domo pronounced, "is all-consuming. So it is decreed that weapons such as these may not be used without due penance and a proper toll." "Oh, shit," Ollie said in a small voice. "It's not a gun, it's a bomb. We're a bomb, Kit, we're a bomb." "Umbilical ready to be disengaged. Perhaps we can be removed by Junior," Kit suggested. Ollie was staring at her helmet displays. Something very weird had just happened to the Grand Nicholas. According to her long-range scans, it had tried an unspace jump, and then reappeared. Not a failed exit, just one that had led back into the same room. She glanced up through her canopy at Junior. The Ogdru had clenched itself into a ball, wrapping its tentacles and flippers tightly around itself. She'd never seen it do that before, and she was willing to bet it wasn't good. "Not sure that's an option right now, Kit," she said quietly. "Hear now the words of Aklu the Unspeakable," the major domo told her. "Fuck me, not now, all right?" "For you, small sister," they said, "know this. You are seen. A mote, a fragment, barely there at all." "Oh, thanks. Is this honestly the time for a dressing down?" "But yet, within the constellation of the razor and the hook, you are a star. A sympathetic light within the heavens, amongst those who let not the strictures and the boundaries of the universe impede them. You are seen, and so the gift is made." Ollie felt something curious at the back of her throat and in her chest. It might have been some manner of sentiment that wasn't the caustic anger she so enjoyed deploying. In someone else, she'd probably have said they were touched. Or that they were soft, more likely. She said,
Thanks.
and then,
Wait, what gift?
imminent danger of boarding now, Kit reported. Ollie saw the one successful Partheni shuttle jockeying up to them. It looked a bit cut up by Aklu's shielding, but it was obviously fully functional. They were coming for the god, and probably intended to board Aklu's ship via the umbilical, rather than trying themselves against the Essiel hull.
Kit, suit up.
Already done.
Pilot's board is all yours. Seal all the hatches. If they come for you, make it as difficult as you can.
Creative accounting will slow them, do you think? Kit wasn't much of a pilot, but he was even less of a fighter. Still, he'd have some small arms in there with him, and control over whatever systems the Partheni didn't successfully hack. Ollie reckoned the god was such a mess of conflicting repairs, the perfect warrior angels would go half mad trying to take over any part of it. The umbilical hatch slid open. She swore again, and lunged forwards to prevent the earlier-than-advertised Partheni incursion. But it was Aramon, and the Major Domo instead. The Tothiat wore a suit with the helmet off, and carried a blunt, stubby weapon that was probably something nasty and hegemonic. It didn't really matter. Ollie had seen Tothiat fight, mostly from the perspective of the people they'd been fighting. They were their own most effective weapons. Guns barely came into it. And with Junior's big floating tank looming over everything, any clash in the drone bay would be nastily close quarters.
Just how I like it. What good are they going to be? She asked, nodding to the Major Domo.
The gilded hiver tilted their torso towards her.
We shall defend the razor and the hook while we yet live,
they announced. Their fan of arms snapped out, a glinting blade tipping each hand.
Right then,
Ollie agreed. But she didn't have a thought to spare for the metaphysics, because at that moment came the solid shudder of a carefully jockeyed approach. The Partheni shuttle was finally up alongside the vulture god.
They could just blow us up from the outside, she suggested. They don't even need to come in.
But a moment later, she felt a shudder in the hull, through the Scorpion's haptics, more clearly than someone else would have felt it through their natural body. The Partheni probably didn't think they could guarantee the destruction of Aklu's vessel with whatever weaponry the shuttle had. They were going to do things the old-fashioned way. Ollie ran a quick diagnostic of the Scorpion's drills, saws and pincers. Apparently, the whole of the S-Dock system was going to hell right now anyway, so why not? Time to tear through old-fashioned and get positively medieval. Chapter 17. Idris. You're supposed to be out on the scales! Chris was already shouting at him as Idris got in sight of her. Why are you back on the eye? I need the machine. Ahab's machine, he got out. His visual field was glittering with weird shimmering areas that meant he could barely even see her. He had an uncomfortable feeling there was also a growing blind spot he wasn't registering because, well, it was a blind spot. Certainly it took him 3 goes to make it out of the shuttle. Idris, this isn't the time! Those bits of her he could make out looked utterly panicked, and she had a knife in her hand. We've got Peter Ascaro and a mob of thugs on the way here right now. I want you off here and back in space. You're meant to be piloting us out of here. Can't do it from up there, he said. He wasn't sure how clearly his words were coming out right now. The universe was clenching all around them. Even outside the machine, even just walking around like a regular human being, felt as though everything about him was being crumpled up, like thin paper. Ahab's in its own machine. Chris was supporting him now, though he had no memory of her actually coming to him. It felt as though they were shoving through a crowd as she dragged him through the eye's irregular spaces, now a tight corridor, Now a drop to a lower level, now a cavernous hall. Shouting all kinds of crazy, but that's just Ahab.
No, he stuttered. Not just Ahab. All kinds of crazy just came to us. Something.
He realised he couldn't see at all now, or nothing other than the weird retinal fireworks. His only working eye was the one that gazed into the abyss, and that one didn't have a lid.
Something's happening, Chris.
It's Aklu, she told him. Ollie says Aklu has some weapon it's using, and we need to get out of here because Ollie reckons it isn't choosy about targets.
So many!
Roared Ahab from ahead of them, voice twisting down the corridors of the eye like a hunting thing. Idris's mind dredged from somewhere.
I had not thought death had undone so many. Get me in the machine.
Chris's touch left him, and he just stood there, in a void. The headache that had been folding into his skull continued its patient progress towards the centre of his brain, as though it was just the point of a wedge on which the whole universe was leaning. His sense of up and down was swinging like a pendulum. He only realised he was falling when someone caught him.
You're not looking well, not at all,
came Shenandra's inanely cheery voice.
I think it might not be entirely wise to subject you to—
Get me in the machine, Idris cut him off. Now, I need to get us out of here.
While being many things, our machinery isn't a pilot's chair,
Shenandri declared. That wasn't entirely true, because the brute force intrusion into unspace that the eye was able to manifest could indeed move things through it. Not its primary purpose, but the possibility was attested to by the simple fact the facility and its attendant chunk of planet was here at all.
Can't do it from the scales. Can't navigate. Can't see clearly enough.
And up there, spread across the little fleet that was itself a single ship, Andeka and the other Ints were waiting for him to guide them, relying on him somehow to show them a path through the nightmare chaos that was consuming unspace. He finally felt the familiar confines of the machine's seat around him, felt its connections go live as Shenandri and Jane plugged him in, felt the universe invert along that secret other axis, the real, unreal dimension that had nothing to do with the usual three. Into the maelstrom. The sheer density of it almost overwhelmed him. Unspace was empty. He knew that. It wasn't even really there. Nothing existed in it, up to and including the ships which passed through it, until they emerged into the real again. The only thing in unspace was the entity perceiving, and, possibly, the presence that lived there. Except the unreal beneath Estoc was seething with complex structure. It was like the architect nursery he'd found for Ahab, a great assemblage of information that became a topography, a landscape, a cityscape, a crowded slum extending out to beyond the system's furthest reaches. He felt as though he was being crushed in a crowd. His auditory centres manufactured the mindless babble of a million voices. Aklu's weapon was building something here, convoluting and convoluting the base structure of the universe, until a flat plane had now become a forest of meaning so dense he could barely slip between the trunks.
What am I seeing?
To get through it, to guide the host through it, he would have to understand it. And he didn't. He'd never seen anything like it before.
But I have, haven't I? Not this scale, but I know this, don't I?
Things cast a shadow into unspace, true. Mostly mass did. You could navigate because, to an Int's mind, stars, planets, even ships if you were good enough, were locatable by the pressure they exerted on the membrane between the real and the unreal, as though all matter was just the feet of insects skating on the surface of a pond. But this wasn't mass shadowing. It was more complex than that. Something that normally wouldn't have registered as anything other than a faint fuzz around the bowed lines of gravitic distortion within unspace. But it was a fuzz he had seen before, magnified here to grotesque proportions, like electron microscopy of the head of a flea. His ears, thronging with meaningless voices. A terrible pressure on his head. Agoraphobia kicked in. A terrible fear of having to go out amongst such a bustling throng of... Idris Telemmier, oldest surviving human intermediary, and veteran of far too many voyages beyond the real, learned something new about unspace today. Something he'd subconsciously clocked, perhaps, but never actually admitted to himself. Something so obvious, now he thought about it. It was made apparent here by its unprecedented scale. But surely he'd known. Surely everyone must have understood. The way the originator ruins tuned in to a wavelength that let them sing out through unspace and let the eye pierce its veil. The way that Idris himself was able to read and manipulate the unreal. Yes, there was the machine, and there were gravitic drives and all the rest of it. But when you came to think about it, it was just him. They gave the power, but it was his direction which moved them. Just him, the fragile little human, with his little human brain. His mind, leaning on the substance of unspace. And yes, the point about unspace was that the abyss gazed into you. That was how you learned about it and guided your ship through it. But the corollary of that was that you too gazed into the abyss. Your mind, exerting pressure, just as all minds did. Conscious thought, everybody's thought, casting that little fuzzy shadow into unspace. That tiny but measurable distortion. If unspace didn't feel the pressure of thinking minds, then Idris couldn't have done what he did. Aklu's weapon, device, toy, whatever it was fabricating the shadow of a vast accumulation of thought. A brain the size of a solar system. Of course there was no such mind. There weren't enough thinking beings in the Estoc system to cast this kind of shadow. There wouldn't have been enough on Berlenhof, on old Earth even. It was a vast piece of fakery, and for a long, falling moment, Idris couldn't see the point of it. Why go to such colossal effort, just to reach into unspace and fake such an absurd concentration of mind? Then he understood. And with it, he realized so much else. Revelation upon revelation piling up in the back of his mind. Things he couldn't deal with right then, because there were other priorities. A little matter of getting the hell out of there, since the Estoc system had become an insanely unhealthy place to be. It wasn't even that this mummery of Aklu's would directly harm a single hair on anyone's head, aside from the crippling headache it was giving him. But after it would come... He turned his void eyes into the ever-growing tangle of structure that was devouring unspace, and began to hunt for a path out, into the clarity of non-existence beyond. Chris and Shinandri and the others were demanding answers from him, but he couldn't spare them an iota of attention. He had to get them away, because otherwise they would stay at ground zero, and nothing here was going to survive. Ollie. The Partheni weren't hampered by considerations like keeping anyone alive, or the vulture god in one piece, and so they came through the breach, shooting. Eramon had a hegemonic toy, though, just a little prism he threw down. It cast up a great shimmering lens right into the faces of the Partheni, a gravitational shield that twisted the course of that storm of accelerator shot every way but true, which meant none of it went into him, Ollie, or the Major Domo, nor pierced further into the god to carve up Kittering. What it did do was fan out in every other direction and put about 10,000 little holes in the drone bay's exterior hull. There was a moment when all the air was trying to get out, and the ship alarms went absolutely berserk. And then Kit, off in command, got the god's own gravity envelope under control, and the remaining air shuffled shamefacedly back in. This left the drone bay at about half the preferred pressure, but then nobody but Aramon was running around with exposed skin and lungs right now, and Tothiat could survive hard vacuum. They piled in, the three of them, trying to bottleneck the Partheni in the breach. They were all of them better up close. Aramon got there first, which meant he took a scythe of accelerator chain shot through the torso that just about cut him in half. The two halves didn't slow much for it, and were already rejoining as he hit. Ollie saw his shoulder pop and deform as he struck the closest Myrmidon so hard her visor cracked, the joint snapping back into place instantly. Then he had another by the arm, forcing the limb against the armour, which held it until one or the other gave. The Major Domo had entirely given up playing the humanoid. They were clinging to one of the Partheni with all their limbs, cutting at the joints in the woman's armour wherever they could get purchase. One of the others got an accelerator pistol to the hiver's torso, looking to hose it clear of the seething insects held within. Ollie lashed out with the scorpion's tail, driving its drill section into that fancy battle plate. Turned out the Parthenon made stronger armour than expected, and she broke her drill clean off. She did manage to catapult the woman back into their shuttle, though, and settled for that. She had the suit's pincers around another Myrmidon when the signal pinged up. Contact request, some system asking for access to her control systems. Even as she slammed the woman into her fellows, as a scatter of shot took off one of the scorpion's legs, she turned it down contemptuously. Of course the Partheni would be trying to hack her. She was making herself problem number one in the ugly scrum around the breach, but just sending her a polite request for access seemed a bit formal, even for them. She rebalanced on three legs, feeling the multi-limbed scorpion more acutely than she'd ever felt her own flesh-and-blood body, exulting in the power it gave her to crush and tear, and just generally let the universe know how pissed off she was with it. Then all that power was suddenly on its back, skidding across the drone bay floor until she was looking up into the watery mass of Junior's tank. One of the Myrmidons had braced herself against the ragged tear they'd cut into the god's hull and kicked the scorpion. There were cracks all across her view from it. She'd forgotten how strong that armour made them. She flailed, fighting to get back up, but her assailant was right on her, clinging on, bringing her accelerator round. Ollie fought her with every limb. She caught one of the Myrmidon's arms, twisting it, shearing into the elbow joint with a saw, and glimpsed the woman jolt with silent pain. Next, the barrel of the accelerator was pressed right up against the damaged plastic of her bubble. And then, the woman was gone. The transition was so swift, Ollie had to reconstruct the events in retrospect. There was a sudden looming shadow, then a lunge. A spatter of spilled water flew across her and the floor around her, and the Myrmidon was in the tank, in Junior's appalling jaws. The water clouded with blood and cracked pieces of Partheni plate as Junior got to work on an unexpected lunch. Didn't know it could do that. Ollie had been right up against the liquid side of the tank more times than she could count since they'd borrowed Junior. I guess it likes me. She got the scorpion back on its remaining feet, and then lost another arm almost immediately to a spray of shot. Aramon was backed into the mouth of the umbilical, fighting to stop the Partheni from getting to Aklu. The Major Domo was pieces, torn open, scattered across the drone bay in limbs, jagged shards, and curled up bugs. A moment later, a handful of stray pellets tore through the scorpion on their way to infinity, and two of them passed through her as well. She went down. The frame's medical systems actually worked this time, plugging the wounds and injecting her with a spacer's cocktail of anti-shock meds. She was going to regret the hell out of it later, but if you were a spacer and it was an emergency, you couldn't be sentimental about pumping yourself full of stay-the-fuck-awake juice. Her view was momentarily a blizzard of insistent error messages, telling her all the things the suit's feedback meant she already knew, plus the constant little blinking request that she stop whatever she was doing and link to some unknown system. She tried to use the scorpion's tail to get her upright, but abruptly there was a myrmidon with a foot on her, pinning her down. They carved the tail right off her, leaving her as merely a truncated torso inside a cracked bubble, inside a broken frame. She looked down at her, this super soldier woman, with her perfectly edited genes, wondering, Ollie assumed, how her people had even let her live. Access request, access request, access. The protocols were all wrong. Not colonial, surely not Partheni, which meant... What was that about a gift? The drone bay was cluttered. It was full of Junior's tank. The Partheni were trying to shoot the Ogdru, but the field that kept its water together was screwing with their targeting, and it was full of the Partheni, and it was no longer full of the Scorpion, because the Scorpion wasn't displacing the sort of space it once had, not with all its limbs gone. But it was also full of a number of crates that she'd written off as Aklu's luggage. The various things they'd brought that wouldn't fit in the tiny nipple of a ship the Essiel had deigned to give their fallen child. Aklu had been the only thing in that vessel, now most likely joined by Aramon and some Partheni as well. Which meant, Ollie realised, even as a myrmidon lined up an accelerator with her face, that a certain prized toy of Aklu's was right here with her. Access granted. It exploded out of its crate, shattering the metal and plastic into a storm of sharp-edged pieces that took one of the Partheni down. A writhing knot of segmented tentacles, far too much and too many for her to control directly, but she didn't need to. She just told it what she wanted, over the newly established link, and its own onboard kybernet did the rest. It picked up the two myrmidons standing over her and flung them around the room, almost joyously, smashing them until there wouldn't be a problem anymore. It then slapped at another couple until they retreated back through the breach. They shot several of its limbs away, but it compensated instantly. Ollie linked to the drone bay cameras, looking to see what was left. It was just her and Junior in there. She'd temporarily driven the surviving Partheni out, save for those who were already over on the hegemonic ship. She had the ball of tentacles come over to her. At first, she wasn't sure how to do it, but then something between her tentative commands and its own systems meshed, and the broken pod of the Scorpion was instantly enthroned atop the seething mass of limbs. For a moment, she had a sense of it as the other, a thing that would have been at arm's length for anyone else. The alien. Then she did what she always did with a new remote system. She let herself inhabit it, let it become an extension of her malleable self-image. A weirder self than she'd ever been, but it was eager to do her bidding. It was strong and agile, the product of a technology more advanced than anything she'd ever played with before. Going to have to find what you can do when I've got time, but right now... Even as she thought this, the initiative was well and truly whipped out from under her. Abruptly, the vulture god was no longer connected to Aklu's little ship. She didn't know whether the Essiel itself had severed the connection, or if the Partheni had done it, but the two vessels now floated free of each other. A moment later, the Partheni shuttle detached too, and she guessed that, after her bloody work, she was too much of a problem and not enough of a priority. "Aramon, you there?" she tried, and then, "Aklu? Mynheer Unspeakable?" Sound came over comms. Shouting, screaming, a great groaning roar, the high singing of accelerators. Then nothing. "Kit?" Ollie realised she hadn't heard from him since the fighting started. "Speak to me, Kit!" For a gut-yawning moment, there was nothing. Then the Hanny's translated voice came through to her. Repairs have been partially executed. Unclear where holes end and hull begins, but integrity is retained somehow. But can we move? We can. To the host assemblage? Fucked if I know where else. Kit had been around her long enough to know that meant yes. As they fell away from Aklu, from the Partheni fleet, and kept falling towards the ugly lump of the eye, another comms call came in. The exemplar of the Medea, no less, Partheni in chief for the whole Estoc system. Turn off your weapon, the woman was demanding. We will fire on your vessel. We will fire on all your vessels. Deactivate your weapon. Ollie didn't reply, but she was thinking, You dumb bitch. It's not the gun you're seeing. It's the explosion after someone pulled the trigger. And we are most likely all completely screwed. Idris. He could feel the other ints, strung out there across the face of the host, little points of light. He was connected to them by comms too, of course. Him to the machine, to the eye, to the individual shards. But he could feel them, their own individual footprints in unspace. They were waiting for him. We have to go. And then Chris was in his ear, shouting loud enough to cut through everything else that was going on, saying, We have to wait! But he was finding his path out. He was doing his job, navigating unspace, even though that normally meant finding a trajectory across unfathomable distances, rather than this inching through the close walls of a maze. Through the illusory crowd that Aklu was still adding to, creating a mob whose mental pressure weighed down on the surface of unspace. A clarion call, a challenge, impossible to ignore. I don't think I can. Because if he found any way out, then surely they'd have to go. The simple act of finding that exit would propel them. Idris to the machine, to the eye, to the other ints all waiting. The host's distributed gravitic system would spit them out from the heart of the nightmare into clear space, freedom, into... Idris, Ollie's coming. We can't go without her. She's coming into dock right now, in the God. Ollie and Kit, Idris. We have to wait. He could even feel the infinitesimal displacement of the vulture god as it limped and spun and shuddered its way to the host, on a collision course with the eye. It was damaged enough that they probably wouldn't even be able to brake before they plastered themselves against its broken rock. Chris, he told her, because otherwise he'd just go. Complete the equation, solve it for freedom, and they'd be posting themselves through the crack in existence, the last closing doorway before Estoc met its doom. Chris, it's bait. What are you talking about? Listen to me. It's bait, what Aklu's doing. It's mines. That's always been the problem. It's why they're only sent after us. Not rocks, not suns, not dead matter. Us. Thinking us. We spoil the surface. We confuse things. And it's tiny. But if there's enough, it must... We're the problem they need to solve. Aklu's just faked the universe's biggest problem. It's not a weapon. It's a lure. They can't ignore it. And they're already on their way. Idris, you are making so little sense. Then the god was hurtling in towards the surface of the eye, having made it within the host's envelope. He could now reach out with the originator facility's absurdly precise gravitic field, just as he had done to rip the installation from the surface of its native world. He could increase the distance between the incoming ship and rock, stretching and stretching space, until the god's abused drive slowed it enough to survive impact. And then they were off, fleeing, solving the equation, escaping through the maze of unspace. And Decker and all the other ints working in concert with him, in pain, in terror. And they were gone. Ravin. He watched the host, along with the eye, vanish into unspace, taking Peter with it. He waited for it to re-emerge, just like the Grand Nicholas had. But it didn't.
Telemmier.
Somehow, the int had solved the problem, escaping the cage that was keeping them all here. The exemplar of the Madir was trying to talk to him, but he closed down the channel, staring out into space. His own crew had informed him that the hegemonic ship had been taken, but it hadn't stopped whatever was going on out there, out in unspace.
Is this it, then? Are we just trapped forever?
That would be a bad enough fate, but they had Ark ships here, and the means to complete them. They could at least survive, and travel over the light years and the centuries, if worse came to worst. But he knew that wouldn't be it. Yes, the Essiel were alien, but he had a sense that the vengeance of Aklu the Unspeakable would be more direct. Then he saw them arrive. There was a storm of incoming comms requests, but he didn't need them. His bridge crew, the Arks, the Partheni, there was nothing they could tell him that his own eyes hadn't already. They emerged into the fierce light of Estok's sun, gleaming like crystal, scattering rainbow shards of light, as though their sharp edges were carving the sun's rays into splinters. Architects. First 2, then 5, then 7. 7 architects, more than anybody had ever seen. A constellation of them, ill-omened stars that foretold the fall of kings. Ravin couldn't move. He could barely breathe, staring at them, watching as they boiled out of unspace and then scattered, coursing inexorably towards their targets, towards the Madir, the shipyards, the planet. Even, he saw, towards the sun itself. Whatever had been done here, it was such an offence to the architects that no trace of it was going to be permitted to survive. The Madir went first. He saw the Partheni vessel unleash its mass loom and all its ordnance, but none of it so much as troubled the architect's surface. The Madir must have an int, too, one of their machine-assisted Partheni variants, but the woman was probably already dead or mad with what was going on out there. Even if not, she didn't have what it took to slow or turn an architect. Moments later, the Madir was a twisted lacework of metal and plastic. They were getting to work on the planet. They were teasing out the heart of the star. Architects, people called them. Artists, said others. To Ravin, it seemed as though they were the workers who came at the end of the day to tidy everything away and close up shop, the sort of menials he'd never spared a glance for before. But now the things they were cleaning up included him. He'd had a destiny. He'd wanted to save humanity, or at least some part of it, with himself at its head. But that was better than nothing, wasn't it? The architect that had done for the Madir was now gliding towards the Grand Nicholas. Ravin Ascaro sagged down into his seat, behind his ornate desk, surrounded by the heraldry of his august family, and covered his face with his hands. Part 3. Crux. Chapter 18. Chris. She was alone aboard the Eye, and even though the Eye was very large and convoluted and cluttered with occult spaces, she was absolutely sure she was alone. She couldn't work out why. There was too much going on. Chris was outside the room where the machines were, The empty machines. Nobody there. No Idris, no Ahab. It was very important that she was outside and that the door was closed, but the air was screaming at her, as though everybody who died on Earth when the architect came had gone to some primitive conception of hell, and she had a ringside seat for the torture. Her head had been cawed of any conception about what had been going on a second before. The eye resounded to the chorus of the damned, the very stone buzzing with it, as though every iota of its substance might break apart, then transform into swarms of flies or saw-edged particles. And there was a voice, a choirmaster, leading the refrain, speaking judgment to her, consigning her to the same endless torment she was hearing. Through all of this, she became aware that something was stalking her through the halls of the eye, that old monster of the id, the presence. This told her the eye must be in unspace, which was why she was alone. It should have been a terrifying revelation, that not aloneness. But right now, with everything else that was going on, the presence was almost like an old friend. It grounded her in the unreal, and answered a handful of the legion of questions battering at the inside of her skull. Idris did it. She remembered now, piecemeal. Idris had been trying to get them out, so perhaps the proper revelation should be, Idris is currently trying to do it. She should have been on the other side of that door then, surely, with Idris. That made more sense. She wasn't sure why she was out here, in a stone-walled chamber that had been complicated. There were lots of crates and boxes and things, and they were coated with a fur of darts and pellets, as well as weirdly deformed little metal sculptures. Only they were on the side facing away from the machine hall. She knew that should mean something, but if all these voices could just stop shouting. They stopped. The host and the eye, contained within its tenuous bounds, erupted into the real like a dolphin from a boiling sea. The Voyeni right in front of her was on his knees, gauntleted hands clasped to his helmet. She wasn't doing so well herself. Right then, she felt more like going for a consoling drink with him than continuing the fight they'd apparently been having. Plus, a man on his knees in a knife fight kicked in all those instincts which stopped her lunging forwards for another strike. Because she was trained for fights where civilized people yielded to each other. She remembered, rather too late, that the pair of them really had been trying to kill each other, and this wasn't the judicial peace at all. Havea Mundi had trained somewhere nastier, of course, so he got a pistol to where the man's helmet met his armoured suit, and discharged an eye-searing crackle of energy that sent the Voyeni spasming away, charred and smoking. Then Ahab romped on through. It was the only word Chris could apply to the Neramath's motion, as if the cyborg eel-monster alien was an exuberant puppy. A swing of its metal-sheathed head sent another Voyeni down the length of the chamber, bouncing off every crate and pillar on the way, and a third man was practically flattened. But there were plenty more recovering their wits and getting back into the fight. Chris glanced around wildly for other defenders. Jane was at the door, her back to the stone of the wall, and applying medical sealant to the inconvenient flesh and blood of her leg, which had been viciously laid open. Trine was there too, with a savage dent in their torso casing, holding some sort of cutting tool awkwardly in their nest of arms. No sign of Shinandri, and of course no sign of Idris. It's us. It's just us. There were maybe a dozen Voyeni left, or a few less. They'd thrown aside their accelerators, as Jane or Ahab had played their trick with the magnetic fields, to deflect all that fast-moving metallic death into the walls and barricades. The fact it had come down to knife work was all that had saved the defenders, and that their crash through unspace had been almost absurdly traumatic. Third time lucky for the Voyeni, Chris guessed. She could see Peter Ascaro up there too. She knew it was him because his armoured suit was painted up with a load of complicated heraldry, just so nobody would be in any doubt who was important. All very feudal, and he might as well strut around in it, given that none of them could get to him. His armour was the best money could buy. Ahab had shot him, she remembered, somehow threaded an energy beam through all that conflicting air. The after-image of it on her retinas had looked like someone's mad signature, and the Neramath had managed to land it right in the centre of Peter's chest. It had scorched away some of the fancy paintwork, but apparently whatever Ahab was packing wasn't enough to get to the meat beneath. They were regrouping up there. She thought Peter was giving them a bit of a lashing, and, dispassionately, she could see his point. They had the numbers and the training. Admittedly, Chris's side had Ahab, and Ahab hadn't seemed to register being knifed or shocked at all. It was all scar, trauma, and cybernetics, and there wasn't much the Voyeni could do except kill it.
"Attention, Chris,"
a surprisingly chirpy voice on her comms. For a moment she just stared, and if the enemy had charged then, they'd have had her. "Kit?" she demanded.
"Landed on the eye," the Hannis translator confirmed distantly. "You are to be told by Ollie that the Ascaros are already here."
"Kit, I am aware," she got out through her teeth. "Kit, where are you?"
"Docked. Ollie is assaulting the Ascaro shuttle."
"With who?"
"With Ollie."
"Kit, tell her, listen, these goons are all over, and they're dangerous. Your lot will be able to use their guns. Get her."
"It should be appreciated Ollie has some anger issues to work through," Kit said cheerily. "This is proceeding. We will have control of the dock shortly. What is your position?"
"Pretty damn bad. We're penned in at the machine room by the rest of Ascaro's clowns. Looks like they're ready to buy the next round right now. Can you get here?"
"We are somewhat distant, alas."
"We are, after all, nowhere near the exterior here, my comrade in arms,"
Trine put in over her shoulder. Apparently listening to her earpiece was something they could do.
"I fear we'll not hold their next advance."
Advance, right. She banished the thought of Kit and Ollie, save for wishing them luck, and saw the Voyeni gathering, Peter slapping them about the shoulders, bullying them into shape. She had a thought then. She surveyed the available cover, the path the Voyeni were even now using to come at them, where they'd discarded their litter. "Jane, can you turn off the magnetics?" she hissed back. Jane nodded, pale, the fires of her torso flickering unhealthily. She'd lost a lot of blood, and Chris didn't know how that figured with her peculiar cyborg anatomy. "We charge," she told Hervea, Ahab and Trine. "We go for him and hold him, then they back off. It's the only way to negate their numbers."
"We can't."
"We grab their guns, their accelerators. They just chuck them away when they realize they weren't working for them," Chris insisted. She had never fired an accelerator, of course. Hervea probably had, perhaps a decade ago back in training, or a week ago murdering someone. Hard to know with the spook squad. "That's madness," Hervea said, and then Ahab roared, "We proceed!" and just went, leaving Chris flat-footed in her own plan. The Voyeni hadn't expected it either, so when a ton of Neramathi launched itself at them on those skittery legs, their own charge faltered. Ahab probably intended to hit them like a ball bowled at skittles, but it wasn't as clean as that. They scattered, and it only rammed into one. Then they were trying to carve up its flanks and stay clear as it wheeled around. Peter had drawn back, but at least the Neramathi had taken everyone's attention. Chris hoped it could keep its scarred hide intact for just long enough. She ran for the guns, Hervea and Trine at her heels. It turned out the enemy weren't quite so single-minded as that. There was a quartet of Voyeni sprinting around the room's pillars to intercept them, seeing the ploy immediately. Easy to think thugs are dumb. Hervea's long legs had given him the lead by then, so he was the one who got tackled headlong, crashing to the ground and wrestling with the big houseguard who'd grabbed him. Chris just vaulted over the pair of them, seeing the stack of accelerators ahead, knowing she was nimble and going to make it. The first man who came for her was too slow. She put on a desperate burst, and he was left clutching for her hair, for her sleeve, skidding on the smooth stone of the floor as he tried to reverse his momentum. The next man hit her, though. Clipped her with his shoulder, but enough to send her off course. She came up with her knife, knowing that she'd been hoping to start a gunfight, and so was now ill-equipped to carry the plan through. He slammed her in the chest with the heel of his hand, and she hit the ground, head ringing, knife gone. Instantly he was on her, kneeling on her sternum, gauntleted fingers crushing at her throat. Through his visor she could just make out his face, frowning, like a slow student doing mental arithmetic. She couldn't shift or lessen his clenching grip even slightly, not even with both hands wrenching at it. Trine loomed over the man. The hiver's arms were a rack of jointed metal appendages that usually folded neatly away into their chest. Now the limbs were all spread out like a cheering crowd at a mantis convention, arching down to dig themselves into the Voyeni's armour. Trine wasn't strong, she knew. They would never